Good morning, cricket fans, and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for day two of this regional four-day match between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. My name is Andrew Shannon. Alongside me is Kadir Mohammed, and we will resume play at 10 o'clock in just a couple minutes' time. It's a lovely day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We're very still outside there, though, Kadir Mohammed. I'm not sure I'd like to be playing cricket in this weather, but it really is fun to watch it here. And just to give you an update of what happened on the first day yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago, well, the tail wagged and they got to 302 all out. And Jamaica in response, they are 5 for 1. Anderson Phillip taking that early scalp. Kadir Mohammed, your thoughts on the day's play yesterday? And good morning to you.
Yeah, very good morning, Andrew. Good morning, viewers, wherever you may be viewing us from. Yeah, definitely an interesting day of cricket yesterday. It started with the Red Force winning the toss and electing to bat first. And in the first hour, the Jamaica Scorpions were all over the TNT Red Force. At one stage, it was 41 for 4. And then a sort of a recovery partnership between Tion Webster and Joshua De Silva with 71. And then thereafter, Terrence Hines, he really came into his own, scoring 94. And Anderson Phillip with 63 not out. In the end, they were able to get up to 302. The main wicket takers for the Jamaica Scorpions was Derval Green with 3 for 56. Javor Royal, who's on debut, had 2 for 60. OJ Shields with 2 for 72. And Makino Minley with 2 for 56. Abhijay Mansingh with the solitary wicket, 1 for 28. And very late in the evening, the Jamaica Scorpions were put in for just the 1 over. And with the second to last ball of the day's play, Tevin Gilzine played on and lost his middle stump to Anderson Phillip. So that's where we stand heading into day 2 of the final round of Cricket West Indies 4-day championships.
Yes, it is the final round indeed, and it is a bottom of the table clash. Trinidad and Tobago in 5th position, the Red Force, just above the Scorpions in 6th position. So a little bit of pride to play for, of course, in this game, just to not finish bottom of the table. I'm sure when Coach Anil Lakan comes up later, we'll have a chat with Mr. Dungi, and he can give us a talk and an insight as to how the season went for the Red Force. So it has been really some ups and downs. Of course, Darren Bravo did have twin centuries in one of the earlier games, but it's really not been what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have liked to see in this season.
Yeah, definitely. Thought it was a bit of an under-par performance by the Red Force, and I'm sure it's something that they're not going to be pleased with going forward. But I guess, with some time to regroup and reset, sort of to really just fix things moving forward. So you just may notice that there is a substitute, of course. Joshua De Silva yesterday afternoon got hit on his finger and he had a dislocated finger, so he is not wearing the gloves this morning. Daniel Williams is his replacement. So he's going to be keeping wickets for the TNT Red Force in today's play and going forward in this game. And there you see Joshua De Silva with the strapping on his finger. A very unfortunate blow he took yesterday, a bit innocuous to say the least. But so he is on the sidelines, and it's an opportunity for Daniel Williams, who's been in and around the Trinidad and Tobago's setup. So he gets his opportunity to showcase his talent behind the stumps. Well, it's going to be Jermaine Blackwood, the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, together with Leroy Logg. They're going to be resuming this morning with the Scorpions at 5 for 1. And Andrew, it's a lovely day again at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Much like the weather we've had in the previous games. The sun is out in all its glory. There's a slight breeze blowing across. And the clouds are very high. So it's going to be another good day for cricket.
And you can hear through the stump mics as the players go through their preparations to start here. Anderson Phillip, it looks like it's going to be from the southern end. And Mr. Anil Lakan has joined us in the commentary position, and I saw him doing some sit-ups earlier, Kadir Mohammed, a penalty for something during the Red Force warm-up. I'll have to ask him what he was penalized for. But I have to give him credit at his sprightly elderly years. He's still able to do those sit-ups with verve and aplomb.
Yeah, definitely. He's working on that six pack. So hope that goes well for him. Well, Anderson Phillip with just the one delivery to complete his over.
Ready, Reese?
Three slips in place for Anderson Phillip, a gully as well. There's also a fielder at that cover position. And then there's a fielder at the deep backward square leg, mid-on and mid-off. And short leg as well in place. Anderson Phillip, he was on the fringes of the West Indies team, actually made his debut. Been overstepped so far by Marquino Mindley on the Jamaican side and Akeem Jordan of Barbados. Has a lot to prove. I think he's coming back from injury as well. First delivery strained on the leg side for the day, but it went through at a decent pace there.
Yeah, definitely. So that's the end of the first over. Its score remains at 5-1. And just to confirm that Daniel Williams, who's deputizing behind the stumps for the TNT Red Force, he's not going to be able to bat. So he's just substituting behind the stumps as a replacement specialist wicketkeeper.
Well, as I've always told friends, one of the strangest spectacles in sport is when the tail wags, and only cricket fans will understand that. And the Red Force tail did indeed wag. Terence Hines is no slouch at the bat, of course. I'm not discrediting him in any form or fashion, but it really was a good knock of 94 from him on 63, and it just shows the top order of the Red Force squad what they really need to do.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, Tion Webster, a bit of a strange ploy with Shannon Gabriel in the 11. I'm not sure why he's not taking the new ball. Well, it's Tion Webster from the southern end.
A questionable decision there from Darren Bravo. We'll see how it plays off. Although the Tion Webster, of course, isn't as fast as Phillip or Gabriel. But maybe that medium pace, because you saw that Durval Green was quite successful with his 3 for 56, and he's not as quick as Marquino Mindley. Maybe Bravo thinking that medium pace, and I think Bravo has a little bit of a bowler in himself as well.
Yeah. So 3 slips, a gully, a man out on the backward point boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg.
Right on the money there is Tion Webster first up.
Yeah, Webster did quite a lot of bowling in the previous games. Very wicket to wicket. He's always at you. And of course, he's going to get that bit of sideways movement with the brand new ball. So, be interesting to see how he goes. He did take the new ball in the previous game against the Barbados Pride in the second innings. My apologies, the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Not much foot movement there from Leroy Lugg. And I think if the Jamaicans did a post-mortem of their season as well, they would say that the Scorpions have had no sting. It's good to see young fellows like Tevin Giddlesine coming forward, but he really hasn't. Nobody has really stood out, you'd have to say, from the Jamaica Scorpion side in terms of the performance that they needed from their squad.
Yeah.
Cut away nicely. Backward point is running around. Hit very square, had a lot of ground to cover, and Lugg gets it off, gets Jamaica off and running on the second day's play.
Yeah, a bit of a short and wide delivery from Webster. Lugg just had to get some bat on it and able to pick up 2 runs. So the Scorpions off and running this morning, and I had a look at the pitch this morning, and it doesn't look like much changed in terms of the condition of the surface. Still looks very, very good for batting, and we know. And this one is up in the air, and Kamil Puran completes the catch. So that's the end of Leroy Logg. A sort of an innocuous way to go, Andrew. It must be said, as we have a look at this again.
Yes, certainly Webster coming in here. And again, it's that medium pace. Trying to flick that one, got the leading edge there, spooned up, and went very, very high in the air. Puran had some distance to cover and took it quite well, you'll have to say, going down his knees. I think he's wearing those pads there that the short leg fielders wear, so that probably helped him out a little bit in going down to his knees. And that's an unfortunate end to Leroy Lugg. And the Jamaicans continue to struggle here, 7 for 2.
Yeah, Leroy Logg guilty of not playing with the straight bat and looking to turn the face on Webster with that slight movement away from Leroy Logg, just taking the outside edge of the bat, really, the top edge, and it spooned all the way out to Kamil Puran. So a very good field placement by skipper Bravo, having Kamil Puran out on the backward point boundary. So immediately the Red Force strike. 7 for 2 is the score at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the Jamaica Scorpions are tottering a bit.
To say the least, as Carlos Brown comes out to do the batting here in the number 4 position, and he'll be batting with West Indies Test Vice Captain Jermaine Blackwood. Yeah, definitely Darren Bravo saw something that we didn't, Kadir Mohammed. He's turned out to be he is a very astute leader, you'd have to say, Bravo, despite the difficulties this season has posed for the Red Force. Inside edge. Tian Webster now will run down to fine leg. He won't get it out. Fortuitous for Carlos Brown to open the innings there, to open his account there. Jamaicans move on to 11 for 2.
Yeah, and again Webster with that movement back in to Carlos Brown, taking the inner portion of the bat and running down to fine leg where Anderson Phillip was a bit squarer, and it ran down fine. He wasn't able to get onto it. So the Scorpions move on to 11 for 2. But again, going back to that field placing was very, very good on the part of skipper Bravo, seeing that the Red Force with runs on the board, 302 of them. It was easy for him to just keep the backward point up inside, but he chose to put him back out, and it paid dividends immediately.
Well, interestingly, the only fielder on the leg side is that deep backward square leg. A beautiful bowl there by Tian Webster. That was rising outside the off stump. Jamaicans end the over at 11 for 2. Yeah, so what Bravo was trying to do was and what Lugg fell for in this ploy, as we look at this delivery again.
Yeah, this one holding its line.
Yeah. Maybe moving away a little slightly there. But yes, Bravo gave Lugg the option to flick into the leg side, which is what he did. And I think he was beaten by a lack of pace. Maybe he expected that delivery from Webster to come a little quicker to him, and it just took the outside edge. So maybe Tian Webster has the magic hands. But Shannon Gabriel, the tall, strapping man, will do the business from the southern end here of the ground, replacing Anderson Phillip. Well, I shouldn't say replaced. Yes, he did replace Anderson Phillip, who finished off with the one delivery he had left, remaining from last night.
Yes, so immediately Shannon Gabriel called into proceedings.
And this should be interesting here. 2 West Indian players up against each other. Shannon Gabriel versus Jermaine Blackwood. I don't expect any quarter to be given, Kadir Mohammed.
So 3 slips. Whitish gully. It's not really a gully, it's more like a short third man. He's in a catching position though. Bit of a different field placing from Bravo, as another man is going in. Imran Khan is going into that sort of a short third man position.
Yeah,
catching though.
In place.
So 3 slips. A whitish gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, forward short leg, and a whitish fine leg. So it's going to be the pace and hostility of Gabriel.
Badly lined there. Daniel Williams had one dropping off them. Loosener there from the big Shannon Gabriel. He certainly is. He really is a rhythm bowler, Shannon Gabriel. You can always see when he's running in hard and when he's comfortable. As we saw with the regional series when he was just coming back from injury, that was late last year. And while he had the pace, he really didn't have that rhythm at all. But he has been hitting his straps recently. And in his warm-ups, he is a very athletic, very fit man. Because you saw those stretches that he was doing, rolling his body all over. And really has maintained and kept up his fitness.
Something that he's been working on very, very hard. Prides himself on his fitness.
Back is Blackwood to this one. Hanging his bat out a little bit there. Not much foot movement. But of course we know Blackwood depends on his wonderful eyes and his amazing hands, because he has wonderful hands when he really gets flowing. And I'm sure he doesn't have to wear spectacles like I do, Kadir Mohammed. He sees the ball very, very clearly, Jermaine Blackwood.
Very free-flowing batsman, Jermaine Blackwood. And I'm sure you definitely want to dig in on this very good Brian Lara Cricket Academy surface.
Flows through this one, hits that for extra cover, and that will race away to the boundary. Jermaine Blackwood, a statement there from him.
Yeah, pitched up delivery, and the entire cover region was open. So Blackwood with a good piece of it. And picking up 4 runs is Jermaine Blackwood. So the Scorpions move up to 15 for 2. And 2 new batsmen in Blackwood and Brown. Going to have to sort of rebuild and consolidate this innings for the Scorpions. None better than skipper Jermaine Blackwood.
Both batters off the mark with boundaries. Jermaine Blackwood's a little bit more fluid, and Carlos with Brown inside edge down to fine leg. Fuller delivery, swinging in a little bit, and Jermaine Blackwood just digs that off to mid-on for a single. But I think the Red Force would be a little bit confident here because they have a strong bowling lineup. They have Shannon Gabriel, of course, Anderson Phillip, quality bowlers. Brian Charles has done well throughout this tournament, as spinners generally do. T.N. Webster has that magical hand. Terrence Hines can definitely hold on an end. And given that the Jamaican Scorpions batting hasn't been particularly good this season, they would be confident of defending this 302 score. So, of course, today is a very pivotal day.
Yeah, definitely the Red Force with a lot more options in the playing 11 for this game.
Wonderful delivery there from Shannon Gabriel. That one came in ever so slightly. It'll be interesting to see on the replay how close that was to the stumps. And Kadir Mohammed, we do have to apologize because we forgot our manners to wish all the spiritual Baptists a happy day on their auspicious holiday here in Trinidad and Tobago, of course, and for all the spiritual Baptists maybe in other parts of the world who are listening to us.
Yeah,
We do wish you the very best.
yeah, of course. It's a holiday in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Shout out Baptist holiday. So we do wish everyone a good day.
Of course, if you're in the area, come down and watch some very good cricket here. Shannon Gabriel finding his radar, that one a little bit outside the off stump, maybe a little bit too wide for his liking. Brown is able to leave that comfortably. 16 for 2, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, Leroy Logg and Tevin Gilzine, both openers back in the pavilion. Tevin Gilzine unfortunately went yesterday evening. Always difficult when you have that one over to face in the day's play. It's always difficult, and you sort of want to close up shop, hoping to come back out in the morning, brand new day, and it just never work out for Gilzine. And of course, this morning, Leroy Logg would have gotten through that period yesterday. And he came out this morning and he didn't last too long, Leroy Logg.
Yeah, well, the Jamaican think tank, they have the talent to work with, but certainly something amiss there. But Webster to continue from the northern end. Good delivery, tucking up Blackwood, and he pushes that quite nicely. We'll get a single in, and that might run close to the boundary. No, the fielder runs around. Gets a foot down there, and that's 2. That's Terrence Hines. But if you look throughout this tournament, the only batter I would say that has really been consistent at any level is Alec Athanaze. Matthew Nandu started quite brightly, got 100 in the first game, hasn't really had much since. Darren Bravo as well, of course, we know what he's capable of. Hasn't produced as well as he would have liked. Spinners, of course, continue to do well. Can't forget Mr. Jimbo as well, Raheem Cornwall, who continues to mesmerize with his spin, his brand of bowling.
Brian Charles has been quite good as well for the TNT Red Force. He's been consistent, picking up wickets throughout. Been a sort of a go-to bowler for skipper Darren Bravo. Very impressed with Daniel Williams so far. He's technically very good behind the stumps. Is Daniel Williams. No blunders so far for him. And what a fantastic opportunity for him. He probably would have been doing something yesterday and received a call. Hey, you got to come down to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy to deputize for Joshua De Silva. And here he is this morning.
Making his debut. Cut well. Puran will have a lot of ground to cover there, and he will not make it. That was a wide delivery there, and Blackwood is able to throw his hands at that one.
Yeah, just a bit too short and wide. And Blackwood is not going to miss out. Quality player that he is. Way in front of square, and Puran couldn't cut it off. But he's not making his debut actually. He's just deputizing. Is Williams.
Yeah, it's not a full debut. It's an asterisk debut. Yeah. But still, you're there in the Trinidad and Tobago colours. He's wearing Josh De Silva's number.
Yeah. So 22 for 2. 3.4 overs.
Coming in there. Webster strikes. That's LBW for Jermaine Blackwood. That's the end of the Jamaican captain. It's 22 for 3. The Nelson is broken, and it's broken by a wicket. Tian Webster getting Blackwood pinned in front.
Yeah, Blackwood knew it straight away. That dreaded finger from Leslie Reefer. Blackwood immediately turned and walked away. Webster this time getting that ball to tail back in sharply to Jermaine Blackwood, who unfortunately has to go for just the 11. A breezy 11, you have to say. But the Jamaica Scorpions slip into further trouble at 22 for 3. Brad Barnes, the new man for the Scorpions.
That's really, really unfortunate there for the Jamaica Scorpions. But it's an opportunity here for Brown and Barnes to make their name.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate. Jermaine Blackwood just didn't get the bat down in time. But credit to Webster, he's pitching on a good length. And he's getting that movement back in. And also he's getting that one to straighten or slightly deviate away from the right-handers. So just putting some doubt in the batsman's mind. And he's on the money. So the Red Force striking early this morning. 2 wickets to them already. And the Jamaica Scorpions with some rebuilding to do. Work for Barnes and Brown.
Darren Bravo has the likes of Shannon Gabriel, Anderson Phillip, Terrence Hines at his disposal. Decides to go with Tian Webster. And Tian Webster is the man. 2 for 12, 1.5 overs. And I think I can see why Bravo has so much faith in him because he can move the ball both ways. He has generally good control. Might give up the odd four ball, which is the curse of the medium pacer.
So
Trying a
it's
little
down the leg
hard,
side.
trying a little hard on that occasion there, striving for that extra oomph. Well taken by the sub Daniel Williams down the leg side. And at the end of that over, the Jamaicans in all sorts of bother, 22 for 3.
Excellent over. Successful one for Tian Webster. 2 overs, 2 for 12. His returns thus far has caused a lot of problems for the Scorpions batsmen. And of course, prizing out the big wicket of skipper Blackwood. Nonetheless, opportunity for two young men, Brad Barnes and Carlos Brown. The debutant as well in Carlos Brown. So it's 3 slips. That's sort of a wideish gully, backward point cover, short mid-on.
Gabriel from the southern end. Coming in a little bit, and he will get an inside edge on that one as Carlos Brown. They'll come back for 2. No, they won't. Feel a very, very quick off the boundary. Terrence Hines, there's a bit of an overthrow here. And cover comes around. And there's the mop-up work there.
Yeah, good backing up from Jason Mohammed. Was a bad throw from Terrence Hines at fine leg.
Pull it right arm over.
So it brings Brad Barnes on strike. Very attacking field from skipper Bravo, rightly so. They're on top at this stage.
Yeah, not surprising at all. Ooh, coming back in a little bit there. Just back of a length.
Yeah.
Well played by Barnes, covered that well.
Yeah, Gabriel working up ahead of steam as well. You could see he's rushing Barnes. Barnes had to get into line very quickly. That extra pace is always sort of a trump card when you can call on your speedster. Creates that element of doubt.
Good rising delivery there from Gabriel outside the off stump. And of course, viewers, the West Indies cricket 4-day series does not end at the end of this round. There's actually a three-team tournament coming up right after, and it's 2 of the best 11s, the Team Headley and Team Weeks, will also take on the West Indies Academy in 3 games. So the West Indies Cricket Board doing their best to extend the 4-day series after complaints from the senior West Indies players that they don't play enough Test cricket. And so it's good to see that the West Indies Cricket Board is trying their best to extend the regional tournament. I've always thought that there could be, in an effort to extend the tournament, the teams that could put together a double team like Trinidad and Tobago or Jamaica or Barbados have a Trinidad and Tobago second 11 playing alongside, you know, the first 11 in the tournament as well. Barnes starting to look a little bit more comfortable, just looking at Gabriel. So, but it is still good to see that West Indies cricket is doing different things and trying different things to extend the tournament. If you really think about it, just 5 rounds of matches really isn't a lot.
Yeah, and it's of course in an aid to get our batsmen batting longer, our bowlers to bowl longer spells and to be a lot more patient, and just to get back to where we once was as a cricketing nation. All those glory years back in the 70s and 80s. Wide delivery from Gabriel. Barnes is not drawn into that one.
I'd say it's a little bit too wide there from Shannon. Got good swing, good movement, but that was maybe about a sixth stump line when he would probably like to be maybe fourth or fifth. And Barnes was able to stretch the leg and let his leg get past that one. Nice take by Daniel Williams. He'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable here.
Yeah, he's look competent so far.
Last ball of this Gabriel over. Barnes is pushing that one into cover. Darren Bravo does the fielding, gets it back to Williams, who gets the ball in his hand, feels comfortable. Jamaica 23 for 3. And you have to admire Daniel Williams because it's one thing to make your debut, but to get called in on the night before, possibly, to come here and play. You'll probably be very, very quiet in the field. Wouldn't be barking orders or giving advice like maybe Josh De Silva would. But it's a definite learning experience for him, playing alongside the likes of Darren Bravo and seeing how to operate and keeping to Shannon Gabriel.
You know, he's always been in and around the setup in terms of on trials and those trial matches and so on and what have you. So it's no strange thing for him. Of course, represents Power Gen in the local cricket fraternity.
Webster continues, good fielding off his own bowling.
Excellent fielding by Webster though. Got down quickly and attempted to throw down Carlos Brown. But this has been good from the TNT Red Force so far this morning. They've been operating in good areas, making the batsmen play with, of course, the new ball. And that's, of course, the primary thing you want to do with the new ball. You want to make the batsmen play. Again, this one just comes off the edge and bounces just in front of Imran Khan at gully.
Played with soft hands there, Carlos Brown. But Tian Webster will look back on this season and be very disappointed because he's had a good run in the side in terms of being consistently picked. But his batting hasn't been what he would have wanted, while his bowling has been there or thereabouts, and he's turned his arm over well and served his country and his captain well. His batting that really hasn't come to the fore. Comes in again here. Oh, that was a beautiful delivery there. He has a little bit of a stare at Carlos Brown, who can only do the gardening. That one rising quite nicely.
Yeah, a bit of bounce from Webster off a good length. And certainly this wicket is looking a whole lot better for fast bowling when he pick up 3 quick wickets.
Little extra baking powder in that one to get it to rise like a fluffy sada. Kadir Mohammed.
Something that you're quite familiar with.
I'm familiar with eating it, not familiar with making it. Fortunately, I have to outsource my routine. Good challenge here for Carlos Brown and Brad Barnes. Still trying to make their way in regional cricket, make that step up. And they're playing Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their home turf. Lessons to be learned continuously in this strange and wonderful game, Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, definitely. Good opportunity, very good surface to bat. And you feel as a batsman, you want to get through this tough period. Of course, the bowling team on top.
There's
this
an
one
edge.
takes the edge.
And then Williams gets his first catch in Trinidad and Tobago Red Force colours. A hug there. And that's the end of Carlos Brown. Tian Webster, the man with the golden arm. 3 for 12 he has now as Jamaica slipped to 23 for 4.
23 for 4. My. Tian Webster, you beauty. Hitting those good areas. Getting that ball to do something. And Carlos Brown has to go for just the 5. And Webster, 3 for 12 so far. He's been bowling excellently well. And Daniel Williams affects his first dismissal at regional level. And how good that must have felt for him.
Credit to Williams as well, because when you look at the replay, I'm sure our director, Mr. Jason Passad, will pull it up very shortly for you. That ball was dying as it got to Williams. He had to dive to his right and forward a little bit as well, I would think. Yeah, just forward. But he got enough of it. And he's very, very happy indeed.
Yeah, elated and rightly so. Is Daniel Williams. So Abijay Mansingh, the new man for the Scorpions, in at number 6 is Abijay Mansingh, and he's gonna have to play out of his skins. But just about to say, I was making the point, Andrew, that as a batsman, of course, you know the bowling team is on top, things happening for them, wickets falling. But as a batsman, you feel like you want to just get through this tough period. And thereafter, things are going to become slightly easier. And as you go on in your innings, it's just going to become easier to score. Balls are going to be hitting the middle of your bat. You're going to get those gaps. And you just get into your work.
Webster to continue here. Oh, and he's beaten all ends up. Williams gets another quad behind. Webster's on a hat trick now. 23 for 5 Jamaica. Abijay Mansingh goes without troubling the scorers.
Tion Webster, what are you doing? What a delivery again. Kept a tad low. And credit to Williams, who affects another dismissal. And Webster is on fire. Jamaica Scorpions 23 for 5 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it's not going so well for them. Mansingh rightly so disappointed. And Tion Webster, the man doing the damage this morning, already picked up 4 wickets. And I'm sure this is not the way the Scorpions would have planned this morning.
Certainly not. And I think, Kadir Mohammed, that you might have to let Mr. Joel's sidekick Philip step into the commentary position, because he was boasting this morning that this game might only be 2 days. Kadir Mohammed said it might go to 3, but based on the bowling of Tion Webster, this could be wrapped up by lunch.
So Alden Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman for the Jamaica Scorpions, with some work to do. Of course, not going to be easy. The Red Force all over the Scorpions at this stage. And Andrew, it has sort of left me with my mouth open at this stage. I really was not expecting this sort of slide from the Scorpions this morning.
I was actually thinking it might be the contrast between facing Shannon Gabriel at one end with the little bit of extra pace and zip, and then you come up against Tion Webster, who has really good control but is able to move the ball both ways. So when the batters are facing different bowlers on different ends, and again that contrast, maybe it's just that, and they're playing Tion Webster a little bit too early or a little bit too late, and then he's getting that little bit of movement, and the movement never has to be much. Nice push here, no run. Yeah, the movement never has to be much. It's millimeters we're talking about here, Kadir Mohammed. That's the difference between surviving an edge and getting caught behind.
Yeah, definitely. And the good thing is he's landing in that good area, where as a batsman you have to play. You doesn't know if it's gonna leave you, if it's gonna come back into you. So you're really caught in 2 minds as to whether to play or to leave.
And as we can see, he can move it both ways.
Yeah, and that's what's doing for the Scorpions at this time.
That doubt in the back of your mind.
Yeah, the ability to get that ball going both ways. But credit to him, though. He's really bowled well this morning, and Red Force on top at this stage.
A bit wide there from Shannon Gabriel. So stay tuned, cricket fans. If you're near the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba in South Trinidad, do come in and watch some cricket. If you come in the next maybe 5 minutes, couple minutes, you might see a Tion Webster hat trick. I'm certain Darren Bravo is going to give him back the ball for the next over. You're not going to take away the man with the golden arm right now, are you?
How are you going to get the ball out of his hands? You're not going.
The whole team might be in an uproar if Darren Bravo gives the ball to someone else.
23 for 5 after 6.2 overs. And this morning when I looked at the pitch, I thought it was excellent for batting still. But credit to the Red Force bowlers, they've bowled the channels well. And Jamaica Scorpions, though, in real trouble at this stage.
Good Yorker length delivery, and they'll be able to dig that one out. This Brad Barnes finally gets off the mark. Just to give you an idea of what's going on in the other games in the regional 4-day championships. Barbados 58 for 1 versus against in reply to the Windward Islands 237. That's at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. And down in Providence, Guyana 122. Bowled out for 122 yesterday. The Leewards have taken a slim lead. They won 46 for 5. And as you know, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 302 and the Jamaicans 24 for 5. The Scorpions don't have their sting today at all.
Yeah, just require partnership from somewhere is the Scorpions at this stage. Aldin Thomas, though, can bat, quite capable with the bat. He's going to have to dig in. He's going to have to be up against the pace of Gabriel.
Oh, that's pushed. It was up in the air. It just gets past Gabriel. He had that hand stretched out. Didn't get full contact on that. Bravo will chase that down. And they come back. That looks like for 2. I was actually just going to discuss with you because the mid-off and mid-on are very close in. Mid-off a little bit wider. Mid-on very close in. Normally they're at the edge or maybe about 10 or 15 yards back. I would say they're 5 yards back. You can have a look at it when you come up here. So Bravo is asking Gabriel not to allow them to drive straight down the ground, not pitch it up too much and not too straight. With Barnes was able to get away with one there.
Yeah, well, the ball is still relatively new, and there's no cover, of course. So Philip is slightly wider than usual, sort of in between mid-off and that extra cover position. And Bravo is sort of at a regular mid-on.
Still say he's quite straight and very close in. It's well bowled by Gabriel, coming back in a little bit. Pick up and throw from Jason Mohammed, very skillfully done. Gabriel full of expressions and staring down Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, Gabriel not happy.
I'm not sure. You could only be unhappy that Mohammed missed the stumps because there was a swoop, a wonderful swoop there from Mohammed. And he seems to be gesticulating to Gully that he did all he could. Imran Khan is having none of it. But it's good to see the Red Force with their tails up and wagging.
Yes, so at this stage, the Scorpions in danger of not completing the follow-on. 28 for 5. Pitched up delivery and driven nicely by Thomas. It's going to run very close to the boundary. In fact, Philip is going to cut it off. And they're going to come back 4-3. So good running from these two.
Yeah, they're going to push hard here. And at the end of that over, the Jamaicans move on to 28 for 5. Or 31 for 5, I should say. A lot of work here for Brad Barnes and Aldane Thomas to try to rebuild at this point. Tian Webster will take his mark once again just to make sure he has things in order. He's been the destroyer in chief here of the Jamaican Scorpions this morning. 4 for 12 off 3 overs. Fantastic bowling from him. And he's on a hat-trick, ladies and gentlemen. 2 wickets in 2 balls in his last over. Both taken behind the stumps by Daniel Williams.
So just take a quick look at the field. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, Mid off, mid on, and fine leg. So no catches on the offside in close.
Oh, well left there by Aldine Thomas. Pitched lovely, beautiful line there and moved away just ever so slightly there.
Yeah, got that one to go the other way. It's Tian Webster. So showing his skill set, bringing out all of his skills this morning. Dream spell, you'd have to say, from Webster.
Corridor of uncertainty for batsmen is slim. It's very uncertain. And this one came in a little bit, I think. That was the other one from Tian Webster. Well, covered by Aldine Thomas, and he rehearses, I should say, his auspicious block.
Yeah, so definitely some work to do by this pair, Brad Barnes and Aldin Thomas. What's going to be key for them, though, is to get that running going, keep the Red Force fielders honest.
Will be interesting to see how long Darren Bravo persists with Tian Webster, because of course the sun, it's brilliant sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And after 41 minutes of play so far for the morning, the pitch will get a little bit drier. The ball has definitely gotten a little bit older. Not too bad as yet. But if he keeps bowling like that, I would bowl him all day.
Yeah, definitely. It's Webster. Been an impressive spell from Webster. 4 for 12. Who would have thought? 31 for 5. The Jamaica Scorpions still trail by 271. How far away that must be looking at this stage for them.
No.
So the Jamaicans' first target would have to be, of course, get through this first session without losing any wickets, any more wickets.
Yeah.
4 for the morning already is unacceptable in a session. And then, of course, the next target that we're looking at is about 150, which should cover the follow-on target. I don't think they'd want to bat twice in a row.
Well, if we take a look back at yesterday, at the end of 8 overs, Scorpions are 31 for 5. If we take a look back at yesterday, the Scorpions were able to prize out 4 of the TNT wickets in the first hour of play. The score being 41 for 4 at that stage, and then a mini recovery by the Silva and Webster partnership with 71, and then thereafter was Webster, Terrence Hines, and Brian Charles, who put on 66, and then Anderson Phillip and Terrence Hines, who put on 100, exactly 100. So the Scorpions are going to be mindful that once they can get through this first hour, they would be thinking that some similar thing could happen in for them.
And certainly, Tian Webster has found whatever demons are within this pitch in the first hour. Shannon Gabriel continuing. Nicely driven.
In the gap, and 4 runs down to third man in that gap between Gully and the third slip. So Barnes gets his first boundary of the morning. Scorpions move up to 35 for 5. Barnes is on to 6.
I don't think it went quite where he intended it to go.
Yeah.
But 4 nevertheless. And he played it with soft hands, just used the pace, opened the face of the bat maybe. I think he would have preferred to drill that through cover. Hasn't been as fluid as he would have probably liked, Shannon Gabriel. Couple loose deliveries from him, but wide-ish deliveries. Be interesting to maybe to switch ends with Tion Webster if that the northern end is seems to be the magical end. See what Shannon can do from that end, but Dan Bravo might shuffle his pack later on.
Yeah, but I think Gabriel has not found his length yet in this spell. He's either been too full or too short on some occasions. He's not found that in between length just yet. I'm sure once he gets into his work, he's gonna get that length, that 4.5 meter to 5 meter length.
Almost 4 overs in. A shorter delivery, turned down to backward square leg, playing that off his chest. Brad Bonds played it down as well.
That's one for the over.
Always interesting to hear the dialogue in the stump cam. The voice of Leslie Reefer there saying one for the over in his Bajan twang. Sorry, my apologies. That's Gregory Buffett. That's the line I think that Shannon wants to be. That corridor of uncertainty, rising as well. He can still get that bounce.
Yeah, well left by Thomas though. But again, good area, good corridor from Gabriel.
Good to see that Darren Bravo is he's in his bowler's ear quite a lot. He's not just letting him do what he wants to do. He's probably reinforcing the point. Hey, that's the line I want from you. Drifting down leg. Daniel Williams, there's an appeal. It's Darren Bravo alone asking the keeper, asking the umpire. Full stretch to Williams down the leg side to get that one.
Yeah, good take from Williams. Came off the pad of Thomas. Moved well down the leg side. He looks very good to the eye. Daniel Williams taking those balls beside his body in a typical Australian style. Yeah, he's very, very competent, and he's shown that taking those 2 catches of Webster.
It's a lovely drive there. He hit that one square, and that one will run to the boundary all along the ground. Lovely little shot there by Aldane Thomas. But again, it's a wide, loose delivery there from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, too full, too wide, and Thomas was always drawn into playing that shot. Got a good portion of the bat and got 4 runs. So the Scorpions 40 for 5 at the end of 9 overs. Thomas is 10. Barnes is 7. Gabriel 4 overs, none for 19. Bit on the expensive side, you have to say. Wickets to fall this morning. Skipper Jermaine Blackwood went LBW. Tion Webster. Carlos Brown caught Daniel Williams, bowled Webster. Abhijay Mansingh caught Williams, bowled Webster. And Leroy Logg caught Puran, bowled Webster. So Webster taking all 4 scalps for the Red Force this morning. Of course, that 1 wicket that fell yesterday, Anderson Phillip
Rising delivery, really, really good there. Brad Barnes was flirting with that one. He really liked that one to play at. And you always wonder why batters go for that when they know they can't get anything off of it anyway. Because he's really trying to flirt with that one to just play a defensive stroke. And there's another conversation there. Tian Webster really, really doing well here for the Red Force.
Yeah, he's doing more than a holding job at this stage. Of course, took the brand new ball, so Bravo would have known that he's gonna get that movement. And 4 for 12. Really repaid the fate of his skipper in giving him that new ball. So he's gonna make his bowling coach, Mr. Kelvin Williams, very happy with his figures and his work so far this morning. Been disciplined, been consistent, and he's reaped the rewards.
Lovely delivery coming back in. Probably missing leg there. That was the in swinger there, and through hits the stumps.
Yeah, Barnes was halfway down. Not sure where he was going. There was no run in it. Thomas was no way thinking of a single. A bit of miscommunication by these two as they meet mid-pitch.
Well, Terrence Hines, in his first 2 overs, he actually went for 12 runs and had 2 wickets. And then it was that third over, which I think was a double wicket maiden here. So he's really pulled back his run rate because he's a little bit expensive. I mean, 6 runs per wicket, which you really can't complain about, I guess, at that level.
I say good morning, Mr. Amar Samaru.
Lovely Yorker length delivery there. Well played and watched by Barnes.
So a bit of a mini recovery by these two. Not yet, by no means out of it, but at least it's something to work with in terms of stemming the flow of wickets. And of course, they're able to put away the bad balls, boundary balls. So keeping the scoreboard ticking, 40 for 5. It is now at into the 10th over. Another good delivery by Webster. So what is your thoughts this morning, Andrew, on the start from the TNT Red Force?
Well, I think this is exactly what they would have wanted, what the think tank would have wanted, what Darren Bravo would have wanted. And certainly putting the screws in the Jamaica Scorpions, getting rid of the big wicket of Jermaine Blackwood, and then sort of pushing through the middle order, and getting rid of Leroy Lugg as well. So everything is going to script, I would say, for the Red Force. If they had to write their own script, that's a lovely push to the cover region.
Yeah, brilliant
Flowing
extra
enough,
cover
and
drive.
It should just beat the field, and it does. Lovely little shot there by Brad Barnes, freeing up his arms a little bit against the magical arms of Tion Webster. And that is the end of the over. The Scorpions move on to 44 for 5.
Yeah, good shot from Brad Barnes. Ball was slightly moving away, so he was hitting with the swing and got the gap. So 44 for 5 at the end of 10. Barnes moves on to 11. Thomas is 10. Webster 5 overs, 4 for 16. And we're going to have a bowling change from the northern end. Terrence Hines is going to replace Shannon Gabriel. So no let up really for the Scorpions and Terrence Hines. Of course, bowls the new ball at times for the TNT Red Force. And this time with a slightly older ball, just 10 overs old.
You certainly see how he hits his straps today. Again, another player who's had an indifferent season.
Yeah.
Webster.
Yeah, Tion Webster just leaving the field. Jitguli, substitute fielder, is going into the slip cordon. So again, the three slips, whitish gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and fine leg. As Hines starts with one on the pads, and Anderson Phillip keeps it down to just a single.
As an easy run up to the crease, Terrence Hines, but I think his X factor is his shoulders, and he has a very slingy action to him, which gives him that little extra pace, that extra zip. I don't think he's as fast as the original West Indian slinger, Fidel Edwards, but certainly does get a bit off the pitch. As you can see, that ball, even that first delivery, even though it was down the leg side, got to the batter very quickly. This one right on the line. That's the kind of sort of delivery he probably would like to see more from him.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Hines, zoning in on the pads of Barnes, wicket to wicket stuff so far from Hines. Of course, coming back into the 11 for this game. Had a slight injury, wasn't doing much bowling previously, so back in the 11 and had a valuable 94 with the bat, and now he's doing some bowling. Always a very handy man to have in your team, Tion Webster. We see how valuable he can be with bat in hand, and of course with ball as well.
From the Scorpions' perspective, the mindset of Aldine Thomas and Brad Barnes has to be, hey, we can bat all day and we want to bat all day. Short delivery, turned away to the leg side and run very fine to the fine leg. Rushed a little bit there, Brad Barnes, but gets a fortuitous 4.
Yeah, short delivery from Hines, and Barnes not backing down. Got something of a top edge and ran down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So the runs keep coming for the Scorpions. They're not bogged down in terms of they're not scoring and they're losing wickets. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. It's just a matter of them now just stemming the flow of wickets, which they've done for just about 5 overs. So in many periods we can say, okay, the water break is just around the corner. We bat until the water break, and then we just break it up into small chunks as the day progresses.
Which again ties back into the mindset of I want to bat all day, because if Thomas and Barnes are there at the end of the day still, the Jamaicans will be in a very formidable position indeed. And of course, this is the beauty of the longer format. This is the beauty of playing in white. You have the ability and you have the chance to bat all day.
Good delivery again from Hines. Barnes in behind it though, right behind it. But yeah, that's the mindset. Of course, that would definitely be the mindset to bat as long as possible and to take it as deep as possible. From a Scorpions perspective, you would not want to lose another wicket, ideally before lunch. Another short delivery. Pacey delivery from Hines. Barnes had to pull out of it. At the end of 11 overs, it's a 49 for 5. Barnes is 15. Thomas is 11.
Yeah, so just that little bit of a partnership coming here from the Jamaicans just to carry them out of that deep hole they are in. I don't think they're even out of the deep hole by any means necessary. They just have one little foothold in the climb out, because if you look at their batting, there's not much to come. There's Marquino Mindley, Jivor Royal, Durval Green, and OJ Shields, all confirmed bowlers. Durval Green could probably hold his end up a little bit. So these two are really the last recognized pair, you'd have to say.
Yeah, Durval Green can bat, so too Jivor Royal. But they were not wanted to get down to uh, those two anytime soon. So these two with some work to do as Anderson Phillip is back into the attack.
Lovely delivery there from Anderson Phillip, hitting his straps immediately from the northern end. He replaces Mr. Golden Arm, Tian Webster, 4 for 16 in a blistering opening spell. It really was a wonderful exhibition of medium pace swing, you'd have to say, Kadir Mohammed, because he had good control, got the ball moving both ways, was ably supported by the fielders.
Yeah, it was a brilliant exhibition of.
A little bit short there, that's up in the air. Bounces just before Gabriel, who comes around from deep backward square. Shouts of catch it, a bit of a wild through there, but Daniel Williams very athletic there to take that one.
Yeah. Landed just in front of Gabriel at fine leg. So just realizing, just testing Barnes with some short deliveries. And so far he's been drawn into a couple of those false hook shots. Just realize, just maybe sensing something that he's sort of he's not going to resist the short balls. Might be a strength, but it could also lead to his demise.
Neither Anderson Phillip nor Terrence Hines are particularly tall bowlers, but Phillip is more of a conventional fast bowler.
No!
Good control there. And he's definitely quicker than Terrence Hines. I wonder how long before we see some spin coming into play, Kadir Mohammed. Just to see what how these two middle order batters for Jamaica handle the spin. Mr. Brian Charles is there. Mr. Imran Khan is there. Mr. Darren Bravo with his medium pace might also turn his armor over. Now Michael, as he's known, has options.
So they've sent back the man now at, well, he's about 10 meters inside at deep backward square. So they've taken the man out from cover and they've put him at deep backward square. So 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, and fine leg in Shannon Gabriel. So again, playing on the mind of Brad Barnes. He's going to be thinking of that short ball.
Good start so far from Anderson Phillip. 2 deliveries left in his comeback over. Of course, he took the wicket of Tevin Gilzine last night. Came on this morning, bowled 1 delivery to finish off that over. Now he's back for his, well, you'd have to say his second spell, because his first spell was just a 1 over over the course of 2 days. Another short delivery, that's up in the air. Will that field at the backward square take the catch? And he does. That is the end of the Jamaican 6th wicket. Anderson Phillip picks up his second. And the Jamaicans, having just gotten to 50, have lost their 6th wicket there. That's the end of Mr. Brad Barnes.
Yeah, just as I was saying, they put the man back there for that. The presence of mind from Brad Barnes. And just as I was mentioning, Andrew, it can also be a strength but lead to his demise, because it looks as though he's quite comfortable in playing that short delivery, that hook shot or that pull shot. But they put the man back there for just that purpose, and it's paid off for the TNT Red Force. So the 6-1 for the Scorpions goes in Brad Barnes. He has to go for 15, and it's drinks on the second morning of play at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. As the players take a drink, we'll be back with you in very shortly.
We're back here live at the Brila Cricket Academy. It's Terence Hines taking up the attack from the pavilion end. Jamaica starting this morning 5 for the loss of 1 wicket. They've now progressed to 50 for 6 wickets. Tian Webster bowling a magnificent opening spell this morning for the TNT Red Force, prying out 4 valuable wickets here. Getting that ball to seam away from the right-handers. Daniel Williams deputizing for Joshua De Silva, who has a finger edge and another loud appeal, and he goes caught behind. Daniel Williams gets his third catch here. Terence Hines joins the party here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy and is wicket number 7 for the TNT Red Force. So the Jamaican Scorpions, they're really up against it here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. The Seamers doing exactly what was expected from them Terence Hines, having played a wonderful hand of 94 yesterday, comes to the party immediate in his second over, getting rid of Thomas.
The Jamaicans in all sort of trouble before that drinks break, limping to 50 for 6, and Terence Hines striking in that first delivery. What did you feed them this morning, Anil Lakan? Because the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force boys have come out all guns blazing in this game.
Well, I'm sure skipper Darren Bravo would have had a chat with his bowlers as a bowling group, and we're clearly seeing that the guys are really putting their hand up and bowling consistent lines. But more importantly, the ball is still doing a bit. It is shaping away from the left hand into the left hander and away from the right handers. And Terence Hines allowing that ball to do the work, pitching it up, asking Thomas to drive, and getting a feather into the mitt of Daniel Williams. So wicket number 7 goes to the Jamaican Scorpions, and they now trail by 252 runs.
Daniel Williams also with 4 catches behind. He's replaced Joshua De Silva as a super sub, with De Silva having a dislocated fingers. And what was the think tank's reason behind picking Daniel Williams with the likes of Amu Django and other players in the fringes as well? As Hines comes in, and we'll get Anna Lakan's thoughts on that after this delivery. Good delivery again from Hines.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure, but Daniel Williams has been around the TNT Red Force setup for quite a while, and he has proven, during the trial games and practice matches, to be really competent behind the sticks. So it's no surprise to me that Daniel Williams has been given the nod to pick up where, from Joshua De Silva, unfortunately having suffered a dislocated finger yesterday afternoon.
Hines comes in again, tucking up Durval Green with this one. And will De Silva be able to bat should the Red Force need him?
Well, I'm sure that they will continue to assess that injury in terms of that dislocated finger, and I guess if TNT Red Force needs him, I'm sure that they will make a decision whether he can or can't bat. But at this stage, looking at what has transpired this morning, TNT Red Force, they are definitely in the driver's seat.
Short delivery, Durval Green underneath that one. Daniel Williams taking that one Aussie style to his side at his hip there, avoiding that one. And your post-mortem of this regional 4-day championship and the Red Force's performance on the lack, and it's been thereabouts. There have been some inspired knocks, and especially from Darren Bravo, but the Red Force maybe haven't gelled maybe as well as they would have liked this season. Hines comes in again. beating Duval Green. All ends up with that one. That was a fabulous delivery to end the 13th over the Jamaica Scorpions, 50 for 7.
Yeah, so just coming back to your question, Chan, in terms of the TNT Red Force, I'm sure all the players, will want to take a stock of exactly what they have done during the course of this 4-day championship, and they will want to revisit that and do whatever is required during the off season, to put it right for a season 2024. So we've had some excellent performances, but I'm sure some of the guys, they would not have been happy, with their returns from this tournament. And I'm sure as professional players, they will take stock of it and try and put in the relative work, whether physical, technical, mental, as the case may be, in order to address those deficiencies in whichever area that they feel that they need to strengthen.
Anderson Phillip to continue, 2 for 6, showing his potential all-round worth because he had a wonderful knock of 63 in a partnership with Terrence Hines. And he's certainly a fellow who bends his back here for the Red Force, bustles in from the northern end, tucking up Jivo Royal, who turns that away into the leg side for a single. Any players in particular have stood out for you this season?
Well, skipper Darren Bravo has proven again to all of us, what a wonderful player he is, and and that didn't come by mistake. It came with hard work, a lot of dedication, and consistent work. So I'm sure a lot more where the batting is concerned. Some of the batters, they will want to take a page out of skipper Darren Bravo preparation, and try and emulate that as they go forward in their own careers as well.
And what about, I don't want to say disappointment, but maybe the challenges, the likes of Amir Django, who I thought would have came to the fore this season. He really hasn't come up. As Philip comes in again. Shorter delivery, that one is fast. Well taken in the, Williams adjusting quite nicely there because that ball swung late and died on him, but he stopped it quite well.
Well, in terms of Ami Jangu, in the previous game he had gotten 50. He had the other game that followed, he didn't have the best of times opening the innings. So I'm not saying that it's a disappointment. What I'm saying is that
Well bowled again.
he will continue whatever is required to keep improving. I guess he possibly prefers batting in the middle order rather than opening the batting. So possibly when you look at this TNT Red Force team, the composition of the team, he may have to reconsider, the options that are available in terms of getting selected, and maybe opening the batting might have to be an option for him in terms of his preparation as well.
Still good to see that the Red Force management is trialing players, Vikash Mohan and Kamil Puran coming into this game. To try to looking for that new blood, for that fresh blood to come in to the Red Force and take the opportunities where they can.
Well, I think what the TNT Red Force selectors have done is basically reward guys who have done extremely well on the domestic circuit, and one will hope that the investment made in these players, they will repay the selectors sooner than later.
Yeah, most definitely. Good stuff here from Anderson Phillip. He's kept his line and length, hasn't given any loose deliveries at all. Tucked up Duval Green again with that one.
So Duval Green, as we all know, he's a tough cookie. He tends to fight fire, even with ball in hand, bat in hand. At some stage, he's not just going to prod around. He will try, and arrest back the situation for his team, the Jamaica Scorpions. But we'll just have to wait and see exactly how he goes about this rebuilding process that the Jamaica Scorpions find themselves in at the moment.
One delivery left in this Anderson Phillip over, 2 for 7 off 2.5. Shortish delivery heading down the leg side. Well taken by Daniel William. 51 for 7 the Jamaicans after 14 overs. And in your time spent with the Red Force team going around the Caribbean, what competitors have you seen on the batting and bowling side that have really stood out for you
Well,
on
I
the other
haven't traveled with
islands?
the team, so but basically, what we witnessed thus far is that the batting around the region has not been the most prolific. In terms, guys really setting this 4-day tournament on fire. So, there's still a lot of work to do in terms of guys, occupation of the
Drop that
crease,
center.
showing that level of batsmanship in
Hot
terms
step.
of building an innings. That's what you want to see. And what I'm
Right arm
really
over.
impressed about is at the Brian Lee Cricket Academy here, we're seeing now that the pitches do have an appreciable amount of live grass on it.
That's good for fellows like Terrence Hines, who comes in again to G4 Royal.
Oh, so what it does when you have pitches that are proper for cricket in terms of there's something in it for the bowlers. And then the batters, technically, they have to improve their game in order to survive in these conditions. So overall, it will, if it continues, these pitches continue to present itself around the region, I personally believe that the level of cricket is going to improve.
One tucked away into the leg side. They'll run hard for the single. Will they come back for two? No, they won't. And give us an idea into the mindset of the batters, because we see, for example, Josh De Silva. He gets these lovely 30s. He gets these lovely 40s. What's the mindset of a batter to push on further in this 4-day game?
I think sometimes it's not a matter in terms of Josh of his ability or his technical awareness or anything like that. I certainly think that sometimes you get a good delivery, a good one, and it could happen to the best of players.
Lovely delivery, beaten all ends up there. How did that not take a stump there, Anilaka? Terrence Hines bowling brilliantly here. Have a look at the replay on this one, Anilaka. Ooh,
Well, that one just pitching and shaping away. He was beaten all ends up. It was a Java Royal. That ball really took off.
certainly shaved the stumps there, Terrence Hines. That was a huge of a delivery. This one is a lovely flick forward of square, and it will run away to the boundary. Bit of a in-swinger there from Terrence Hines, maybe not lined properly, a little bit drifting towards leg. And Deval Green puts that away with some aplomb.
Yeah, that ball was pitched in line with the stumps, but Duval Green, you know, really played that sumptuously through that mid-wicket region. You could see the poise and balance when Duval Green was executing that flick shot through the mid-wicket region. So Terrence Hines just getting a bit too straight there. Skipper Darren Bravo, just keep encouraging his troops here to continue to be relentless. It has been a masterclass when it comes to seam bowling this morning. Both Tian Webster and Terrence Hines, they are making that ball talk at the moment.
Bit of a wide-ish one there, and a waft there by Deval Green. Not what he would have wanted as well. And it must be disappointing, Anil Lakan, having been with the team throughout the season, to see the potential that is there. You see Darren Bravo, he's a very good leader. He's very astute. He's always in his bowler's ears. The talent is there. The bowling is there. The batting is there. The batting potential is there. So it's just really unfortunate that the Red Force haven't clicked at all this season.
Well, I don't, I'm not in I'm not in agreement that it has been a disappointing season for the TNT Red Force.
A disappointing season, certainly in the terms of the table, because they're in fifth position here, just above Jamaica. So it's a bottom of the table clash.
Yeah, but when one considers that this team is relatively young, right? I'm sure that you look at this team in the next 2 years going forward, Andrew Chan, that they will be churning out the results. I think it's a matter now of these guys playing at this level consistently and gaining that experience that's required to compete at this level consistently. So I don't think it's a case of being disappointed. I think it's a case of really allowing these guys and them to develop and establish themselves at this regional level.
Valid point there, Anil Lakan. Red Force trying to blood new player this season.
And you could see that from the investment that they've made in regards to the opening batters.
Philip continues. Faster delivery just on that line. That would have clipped the top of off stump. Jivor Royal would say he had it covered quite nicely.
So we've had Vikash Mohan making his debut earlier in the season. We now have in this game Kamil Puran, being introduced at this level. And these guys have been very prolific at the domestic level, and it's only fair that they've been given their pound of flesh at this level.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping to have another bite at batting for sure. Wonderful delivery there from Anderson Phillip. You must be really happy with him as a coach, a player like that who always gives you 110%.
Well, a fit Anderson Phillip will continue to run in for the entire day once the skipper wants him to. So there's absolutely no lack of effort, and I must say it's really pleasing on the eyes to see him back to full fitness.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping he has that mindset to come back and fight to reach the highest level of cricket. Of course, he's made his test debut. But the likes of Marquino Mindley having a chance on the fringes of the West Indies side, and then Akeem Jordan being called up to South Africa as well. So Phillip does have that competition to break into the West Indies team. And then Jaden Seals, young Jaden Seals as well, will come back when he's fit as well.
Well, I think it's a good headache, Andrew Chan, when it comes to the selectors, having a battery of young fast bowlers queuing up to play. So I'm telling you now that the likes of Anderson Phillip will be pushing the rest of those guys to get in.
Phillip comes in again. And we can see from the example of Alzari Joseph, who's really, he's always had that potential, but he's really now coming to the fore as a frontline penetrative fast bowler for the West Indies. He's taking his first 5-wicket haul in South Africa. And that fast bowling in Test cricket is no easy task.
Well, fast bowling at no level is an easy job. I can tell you, it takes a lot on your body physically. So these guys really put everything on the line, to play at the highest level. And you have to applaud these guys in terms of how they prepare and the work they put in behind the scenes in order to get to this level.
Beautiful bowling there by Anderson Phillip. That one was straight, probably a little bit high there. That's the only thing that saved Devil Green. Anil Lakan, have a look at this one on the replay for us.
So Anderson Phillip runs away from the southern end, bowls to Royal. And this one is just shaping away from Royal, possibly a tad too high. Must be a very, very close call indeed. But I think the height possibly is what the umpire took into consideration. Otherwise, Jovan Royal would have been on his bike.
Beautiful bowling by Anderson Phillip there.
So there's evidence that there's still a lot in it for the seamers, but it's important that they continue to bowl the right areas.
Beautiful delivery again by Phillip. And he will finish off his 4th over, continuing, and that's a wonderful maiden here, building on that pressure here. 2 for 7 of 3 overs, or 4 overs, I should say, and the Jamaica Scorpions 56 for 7 here, and all sorts of bother.
So both Devil Green and Jova Royal, they have a huge task on their hands to really resurrect this Jamaica Scorpion innings. And it's going to take a lot of skill, it's going to take a lot of patience, it's going to take a lot of intent as well in order for them to overcome this very, very shaky position that they find themselves on, on day 2, session 1 of this 4-day encounter. So excellent pitch here at the Brian Cricket Academy.
Terrence Hines continues here from the northern end. Got one jagging back in to Durval Green. There's no run. That's to give you an idea of what's going on in the other games. Up in the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Barbados quite nicely poised there, 93 for 1 in reply to the Windward Islands 237. Leeward Islands continues to build a lead against Guyana. They're 176 for 5 in reply to Guyana's 122. That's down in Guyana. And here, well, the Jamaica Scorpions and all sorts of other, 56 for 7. And we'll run through the scorecard for you as it stands here in just a little bit. The Jamaica scorecard, Tevin Gilzine was the first man to go. Bowled yesterday evening by Phillip, and that's a lovely little cut there by Durval Green. He got some room there and was able to carve that through extra cover. Tevin Gilzine, as we have a look at the replay here of that shot. A little bit wide there from Hines, maybe just sitting up a little nicely there. So Tevin Gilzine was the first man to go, bowled by Phillip for 1. And then Leroy Lugg was the first of 4 wickets for Tion Webster this morning, caught by Camille Puran. Jermaine Blackwood was next to go. LBW bowled Webster. Then Carlos Brown was caught by the keeper, Daniel Williams. Another push there. The slight misfield there from Darren Bravo, maybe falling over that one a little bit. He'll jog a single. Brad Barnes was then caught by Terence Hines off the bowling of Anderson Phillip. Actually, I should say Abhijay Mansingh fell before that. Caught by Williams off the bowling of Webster, and Aldane Thomas caught by Williams off the bowling of Hines. And Jivoy Royal and Durval Green are the not-out batters. Taking a look at the bowling now. Anderson Phillip 4 overs, 2 for 7. Tion Webster 5 excellent overs of medium pace swing and movement, 4 for 16. Shannon Gabriel 4 overs, none for 23. And Terence Hines in the middle of his 4th over, 1 for 15.
So the Seamers has definitely come to the party here, and what I'm really impressed with is the fact that they are pitching the deliveries up and allowing it to do the work, and that has really threatened the Jamaican Scorpions batting group.
We haven't seen the spinners yet in Brian Charles and Imran Khan, and Darren Bravo hasn't turned his arm over either. Slight delay in proceedings here. The umpires may be getting a reserve ball. And the umpires are conferring over the state of the ball used.
So the ball just possibly losing shape a bit there, and they will use that tool that they have, Andrew Cham, to check the shape of the ball to see if it's gone out of shape. And if they do, well, the third umpire will be bringing out some balls that are just about 15, 17 overs that they would have had in their stock. Something similar in nature in terms of overs bowled.
You're watching day 2 of the 5th round of the regional championships here, live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. If you're just tuning in on a Spiritual Baptist Liberation holiday in Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and completely in the driver's seat here, having posted 302 yesterday. They have the Jamaica Scorpions at 61 for 7. And despite this being the 5th and final round of the regional championships, there is more cricket to come. Hines comes into bowl, looser delivery, and that one is cut nicely. Pushed through the cover region, and that will go all the way for 4. Lovely shot from Jivoy Royal to welcome the replacement ball.
So excellent cover drive there. Terence Hines just possibly going a bit too full and wide, and he just caressed that through the cover region there for 4 runs. So that takes the score on to 65 for 7, and a welcome boundary there for the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the West Indies Cricket West Indies will be hosting a three-team tournament, three-team, three-game tournament with Team Headley, Team Weeks, and a team from the academy. And Headley and Weeks teams will be made up of the best of 11 or best of 22, you'd have to say, from regional tournament. Trying to guide that one down past that gully area, not getting anything there.
But lovely feeling there in the gully position. Imran Khan moving smartly to his left and ensuring that it does not get through that slip cordon. So Terrence Hines into his fourth over here now, just bowling within himself.
Tucked up there, but Royal comfortable enough to get away with that one. Turn that into the square leg region for a single. And that will end the 17th over at 66 for 7 Jamaica. As you can see there, Tion Webster 4 for 16 or 5. He's really turned himself into quite the all-rounder, but he would have been disappointed with his batting this season, Anilaka.
Well, again, I tend to disagree with that because T.N. Webster has come to the party on more than one occasion for the TNT Red Force, especially when the top order has not done as well as they had wanted. So, what, in a nutshell, T.N. Webster, to me, in my humble view, he has done his job. His job is basically, to lend that kind of support as a batting unit, but also come to the party with his bowling. So he does bring that all-round effort into his game, and one has to take that into consideration.
But would you consider him a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder or just a genuine all-rounder? As Philip continues from the northern end. So a short delivery, swinging late, well taken by Daniel Williams, who is a half-hearted appeal. Philip isn't interested.
Well, I honestly believe that he's a genuine all-rounder. And he has proven that here this morning by picking up 4 wickets. And with his ability, his all-round ability, he will turn up whenever required to get the job done. He's the kind of player, will not back down. He will continue to do the hard miles for his skipper.
The bowling there by Anderson Phillip, keeping the batters honest. And there's Tion Webster at second slip. Prominent position to be fielding. They're still maintaining that a backward square leg position as well as a fine leg. There's a deep backward square leg as well as a shorter deep backward square leg. Couple in from that boundary.
So Anderson Phillip bowling with 3 slips at gully, a backward point, short mid-off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep backward square 3/4 way to the boundary, and a fine leg in position. So it seems to me that Anderson Phillip, he will try as best as he can, and use that bumper to try and unsettle the likes of Royal.
Good push there by Duval Green, and he'll get that down to the long on boundary for a wonderful 4. And I was actually just going to say that the mid-off and mid-on are very, very close in, and they're very, very wide as well. I think Bravo is encouraging to bowl back of a length to keep it honest. That one maybe just a bit too full there from Phillip.
Well, again, when you look at the context of what has transpired this morning, they're bowling hard lengths, but what they're also doing is they're mixing it up in terms of trying to serve up that sucker punch delivery wide, and asking their batters to go for those booming drives.
There's a short delivery from Phillip, and Royal able to duck underneath that one. Yes, and Bravo's also having the reverse psychology ploy of having that cover position wide open, looking for that drive through the cover region while having his slip region quite well enforced.
Yeah, so there's 3 slip at gully, a backward point, short mid-off in position. So he's asking the batters, if you want to take on the drive, the cover region is vacant for you, but the slips are also well placed.
Up, and this one is just down to backward point, and there's no run.
Jason Mohammed doing the fielding there at backward point, but it brings the end of another Anderson Phillip over. So Anderson Phillip, 5 overs, 11 runs, 2 wicket. Tian Webster, 4 for 16 in 5. Hines, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. So the Seamers has definitely done the job for Darren Bravo this morning. And I can tell you something, what the TNT Red Force has enforced as a group is that, you know, they're well prepared in terms of the information that's required. They're now working, you know, as a group in terms as a bowling unit, a batting unit, you know, so they're preparing themselves before they go into the field of play.
Hines to continue. That's cut away furiously by Durval Green, and he'll get 4 all the way for that. He didn't bother running. A little bit of a looser one there from Terrence Hines. Just a little bit too short, a little bit too wide. Durval Green pounced on that one joyously.
Yeah, short and wide and really asking to be hit away. Durval Green doing an excellent job there, getting on top of that delivery and caressing that ball through that backward point region with a lot of authority. Terrence Hines might just be advised to pitch that ball a tad fuller and try and induce the edge.
Slinging action, Terrence Hines. Better. Directed at the batsman, even though it's a short delivery. Durval Green rehearsing a pull. And if he had gotten that in front of square, he would have gotten some runs for that one had he gone for the pull. Outfield a deep backward square leg. And mid-on, the only fielders on the leg side.
So I'm thinking at this stage now, Andrew Chan, this could possibly be Terrence Hines' last over. I would love to see the introduction of Imran Khan from the pavilion end.
It's another cut there. With this one, this time there is protection out there. A deep backward point. Just a single. Daniel Williams will be enjoying his time here behind the stumps. Can you give us an idea of how we got the call up on the lock and what time was it yesterday afternoon?
Well, I am not privy to that information, Andrew Chan, but what I can tell you is that he's always in the thoughts in terms of the coach and the selector, so he's no stranger to the Red Force setup, having proven himself over and over again during the trial matches. I remember one instance late last year. There was a practice game at Gilbert Park, and that pitch was really, really challenging. And my word, Daniel Williams, you know, nothing was going past him. The pitch was up and down, and he was doing a magnificent job. He just is like he was wicket keeping on another surface. He made it look so easy.
It's about 19 minutes to lunchtime here. A little bit of a partnership here between Royal and Green. Just 25 runs. But they would love to see Jamaicans through to lunch. Yeah, he's looked very adept behind the stump, Daniel Williams. What about his batting? Because, of course, we know wicket keepers can't function without being a batter as well.
Well, he's quite a competent batter indeed. But, you know, like everything else, he's very aggressive. He likes to take on the game. So, and he can and will produce some valuable runs to any team that he's involved in.
Last delivery of this Terrence Hines over, 5 over spell. Straight delivery, well on the line of the baton. Jivor Royal covers it quite nicely. Terrence Hines will end that over. 1 for 25 off his 5. Jamaicans 75 for 7.
So a mini recovery here, Andrew Chan, from both Durval Green and Jivor Royal. The partnership is now worth a valuable 25 runs, but still a lot of work, you know, to get them out of the woods here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They still trail by 227 runs. So that's still quite an uphill task for both these batters. But I think the thoughts in the one of the thoughts going around would be, to try and get to that total where they could ask TNT Red Force to go back and bat. So the follow-on will very much be on the minds of these batters.
At least 75 runs away from that as Phillip continues. And Duval Green plays that back up to the bowler. In terms of Daniel Williams, you mentioned that he's in and around the Red Force camp and everything. And so which players gave him those words of advice as he came in today and took them under their wing and gave him that support?
Well, I think the entire team ushered him, into the setup this morning. Making him, as comfortable as he can be. And like I said, he's been around the setup, so he's no stranger to the guys who are out in the middle.
Bouncing delivery from Phillip. He had a waft of that one, Duval Green. He'll be advised not to do that. Again, just about 17 minutes to lunch.
So when you look at the manner in which Daniel Williams goes about his business, you could be best assured that he's very, very proficient indeed, behind the sticks. And, I just want to wish him well in terms of his career going forward. I want to wish him all the best and, hopes that, he continues to work hard, continues, to put the gloves on and do well.
Slight adjustment in the field. One slip in the form of Mr. Brian Charles goes out into the...
The only unfortunate situation that he finds himself in at this stage is that he will not be able to bat.
Ooh, that one rushing Duval Green. He played that quite well, you'll have to see. Just getting that down into the square leg region.
So a very quick delivery from Anderson Phillip. And what was impressive about this delivery, it was the in-swinger. A short in-swinger. It was following him all the way. So Anderson Phillip being able to extract a lot of bonks from this Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch. Very good pitch for cricket, I must admit. There is still a lovely layer of grass.
Yeah, our co-commentator Kadir Mohammed said it seemed that the first hour of every day's play has the little demons that batters have to be careful of.
Well, I don't want to refer it as the demons, but when the pitch is covered overnight, you do have some moisture coming up to the top, and that does allow the grass to sit up a bit. So you would expect at the start of the morning's play in the first session that the bowlers, the pitch will be refreshed in whatever little way, and that in itself will allow the seamers, the opportunity to explore whatever moisture is at the top.
Two deliveries left in this Phillip over.
So it's been very hard work for both Java Royal and Duval Green, but they've really stuck it out in the last 20 to 25 minutes. They've really tried to be aggressive. They're showing good defense as well. But for how long are they going to be able to put this regular effort? One will only have to wait.
Yesterday, the Red Force were in trouble in the first hour as well. They was 41 for 4 after 16.4 overs. Shorter delivery from Phillip to end this over. The Jamaicans and the 20th on a Nelson is 77 for 7.
So all the sevens on the scoreboard. Terrence Hines in the first innings would have gotten a polished 94, to take TNT Red Force to a very respectable total of 302 at one time during the innings yesterday. One would have thought that they possibly would not have gotten to that 200 mark, but excellent batting from Terrence Hines, and he had an able ally in Anderson Phillip, who continues to show us all, his all-round playing ability. And yesterday was no stranger to Anderson Phillip, really sticking it out. And you know what? playing with a lot of pride, for his team and country.
These two are tied here for the highest partnership in the Jamaican innings. Brad Barnes and Aldane Thomas putting on 27. And now Duval Green and Javor Royal putting on 27 exactly so far for the 7th wicket here.
So we're going to see the reintroduction for his second spell from the pavilion, and it's going to be Shannon Gabriel, and I'm sure skipper Darren Bravo, his message is going to be to Shannon Gabriel, could you kindly give us one more before the interval? So possibly just one over to try and do some damage before the lunch and interval. Shannon Gabriel has been asked by his skipper to come on and make an immediate impact.
Yeah, well, you'd have to say recognized batting pair here for the Jamaicans. After that, it's just Marquino Mindley and O.J. Shields. Definitely more bowlers and batters. And Shannon Gabriel starts with a wide one, but it's a little bit of a late swing there back to Daniel Williams, who covers it quite competently.
So Shannon Gabriel bowling with 3 slipper gully, deep point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a man on the fine leg boundary. So it seems to me that the mode of attack is they're trying to get these batters nicking into the slip region, trying to nick them off behind the wicket. And it's not a bad ploy considering that there's still evidence that the ball is doing something off the surface. It's sealing off the surface once you allow it to be pitched up.
Lovely drive there. That's through the extra cover region. Will Darren Bravo pull this one back? Looks like the ball will just about win there. Lovely little flowing drive there from Javor Royal. We welcome Shannon Gabriel back into the attack. Jamaicans move on to 81 for 7.
So Shannon Gabriel possibly just guilty of pitching that ball up a bit too full there, half volley length. Jovan Royal just lean on that delivery and allow that ball to come to him. And he caressed that through that extra cover region for 4 good looking runs. So Jovan Royal continues to fight for his team, the Jamaica Scorpions, here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Officially the highest partnership now for the Jamaicans, 31. Last wicket fell at 50. 50 for 7 the Jamaicans will. 81 for 7 now. Wide delivery, but bouncing. Defeated by pace and bounce there, Javor Royal.
So Shannon Gabriel getting immediately into his work there, and you could see that delivery had a lot of peace, it had a lot of carry, and there's no better sight to see the big fast bowler running in and really hurdling those thunderbolts at the batters.
He certainly does look a little bit more fluid and fit. Of course, he broken back into the West Indies team, was on a good little tour of South Africa.
Well, I could tell you that he's extremely fit. Shannon Gabriel, he has been working tirelessly to get to this stage.
The rhythm certainly seems to be there. That's a wonderful delivery. That will definitely keep any batter honest.
So Shannon Gabriel hitting the deck hard here and hitting the bat hard as well. You could see the moment Jovan Royal made contact, that bat was practically on contact. It was going backwards. So that's an indicator that this man, is really pressing on the accelerator here in terms of his delivery.
Jamming the splice of the bat there. That's what the true fast bowlers do. And he's getting his rhythm, Shannon, as well. That's a lovely delivery. Had Javor Royal flirting with that one outside the off stump as well. That's where you want to be.
Shannon Gabriel going past the outside edge of Javor Royal there. Another good delivery. So the TNT Red Four Seamers continue to ask questions of these Jamaica Scorpion batters.
Bit of a slow over rate here by the Red Force. You'd expect 30 overs in a session. Just on 21 with about 8 minutes left in this session, I should say. 8 minutes. Yes, 8 minutes. Bouncing, and he's cut that nicely. He got something on that, and with that pace, that screamed down to third man for 4. Shannon Gabriel in his welcome back over goes for 8, and the Jamaicans move on to 85 for 7 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 302.
So excellent shot from Trevor Royal there. Shannon Gabriel short and wide, uppercutting that delivery over the slip region, and it raced into the third man area for a boundary. So that's another welcome boundary for the Jamaica Scorpions. It takes their score to 85 for 7, but still a very long distance away from overhauling the TNT Red Force score of 302. They still trail by a whooping 217 runs. So the TNT Red Force, they're still looking for wickets here just before the interval. But it's going to be, as I predicted, it's not going to be Imran Khan, but it's going to be the reintroduction of Tian Webster. So Darren Bravo continues to look for wickets here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and he's bring back his main striker this morning in Tian Webster.
Yeah, this morning it was Tian Webster who was the Jamaicans' main bugbear. His 5 overs going for 16 runs, and more importantly, picking up 4 wickets as well. Really had a wonderful spell this morning. Just 2 slips in place for him this time. This one he drifting down the leg side, and it's turned down to Shannon Gabriel at the backward square leg. And again, the Jamaicans have to be really, really watchful here, because we've seen from this morning that Tian Webster can be quite dangerous with the ball. And it's a good ploy by Darren Bravo, you have to say, just in these couple minutes before lunch.
Yeah, Darren Bravo, a very proactive captain indeed, assessing the situation rightly and deciding to give his main striker, Tian Webster, the opportunity to finish off proceedings.
Edge there, just falling short. Diving to his left there was the number 6, Brian Charles. He was diving in front of Vikash Mohan. Let's have Anilak and have a look at this one.
So a difficult chance there. The ball was dying on him before it could have gotten to him. But again, Tian Webster continues to challenge the outside edge of these batters.
Played that one a little bit better. There's a chance of run out. Oh, that was a good shot at the stumps there to get the overthrow here, and they'll come back for 2. It's all happening as soon as Tian Webster comes back in. The edge that falls just in front of first slip. Credit to Brian Charles as well at second slip for diving in front of Vikash Mohan to try to take that one. And then the shy of the stumps on the next ball by Kamil Puran at cover region. Almost getting a run out here. Tian Webster is creating nerves here, Anil Lakan.
Well, it's possibly the last over before the luncheon interval, so I'm sure the Jamaica Scorpion batters, they will want to stay there and come back out at the resumption.
Tucked up again. This time Royal gets behind this one. Might have chance to squeeze in one more over.
I would definitely be giving that to possibly Imran Khan, if times allows, if the time allows. Just give the batters something different to think about before the luncheon interval here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But the Jamaica batters, they seem to have another plan, and that is to possibly try and eat away some minutes to ensure that this over is the last over before the interval.
Surprised Royal hasn't called for a change of gloves. Flirting with that one. That's beautiful bowling from Tian Webster.
So Tian Webster bowling the channel really, really well and consistently as well. Getting that ball to talk, that outswinger. It's seaming away alarmingly when the right-handers are on strike. And you could hear wicketkeeper Daniel Williams urging on Tian Webster, keep producing those seeds, Tian Webster. So he's really getting that ball to seam away alarmingly.
And again, Tian Webster bowling absolute seed here, enough to start a agricultural farm here. He stands up in the middle of the pitch with arms akimbo. Why don't I have a 5-wicket haul in this game yet? The Jamaicans end the 22nd over at 88 for 7.
So it does seem that we're going to get another over in before the interval. So just about 23 overs will be bowled in this session. But it's going to be Shannon Gabriel to continue from the pavilion end. I'd like to say a special good morning to Mr. Samaru.
And he has bowed in acknowledgement, Mr. Lakan.
A very kind man is Mr. Samaru.
Enjoying the cricket on a spiritual Baptist holiday here in Trinidad and Tobago. That's a wonderful country. So many religions enjoy so much peace and harmony. Gabriel comes in. You love the Yorker line delivery, well dug out by Durval Green. So yes, it's Easter next week. Our Muslim brothers and sisters in the middle of Ramadan, and today is a public holiday for spiritual Baptists, for the spiritual Baptists of our nation. So, and I think the Hindus as well are observing Shivratri. I think it's that. So, if you want religious tolerance, please come to visit Trinidad and Tobago. You'll be more than welcome.
Actually, it's Navaratri.
My apologies. Thank you for the correction, Mr. Samaru.
But the battle continues here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Shannon Gabriel really steaming in from the pavilion end. And how important it is for him to try and pry out another wicket here just before the luncheon interval.
And the luncheon interval, I don't think can come quick enough because there seems to be some smoke maybe from a possible bushfire around the area because it seems to be very, very hazy around the ground. And I'm sure the cricketers won't want to be inhaling any of that. We certainly hope it's nothing serious.
Well, I'm looking to my right and I'm seeing Vinod's mansion, Upper Field is covered in some smoke. So I'm just getting a bit concerned if that smoke will affect the performance of that Apple estate.
Well, Mr. Samaru is here. He's aware of the situation. I'm sure the cricket board has systems in place. We smell a bit of smoke across the Brownlow Cricket Academy as well. Wide delivery, flicked at that one, threw his hands at that one, got enough, used the pace. Shannon Gabriel stands with his arms akimbo as that one runs down to a fortuitous third-man boundary for Javor Royal.
So fortune favouring the brave here, throwing his hands at Javor Royal. But more importantly, he takes the Jamaica score to 93 for 7. And he moved quickly on to 26. So Jovan Royal basically has really taken the fight back to the TNT Red Force bowlers. But at this stage, one will know that it's important to remain patient, and not get carried away in any form or fashion. Just keep patient, bowling the channel, and the wickets will follow.
Darren Bravo is pointing, I think, to where the smoke is coming from. There's 3 deliveries left in the over, and it really is the smell is coming into our commentary position quite strongly.
So Darren Bravo has taken the opportunity now to have that third man in position for that uppercut that Jovan Royal has played frequently in the last half an hour. So now he's got something else to think about. But he's stylishly into line, plays defensively to mid-off.
And of course, the 2 batters at the crease don't have to look very far for inspiration based on what Terence Hines and Anderson Phillip did yesterday, because they would have seen those 2 quality knocks up close and personal. Terence Hines getting to 94 and Anderson Phillip 63 not out. Brilliant knocks from the lower batters.
So it just seems that when the ball gets a bit softer, batting becomes a bit easier here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. So it's important for the TNT Red Force to continue to extract as much as they can from this new ball. It's just about 23 overs old, so it's pretty new still. And with the lush outfield here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, the ball will stay in excellent condition as well. So I'm sure that Darren Bravo and his entire troops, they will be working one side, to ensure that one side is heavier to extract whatever movement or seam is available.
And of course, the Red Force have the master of that old ball, Mr. Imran Khan. It's still available to turn his arm over. Full delivery. Appeal for Shannon Gabriel as that one was swinging down full, maybe heading down, missing the leg stump. Anilaka, and your thoughts on this one? Let's have a look at that.
Well, he just seems to have gotten a bit of bat at the very, very last moment, but it was a searing yorker from Shannon Gabriel, the toe crusher there that Duval Green was able to negotiate at the last moment. So at the end of session number 1 on day 2, TNT Red Force versus the Jamaica Scorpions. The Jamaica Scorpions, they're struggling here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 93 for 7, but it has been a mini recovery from both Duval Green and Jova Royal. That partnership has added a valuable 43 runs during the session. So still, they trail by 209 runs. So still a long way to go for these batters.
Yeah, definitely. Tion Webster, the star this morning, taking up 4 brilliant wickets here and a wonderful exhibition of medium pace bowling, swing and seam here. As the players trudge off amidst a slight haze caused by a bushfire around here by the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We will rejoin you in just about 40 minutes or so.
Pleasant good afternoon. We are back here live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We're just about to restart the second session of day two. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Jamaica Scorpions. At lunch, Jamaica Scorpions had finished on 93 for 7 with Duval Green on 17 and Jovan Royal, putting up a regular effort. The partnership is with 43 at this stage, but still a lot of work to get done. They still trail by 209 runs on first innings. At this stage, I'd like to welcome Mr. Andrew Chan.
Yes, good afternoon, cricket fans and cricket lovers here. So the hot sunshine of Brian Lara Cricket Academy for session 2 on day 2 here. Jamaica 93 for 7. Good little partnership there from 43-run partnership from Jivo Royal and Duval Green, digging them out of a very, very deep hole here. Hole is still deep, Anil Lakan. And you'll be hoping, of course, that the Red Force, despite having that lovely lunch of roti and curry stew chicken, will come out all guns blazing to get these last 3 Jamaican wickets.
Well, I'm sure skipper Dan Bravo, he would have echoed those sentiments to his bowling group that, they will want to try and clean up the middle and lower order as quickly as possible, because they are into the last recognized batting pair for the Jamaica Scorpions in Duval Green and Trevor Royal, so they'll want to make an immediate impact after the lunch and interval. The ball still doing a bit of the seam, and mind you, it's only about 23 overs old. And with this lush outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the ball will stay in excellent condition. And I'm sure skipper Darren Bravo, they will try and keep one side as in top shape as well, so that the seamers could extract whatever seam or swing on offer here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Continuing with his X Factor, Darren Bravo, is Tion Webby Webster from the northern end of the ground. A bit of a wide loosener and a lazy flash there from Duval Green.
But immediately we are seeing evidence where Tian Webster is getting that ball to shape away alarmingly outside the line of the off stump. So with 2 slip in place, a gully cover, extra cover, mid-on. And interesting enough, there is a deep point on the boundary. And we finish off with a fine leg.
Gets the first runs of the second session. Guy runs are down. A little bit of wide one there from Tian Webster, and just opening the face Duval Green. And that will take the Jamaicans to 97 for 7. Coming up, stepping out a little bit of his pitch actually to negate that movement from Tian Webster. And give us an insight, Anil Lakan, as to how the bowling unit of the Red Force needs to approach the second session, where the pitch is completely dried out and it should be most amenable to batting, especially after the first hour when the Jamaicans really struggled.
Well, I think it's important for the TNT Red Force to continue to be patient, but more importantly, to execute their plans to the specific batters. So I'm sure that the TNT Red Force, they wouldn't be too worried at this stage in terms the way Duval Green has approached things after lunch. Opening the face there, there's still 3 catchers behind the wicket, and with the efforts of Tian Webster getting that ball to shape away, it could be very, very dicey indeed if he does not get into good positions to execute that shot.
Stepping out again, Duval Green hits that one in front of square. Didn't quite get, yes, he gets a connection in from that as he hits that through the forward square leg region for 4. Bit of a short delivery, sat up nicely for him. You have to say he played it well. Stepping up the pitch, he's trying to negate that movement from Tian Webster. Maybe ill-advised too early in the start as the Jamaican 100 comes up, 101 for 7.
So Tian Webster's recognizing that Duval Green was taking a couple of steps down, tried to dig it into the wicket. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get it high enough above that rib area, which makes it very uncomfortable to negate those deliveries. It just sat up on the pitch, and Duval Green played it really, really early indeed. It went through that cow corner position. So that just tells you how early he was into that shot, tugging that ball from way outside the line of the off stump.
Both Brian Charles and Imran Khan were seen doing stretches there. You more than likely will see them sooner rather than later. Good delivery outside there. Flash of that one. No foot movement there from Duval Green. Asking the question here. Look at the replay here, Anil Lakan.
So again, we're seeing that pronounced C movement from Tian Webster, and this is where he's got to be, you know, all the time, asking questions of the batters there, encouraging that booming drive as well.
Stepping forward again, and it seems to be a plan that's come out of the Jamaican Scorpions think tank that advanced the Tion Webster. And at the end of the 24th over, the first over after the lunch break, the Jamaicans continue to plod along 101 for 7 in reply to 302 by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And that 100 coming up in the 24th over, so they're scoring at above 4 runs over. But what is worrying at this stage is that 7 wickets is back in the shed for them. So they will want both Duval Royal and Duval Green to continue this recovery for as long as possible. But I'm sure that skipper Darren Bravo, he will have other ideas in terms of how he's going to execute his plans to try and dismiss them as quick as possible and get off the park.
It will be Terence Hines to continue the action from the southern end of the ground, just to give you an idea of what's going on in the other regional games around the Caribbean after this delivery from Hines. Starts off with a wide one. Leeward Islands 211 for 7 in reply to Guyana's 122 at the Providence Stadium. Raheem Cornwall and Jeremiah Louis in at the wicket. Top score of 58 from Jamar Hamilton. 3 for 46 from Veerasamy Permaul. He continues to climb. And of course, he is the leading wicket taker in first class cricket in the region, so he's just adding to his total. The Bajans continue to solidify their position. They're 117 for 1. And that's at the Queen's Park Oval. Shane Mosley on 65. Rashawn Worrell on 30. Zachary McCaskey, the only man to be dismissed. LBW to Preston McSween for 21 or 41. And of course, things are slightly in Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's advantage. Well, not slightly, but definitely in Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's advantage at this stage. But they won't want to let this slip here. Terence Hines with 64 on his back, made 94 yesterday, along with Anderson Phillip, his fellow pacer. Put on quite a good partnership.
Ball.
That one is carved through the cover region. Threw his hands at that Duval Green. It was short, it was wide, and was slapped through the extra cover region for 4.
So an excellent and exquisite extra cover back foot drive from Duval Green. It whistled past Darren Bravo at that extra cover position, and it raced away for a boundary. So Duval Green continuing the fight here for the Jamaican Scorpions. So the partnership now is with 57, and what a wonderful job indeed both these players are doing for their franchise.
Yeah, they trail by exactly 200 now. And that partnership between Terence Hines and Anderson Phillip for the 9th wicket. 100 runs exactly. With again, pushed into the extra cover region. A shy the stump. Duval Green was slow coming in at the non-striker's end. But made it nevertheless. Shannon Gabriel doing some good backup work there.
So both these players are scoring at a very good, a healthy clip at this stage. Duval Green just going just under a run of ball, and Royal 27 from 40. So they're doing some good regard work for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Good delivery from Hines. He's been a little bit expensive, Terrence Hines. He got the wicket earlier of Aldane Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman.
So Terence Hines would have missed two rounds of matches due to an injury, but he's back now, fit and raring to go. Just trying to get himself back to where he was at the start. Excellent delivery from Terence Hines. Good line, good length. Those hard areas, he's hitting those hard areas. And what's important, he's just hovering around that 4th, 5th stump line. But Juvan Royal just allows this ball to go into the mid of wicketkeeper Daniel Williams. Remember, Joshua De Silva, unfortunately, dislocated his finger yesterday afternoon. And the duties behind the behind the stumps is being done by Daniel Williams. Daniel Williams, the nephew of coach David Williams. So they do have a great history when it comes to producing wicket keepers in that family.
Jamaicans 108 for 7 after 25 overs. Darren Bravo, he's relaxed the field a little bit, not letting up at all, but instead of having 3 slips, there are now 2 slips in place as the ball is getting softer. And I'm going to ask Anil Lakan to give us a little bit of insight into Michael's leadership style. Is he amenable to suggestions from the rest of his team? And how does he approach those team meetings and all important discussions?
Well, Darren Bravo is the type of leader who is all inclusive. He will listen to the guys. He will ask guys to have inputs, but more importantly,
Webster continues. Flash outside the off stump. Jivo Royal will be unhappy with himself for going after that one.
But Darren Bravo, his leadership style basically is to allow the guys to come together as a bowling unit, as a batting unit, and give them the autonomy to come up with their plans and how they're going to execute. And if he feels that he needs to interject at some stage, he will. But otherwise, he basically gives the autonomy to these guys. You do your research, let's go on the park and just execute.
Flashing at that wide one again, Duval Green. He really has to take stock of what is happening here. Tion Webster, fabulous bowling performance this morning and continuing his good work here. Just 1 wicket away from a 5-for.
Well, I'm sure skipper Dan Bravo would be possibly thinking about bringing in that deep point on the boundary into a catching position, because the manner in which Duval Green is going against the ball, he's going with hard hands. The possibility exists that a 2 slip could be very healthy indeed.
Brilliant from Tion Webster, I should say. That one looked like a jack back in a little bit there on Webster.
So
Green, I should say.
So I'd really love to see Dan Bravo implement that 3rd slip in that, get that 3rd slip in position. Just in the event that ball bisects a 2nd slip and the gully, there's a huge gap there. Tion Webster getting that ball to seam away from the right-handers.
I agree with you there. This one, the gully does come into play. Imran Khan played that one with soft hands. Duval Green is opening the face.
So what I'd love to see from Tion Webster is for him to get that ball to shape back into the right-hander, because it has been all out swingers for a period of time now. And I'm sure he's possibly looking to go wide of the crease and angle that ball back into the right-hander, possibly going through the defense or getting that adjacent LBW decision. It's another outswinger again. So possibly just setting him up here is Tion Webster for that booming in swinger that could castle the stumps or trap him directly in front.
Yeah, his out of his 4 wickets today, 3 have been the outswinger. And he did get the in-swinger into Jermaine Blackwood and got him plumb LBW. About as plumb as you can get, you'd have to say. A shortish delivery, and he is able to flat bat that past the diving, sprawling short mid-on in Shannon Gabriel. And I will just dribble into the ropes. To end the over, unfortunately, Tion Webster going for 4 at the end of that over. Duval Green has come out all business. The Jamaicans move on to 112 for 7. They're closing in on that, avoiding the follow-on mark, which I would say is about 150 given the circumstances.
Yeah, so still a lot of work to be done here by the Jamaican Scorpions, but my new Devil Green and River Royal, they're really taking the attack back to the TNT Red Force bowlers and putting some pressure on them. But I'm sure it's not going to be long before we see the likes of Imran Khan or possibly Brian Charles introduced into the attack. We haven't had any spin thus far during the Jamaica Scorpion innings, and possibly Darren Bravo may just be thinking along those lines now. He won't want it to slip away at all.
The follow-on mark is actually 153 as Terence Hines continues from the northern end. That one is straight up in the air, and Shannon Gabriel takes the catch at short mid-on, and that's the end of Jivo Royal. They built a good partnership here. They were fighting the Jamaica Scorpions, but Terence Hines strikes again in a sprawling catch by Shannon Gabriel.
What a wonderful catch by the big man there. The man we normally call the big pace, Shannon Gabriel, you know, doing a fantastic job in coming up with that catch. That ball was dying on him, but he just threw his frame forward and ensured that he got both those buckets, ball in those buckets. So the 8-wicket falls for the Jamaica Scorpions here. They are now 112 for 8, and you know that would definitely taking the wind out of the Jamaica Scorpion innings, because Jova Royal, he was playing splendidly during his stay, but unfortunately for him, he has perished. So wicket number 8 for the TNT Red Force, and interestingly enough, all 8 wickets has gone to the seamers. So when you look at the fast bowling points that's available in this tournament, you know, TNT really doing themselves a great favor in terms of the accumulation of the fast bowling bonus points that are located for each dismissal via the fast bowlers.
Yeah, Terence Hines picking up his second, Anderson Phillip with 2 as well. And then the main destroyer, Mr. Tion Webster, who at least has still 2 chances to hopefully get a 5-wicket haul, as OJ Shields comes out to bat.
But Tion Webster has been extremely impressive this morning and into this afternoon session. Possibly in the last couple of overs, bowling a tad too short, you know, and being taken apart a bit. But other than that, he's been spot on. He's asked a lot of questions, and more important, you know, he has gotten 4 wickets under his name, and you know, any avid cricket fan, you know, would want him to get a 5er here, Andrew Chan.
And looking at the state of things here, still 41 required to avoid the follow-on. Dan Bravo has an interesting headache in his hands that would he enforce the follow-on? What do you think, Anilakon, or would he give his batters the chance to go again? That one is just off the outside edge, and I will run off to 4. Just jamming his bat down on time on that one, and OJ Shields gets a fortuitous 4 to get off the boundary.
Hines from the pavilion end. This one sheeps away, but you've got to give Shields some credit as well. On the point of impact, you could just see him just softening the hands that allowed the ball to travel all along the carpet into that third-man region for a boundary. So OJ Shields getting off the mark immediately with a boundary, but Terence Hines, he would be very encouraged by that. And as we speak, that third slip now goes into position. I've been calling for that third slip quite a while now, but skipper Darren Bravo has heeded that call.
Yeah, the tail is in now. A wonderful delivery by Terrence Hines. That would have troubled the best batters in the world.
Yeah, that's what you call a jaffer.
Well left, Steve, well
Pitching
left, would lead.
and leaving the batter at the last moment. You know, Terrence Hines coming back into the team. What an asset he is to this TNT Red Force team. And what he does give this team a lot of depth
Fighting, yeah?
in terms of the composition and what combo they could they could implement as a 11.
Most definitely. Oh, short delivery, and OJ Shields is wearing that one. I'm not sure where it struck him. He took his eye off that one. I think it may have hit him on the bouncer. Let's have a look at the replay on this one, on the helmet.
No, two balls left. Running mouth, you like the bump on?
Nope, just getting on the shoulder, it looks like.
Possibly Shields, with his assessment, possibly thought it was going over his head, but it didn't get up as high as he had expected, and he got hit on the shoulder. So Terrence Hines is showing a lot of aggression as well in terms of not allowing these lower end batters, to just come and prod and push forward. He's letting them know that he does have that very, very potent bumper in his arsenal as well.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Had OJ Shields squared up for that there. Terrence Hines putting on an exhibition here, fast bowling against his tail under.
Yeah, so Terrence Hines runs away from the pavilion end, bowls to Shields. And what a beauty. That delivery had everything in it. It had shape, it had carry. The only thing was missing there is the outside edge of the bat.
But of course, it's worth noting that despite the fact that the Red Force have 4 right-arm pace bowlers at their disposal, it's quite a variety. You have Shannon Gabriel, who's tall and strong and pacey. Terrence Hines, a bit more of a shoulder action, so he's very slingy with irregular bounce. Anderson Phillip, a bit shorter but bustling fast bowler. And then Tion Webster, master of the medium pace movement. As the Jamaicans end the 27th over, 116 for 8.
Yeah, Tion Webster is a skillful operator. He does have the ability to crank it up a bit, during his spell, depending on what surface he's bowling on. He possibly can, produce that element of surprise, and he has done that consistently during today's play,
Hines will continue. Webster, I should say. Loves that southern end of the ground. 4 for 31 off 8. Still 37 to avoid the follow on here, Jamaica. Duval Green has it all to do with the 2 tail enders. The other end to keep him occupied. Swinging wildly at that one again. Duval Green.
So Duval Green at this stage of the innings, he's possibly asking himself, how do I approach this back end of the innings with not much to come from the shed? One would think that, he would want to take as much as possible of the strike, and also, try and be as aggressive as he can, show some intent, to get Jamaica to some score of respectability.
Goes full at this one, slams that through extra cover, and the fielder comes around, and they were trying for 2, but they won't get 2. Duval Green is unhappy with OJ Shields, and he's still standing up, not grounding his back yet. He'll now get back into his crease. Unhappy there that OJ Shields didn't come through for the second.
Well, compliments to Kamil Pura, and he moved in acreage of space in that extra cover region, covering the ground very quickly. And I think what surprised both Duval Green and Shields was the fact that the quick release on Kamil Puran didn't allow them the opportunity for that second run. with his release, he created that element of doubt whether should or should not go for that second run. But what it does bring Shields into face Tian Webster, who would love to get a fiver here at the Brown Cricket Academy, and more importantly, skipper Bravo has invested in that third slip as well.
4 deliveries here to Shields. Let's see what he can do. And he's squared up all ends up there. That was just beautiful from Tian Webster. And he must be annoyed with the International Cricket Council for having regulation with bats. If O.J. Shields' bat was maybe a half a millimeter thicker, you'd have definitely gotten an edge on that one.
But he continues to impress us all here as Tian Webster bowling really well, getting that ball to talk off the surface here. There's still a lot on offer here for the seamers, and my word, is he exploring the opportunity, to get a fiver here.
Oh, squared up, all ends up. Maybe drifting down leg a little bit. Beautiful bowling there from Tian Webster. I was now thinking he's getting this ball to move away beautifully here from the right-handers. Drifting down leg a little bit. And that is the delivery that he wants, except I think he wants to pitch it on middle and aim for the top of that off stump. Just clip that off stump bail.
Yeah, so what he did really well there, Tian Webster, is changing the line of the delivery, getting a bit closer to the batter there.
Yeah, he needs to target the stumps here with the tail enders. Can work the edges with the top order batters, which is what he did. Swing at this one. O.J. Shields.
So Durwell Green wouldn't be a very happy camper there with with Shields throwing the kitchen sink at that delivery. So it's going to be an acid test of Durwell Green to navigate with the number 9 and number 10. To eke out as much as possible before they get dismissed. So the point goes back onto the point boundary. So it's evident there that skipper Dan Brower is happy to. Oh my goodness, what a delivery. That ball was tailing back from outside the off stump. It went between bat, cutting him in half there. How did that miss the off stump?
Ian Webster falls to the ground in agony and gets a pat on the back there from Daniel Williams.
And Tian Webster is asking himself, what do I need to do, to hit those sticks?
Well, I think that opportunity there, that last delivery, was the opportunity to get the ball to come back in. Because if O.J. Shields, we've clearly seen as a tail ender, and he's trying to survive, and he's only wafting deliveries outside the off stump, that would have been the delivery to try to bring back in.
Well, he did, but he didn't get it to come back as sharply as he did against German Blackwood. But he did enough to defeat the inside edge of the bat, and just possibly a coat of paint away from the off stump. That's how close it was.
Terrence Hines to continue. Separated the pair of Givor Royal and Durwell Green. They've given Durwell Green a little bit of a looser field now, just one fielder at the slip region, but of course they want him to take a single to get O.J. Shields on strike. And he wafts at this one, no movement of his feet at all. Field spread far and wide. Deep square fielder, deep extra cover. Mid on, mid off, three quarters of the way back to the boundary. A deep backward square leg as well, and there is a third man in place. Gets a hold of this one, dribbles out into the leg side. They actually won't take the run, despite the fact that Shannon Gabriel has to trot all the way from mid-on and field that just in front of square.
So Dover Green trying to shepherd this lower order here to try and eke out as much as possible for however long he can do that. We'll just have to wait and see what his approach is going to be. But at the moment, he's not good trusting Shields, to go up at the striker's end. So a bit of a cat and mouse here going on.
As I'm with on that one, he'll feel like he missed out there, Duval Green. Late swing there from Terrence Hines. And as a coach, Mr. Laka, and of course in the 4-day game, you bat time as opposed to the ball. So give us an insight as to coaching for that level, for adapting to that sort of batting time.
Well, it's all about assessment and situational play. What is required and when it's required. So what's required of Dover Green is to try and shepherd this lower order to try and eke out as much runs as possible.
This one he gets a hand on it and he tugs that wide of the long on region, and Shannon Gabriel will scored that past the boundary for a welcome 4 here for Dover Green. He moves on to 39.
So it's clear Dover Green is going to take every opportunity to score. So once a scoring opportunity presents itself and the ball is in his arc, he will try and execute. But he may also suffer as well if he does not make the connection that's required. So skipper Bravo.
No adjustment in the field here, so the single is available for Duval Green if he is able to work it around in this delivery, which will leave OJ Shields just one to face. Dan Bravo has not really adjusted the field at all.
What Dan Bravo has done, he's taken out the second slip and put him in a third man position.
Appeal for caught behind, and that is the end of Duval Green. A belated response there from the umpire, but Terrence Hines strikes, and the Jamaica Scorpions have lost their 9th wicket. Mr. Duval Green has fought, but he's gone for 39, 121 for 9, the Jamaicans.
Yeah, so after a valiant effort from Duval Green, he perishes here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And you can't blame Duval Green at all for his method in which he adopted during the last 10 minutes, because he's got someone who's batting at number 9. I'm sure that he took the responsibility upon himself to try and get the Jamaica Scorpions out of this rut that they found themselves in. But unfortunately for him, chasing a short wide delivery from Terrence Hines, and I must admit that delivery did have some venom in it. It was short, but it was very quick indeed. And Daniel Williams, he's gotten his 5th catch of the innings. 4?
I believe it's 4. Carlos Brown, Abijay Mansing, Aldane Thomas, and Duval Green would be number 4. So he has a 4-4 just like Mr. Tion Webster.
So
welcome to regional cricket, Mr. Daniel Williams.
Yeah, so many congratulations to Daniel Williams on claiming his 4th catch, and how well he'll want to finish up with a 5er.
Yeah, he's really, really done well. He's been very, very clean behind the stumps. I can't think of a mistake at all or an error that he can be blamed for.
Well, for the entire innings, he has not conceded a bye just yet. So that just tells you how proficient he has been behind the stumps.
32 behind the follow-on. What do you do as Darren Bravo? Do you go into bat again?
I would be very tempted to...
Ball is right arm over, Marquino. Let's go, Jason. You want to far behind? You're going to hold it.
I'd be very tempted by Darren Bravo to go back and bat and put this game to bed in terms of batting the Jamaica Scorpions entirely out of this contest. Still a lot of time in this game. We are only in session 5 of this game, and it's a game of 12 sessions. There's still a lot of time to play.
A healthy lead as well for the Trinidad Big Red Force. Wide delivery by Terrence Hines. Well taken by Daniel Williams, diving in front of second slip there. A wicket taking over for Terrence Hines, 3 for 40 in addition to his 94 in the first inning. He's definitely one contender for man of the match as it stands. Jamaica 121 for 9, 36 I believe behind behind the required follow-on, and they trail Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by 181.
And it just goes to show you the value of having someone like Terrence Hines in your setup. Okay, in terms of the team, he brings that X factor, both from a bowling perspective and a batting perspective. And mind you, he's a dynamite. He's a little dynamo in the field as well. He's rated one of the best fielders in the region. So that just tells you, as a complete package, the kind of quality this young man possesses.
I mean, the West Indies have always been famed for their all-rounders, but of course the very first creditable all-rounder, world-class all-rounder for the West Indies, as Webster trying too hard there, starts with a wide delivery, excellent work by Daniel Willem. Yes, I always say the first blockbuster all-rounder was Lord Larry Nicholas Constantine, who of course hails from Trinidad and Tobago. So it's quite a legacy of all-rounders the West Indies have produced, and of course the greatest all-rounder ever in the form of Sir Garfield Sobers hails from Barbados.
So it's great to see that Terrence Hines is displaying all his skill sets, and one will hope that he does get that opportunity at the next level, at the West Indies level, because he's showing that he can consistently perform at this regional level.
Oh, how did that one miss the leg stump? Tian Webster, my boy, you deserve this 5-wicket haul.
See, he's gone past the outside edge, he's gone past the inside edge, and now he's gone past the outside of the leg stump.
He's gone past the outside of the inside or the inside of the outside edge. However you want to put it, Tian Webster. Let's have a look at this one again. Oh, all 3 stumps were exposed there by O.J. Shields.
Well, I'm sure Tian Webster is possibly looking for the Yorker here now to go right down in the crease area, possibly the toe crusher that will disturb the sticks.
Oh, he gets the edge and that flies through the gully region. Nobody can stop that one. Does it reach the third man boundary? It does. The cameraman on the edge is the feeling. Tian Webster, I don't know what else to tell you, my friend.
Well, it just might be ripe for Dan Bravo to possibly get possibly 4 slip in position, with Tian Webster getting the ball to talk as much as he's doing at the moment. I would be very, very tempted to take over possibly the fine leg and get him into that slip region, because I think it's only a matter of time before he nicks off into the slip region.
Yeah, and Webster isn't merely getting this ball to talk. He's putting on a speech. He's singing. This ball is a general chatterbox in the hands of Tian Webster.
Well, just as I alluded, Terrence Hines has been moved from mid-on, and he's going to go into that first slip region. So Darren Bravo seemingly is listening to our conversation, Andrew Chan.
And he's taken first slip as well.
So it's 4 slip, a gully, a backward point, extra cover, deep back. Well, there's a square leg coming into position now.
Yep, Shannon Gabriel just coming into a square leg, and actually I think he might come into a mid-on position, looks like.
So he's going to go into that short mid-on position.
Misses this one, it's up in the air, is it? Tian Webster takes the catch, he gets a 5-wicket haul. That's 5 for 36 for Tian Webster. Brilliant bowling. He gets a joyous hug from Daniel Williams. And the Jamaican innings is closed at 125 all out. They trail by 177. And wonderful performance by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Anil Lakan, you must be very, very proud of your boys.
Well, I would just sum it up by telling you it has been a clinical performance from a bowling perspective. They've done the basics right, and what they've done is they've done it over a considerable period of time. So congratulations to the TNT Red Force team, being very, very clinical in their execution. And having dismissed now the Jamaican Scorpions, who have a paltry score of 125, they are in the driver's seat, being 177 on. we'll just have to wait and see, Andrew Chan, if the TNT Red Force think tank is going to allow their batters a second time at the crease, or they're going to reinsert the Jamaica Scorpions and try and get the business done to D. So a lot to look forward to in the near future, but the TNT Red Force bowling unit, led by Tian Webster, they have had a splendid day here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, really delivering when asked by their skipper Darren Bravo to come up trumps, and they all could be very, very proud of their efforts. The great effort from Terrence Hines. Shannon Gabriel, did give a lot of support, wasn't giving much away, and the pressure created by the TNT Red Force was so relentless that the Jamaica Scorpions just capitulated under some very, very good seam bowling from their quartet of fast bowlers.
Now, the Jamaican innings, which is, of course, very interesting, 125 for 10. They didn't last 30 overs. Their run rate was still over 4 runs and over, which was impressive, but they really didn't focus their batting at all. I'm going to ask our director, Mr. Jason Passat, to pull up the scorecard so I can run it through for you. But just to start it off, the first man to go was Tevin Gilzine last night, and he was bowled by Anderson Phillip for just 1. The second wicket to fall was Jermaine Blackwood, who was LBW to Tion Webster early on today, and then Leroy, he went for just 11 of 10 deliveries. Leroy Lugg was the next man to go, caught by Camille Puran off the bowling of Tion Webster. Carlos Brown was caught by Daniel Williams off the bowling of Webster for 5. Brad Barnes caught by Terrence Hines off the bowling of Anderson Phillip for 15. Abhijay Mansingh, a first ball duck, a golden duck for him, caught by Daniel Williams off the bowling of Tion Webster. Aldane Thomas was caught by Daniel Williams off the bowling of Hines for 12. Givor Royal and Duval Green put on a bit of a partnership before Royal fell shortly after the luncheon interval, caught by Shannon Gabriel off the bowling of Terrence Hines for 27. Duval Green, 39 of 47. He also fell to Hines, caught by Daniel Williams. And O.J. Shields, the last man to go, caught and bowled Tion Webster to complete his 5 for 8 of 13. And the bowling here, Anderson Phillips, 6 overs, 2 for 13. Very, very good bowling from him. He hit his lines and length. Shannon Gabriel, 6 overs, none for 36. A little bit expensive from the tall fast bowler. Terrence Hines coming back well, 3 for 40 of 8. While the pick of the bowlers was Tion Webster, 9.4 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 36. And that will do it for us right now here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We'll take a short break right now and then come back in just about 10 minutes time for the continuing action on day 2 of the regional championships here between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions.
Welcome back to day 2 of this 4-day clash between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. Trinidad and Tobago in the ascendancy at this point in time, having bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions for 125 and made their first innings total of 302. Now we have Trinidad and Tobago enforcing the follow-on and sending Jamaica back into bat. As I'm joined by Mr. Vinod Mamchan, my name is Keshav Bahadur Singh, and we'll take you through proceedings for this evening session.
Good afternoon, Keshav, and thanks a lot. So the Jamaica Scorpions sent in by the Red Force, so they want to send an emphatic message here. The TNT Red Force haven't had the best of tournament. Started well, but has faded away, losing to both Guyana and then Barbados. Now they're back. The Jamaicans, with all due respects to them, they haven't been their best this season as well. So the Red Force at the moment will be looking to push for an outright as early as they can. And at this point in time, it's fair to say that they're well on top, and it's going to take a Herculean task from these guys from Jamaica to come back from this point. And Keshav has the scorecard. You can just quickly run through the scorecard of the first innings.
Yes, so we had Leroy Lugg making 6, Bol Webster caught Puran, Tevin Gazine making 1, Bol Anderson Phillip, Jimmy Blackwood scoring a quick fire 11 from 10, LBW to Webster, Carlos Brown, 5 caught by a substitute fielder, Bol Webster, Barnes, Bol Phillip caught Hines for 15, Abijay Mansay making a first ball duck, caught by the substitute fielder as well. Again, Webster getting that wicket. Aldane Thomas, 12. Bold Hines caught by the substitute. Javor Royal. Bold Hines caught Gabriel for 27. And there was a bit of resistance in the end from Javor Royal and Durval Green. Durval Green actually top scoring for the Jamaicans with 39 of 47. Hines eventually getting his wicket as well. And the last 2 wickets went quickly in O.J. Shields, and Marquino Mindy was not out. Webster ended up with 5 wickets for 36 runs off 9.4 overs. Terrence Hines, 3 wickets for 40 runs off 8 overs. And Anderson Phillip, 2 wickets for 13 runs off 6 overs. So excellent bowling by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in that first innings. Webster would be certainly joyous with his achievements, and we saw the celebrations from him as he got that final wicket. Very fitting that it will be a caught and bowled as well.
Yeah, well deserved indeed, and he's showing, Webster is showing that, you know, there is value in swinging the ball. He has been doing that. He has enjoyed the series with the ball, and he's really coming along. You know, ever since Webster came onto the scene in domestic cricket, he was playing for Queen's Park. He still plays for Queen's Park, of course, and he was one of those very aggressive batsmen. He was opening the batting, getting big hundreds, and that is what grabbed the attention. But also, in the midst of that, he was also bowling well for Queen's Park, and it's good to see him. It's good that Darren Bravo has encouraged him, and he has really been enjoying a good season, whereas the TNT team has not had the best of seasons. I think that Tion Webster, with both bat and ball, has really enjoyed himself, and is very, very happy to see that he was able to get that 5 wickets earlier on today. It's going to be Gabriel from the northern end, from the media center end, and here he is, bounding in. It's a good delivery, cutting back sharply. Log gets 1, and they're off and running. As I say, good afternoon again to the former TNT youth player, and that's Keshav Bahadur Singh.
Yes, indeed, Vinod, and I do in fact recall from my younger days playing zonal cricket and
That
national
would
youth
have been
cricket.
just the other day, yeah.
Indeed, it feels like so long ago. But Tion Webster in those days actually used to open the bowling for North, so his fast bowling was always prominent, and he was always an aggressive batsman, but they used to keep him down to the lower middle order at that point in time. So when I saw him opening the batting and scoring hundreds and 50s consecutively, and then now to resume his bowling capabilities, it's really good to see the all-round game come into fruition.
Yeah, what the authorities at the Oval, and I'm sure that Brian Davis would have had a lot to do with that, and Brian would have spotted something in him, and together with David Furlong, who was his coach there, push him up the order. So it's no surprise now that, you know, when he came onto the scene, he was really an opener. He's not opening for TNT, but uh, David has the knowledge as David Furlong that he can also play in the middle order. So he's a very, very versatile player, and he's one of the players that gives you the complete package. He's also an excellent fieldsman, as Gabriel is in again, and that's an attempted Yorker. So Gabriel attacking the stumps immediately, which is a good sign.
Yeah, Gabriel following on from the first innings, not seeing too much movement from him as is expected. We would love to see Gabriel swing the ball a bit more if he can, either out or into the batsman, and just give that little bit of variety, because we know that his pace is certainly amongst the quickest in the region. So to add that little dimension would be certainly good to his game.
Yeah, yes. Gabriel has come back. He's fit. Of course, he did tour with the West Indies recently, and he is showing that he's ready for the challenge. Normally gets the ball to nip back pretty sharply. Let's see what happens here. Again, good line, good length by Gabriel, and also well played there by, is it Gilsey? Well, that one caught me unawares because the scoreboard is pretty far from us here. This is a sprawling venue, and of course the bushfires are around. It's very smoky on the outside. It's been very dry. I heard a weather report today saying that from the 2nd of April there'll be a lot of moisture hovering around Trinidad and Tobago, and from the 2nd to the 4th we will be having a lot of rain. Sure, the farmers would be happy about that. This is a good delivery from Gabriel. Again, biting, coming back in, and can't take it down. The leg side is Daniel Williams, and that's 4 byes.
Yes, that one good. Very quickly to the boundary there. Good rise in delivery, and it in fact brings another memory to mind where I recall Gabriel opening the bowling for Presal many years ago on a pitch that was almost like glass, one of the best pitches I've ever seen. And he bowled a bouncer over the batsman's head, and it went for 6.
Wow.
And I was truly amazed. At that time, Stephen Katwaru, former national player as well, he was the wicket keeper, and not the tallest, but very agile. And he was keeping at the edge of the 30-yard circle. And the ball flew so quickly that it went for 6 right over the boundary rope. So Shadan Gabriel, again, using his pace to his advantage there and getting the batsman to just second-guess the shots. Some outside off, some into the body thus far.
Well, if Katwaru can't stop it, that tells you something, because I've always rated him as the second best keeper in the region after Dennis Ramdin. Katwaru did not go on as far as we would have liked. I think his batting let him down, but he was a schoolboy prodigy, scoring centuries after centuries.
Yes, indeed, and for South Zone as well, he led South Zone to many titles during his tenure as the captain, and even reaching to the West Indies youth stage as the captain. Everybody, in fact, tipped him to go on to that regional stage and to be a mainstay due to his wicket-keeping capabilities, but as you rightfully stated, batting at some times just letting him down, and all the best to him wherever he is right now.
I think that at last check he was across in the United States playing cricket, as so many of our cricketers are doing these days. That seems to be a very lucrative field. That last delivery played just forward of square, and Gilzine gets 2. That'll give him some confidence. And at the end of the over, it's 7 without loss.
Decent start from Gabriel there. I'd like to see him a bit more on target with his deliveries and consistency, but I'm sure he'll be relying on his bowling partner, Anderson Phillip, to also keep the batsman in check. Anderson Phillip returning from injury, and really good to see him with an all-round performance with both bat and ball. And he spent a lot of time in physiotherapy at the Sport Medic TT out in St. Augustine, known for their work with a lot of the West Indies cricketers and regional players. And Anderson Phillip has certainly put in that time and work alongside Jaden Seals, who we hope to see returning soon to the regional and to the international setup.
So Anderson Phillip was at a great comeback match here for the Red Force. Good line, just on and about that off stump, and allowing it to go by. What do you think would be the mindset of the Jamaicans having been sent in to follow on?
I think the Jamaicans ideally would want to bat out the rest of this day without losing. Any wicket would be, the main goal. But realistically, if they can achieve reaching to the end of this day and passing that first innings target of Trinidad and Tobago, losing maybe 1 or 2 wickets at most, they will be content.
Here he is again. Outside the off stump, and did he get bat onto that? We wait to see. It went in and out of the gloves of Williams. And the umpire signaling binds. So that was just exaggerated movement there from Anderson Phillip. Let's have a look.
A lot of outside swing there, passing the outer edge of the bat. It actually seems to have taken an edge just from our view. But then again, we don't have the best vision as the umpires who are directly in front of the batsman.
Well, that moved away from the right hander like a leg spinner.
Yes.
Tremendous.
We saw the movement as the ball pitched and moved away initially, but even as it passed the bat, it seemed to be more exaggerated. So, unsure what took place there, but good start from Phillip. Again, bang on target with that delivery into the body of the batsman. Interesting to see if they might consider putting a forward short leg in place, just to add that bit of pressure under the bat. So a couple deliveries, the batsman just fending off comfortably to that leg side region. So no real pressure in that sense.
Yeah, because TNT, they're on top at the moment. I think more pressure should be applied by Darren Bravo. 3 slips of gully, waiting for that edge. That's about the close fielders that are there. Phillip driving down the ground, not in control. And Gilzine looking to get on with it. Bravo fields. So they would have bowled, about 30 overs for the day. So they would have been on the field for about 30 overs. So it's not as if they're completely exhausted. So one would have expected Bravo to probably put a little more pressure on Gilzine here, get that forward short leg in place, and ask, Anderson Phillip to run in. But then again, Phillip is coming off an injury down the leg side.
Yeah, I think the mindset should certainly be to keep that pressure on. Sometimes teams in the region have a tendency to have that upper hand and just loosen the grip a little bit at times, even with the West Indies, as we saw in that recent series against South Africa. I mean, definitely great to come away with a series win. And Rahman Paula, congratulations to him in his first steed as the T20 captain. But the amount of close finishes we have seen, it just shows that we sometimes have to take the initiative a bit more and just show the confidence in taking the games home.
And Phillip, and he's struck on the pad. He's gone like before. Anderson Phillip getting that one to nip back. Remember, he was taking the ball away from Gilzine earlier on. That one nipped back. I think the only question might have been height. The umpire took his time, he deliberated, and was that a bit too high?
It looks to have struck him at the top of the pad, and initially the batsman stood there for a couple seconds, just seemingly in shock as he was given out. But again, umpire Brathwaite, with a lot of experience under his belt, we would assume that he would have made the right decision at that point in time. But Phillip using his trickery well, moving some of the deliveries initially away from the batsman, and that one nipping back in and just taking away from the bat and getting him to on the pads there.
Excellent delivery.
Just the start Trinidad and Tobago would have wanted. Jamaica 8 for 1 in the second over, and it brings the West Indies Test vice captain Jermaine Blackwood to the crease.
Well, Jason Mohammed.
Anybody here can bowl iron swing, yeah? Are you watching our thing now? I saw we playing a Jordan, you thought this some
Well, Jason Mohammed is having a little word there with Leroy Locke. He's asking Shaki, a.k.a. Imran Khan, if there's anybody on this team that can bowl an in-swinger. Because he's saying that he saw Akeem Jordan bowl him twice with an in-swinger at the Oval, and he thought it was a replay. So, the stop Mike has added so much to this coverage here, Keshav, that it gives you just a bit of a thinking, a bit of an insight into what the players are thinking out there.
It's always great to see when the players are up and they're buoyant as well, definitely rejuvenated by this performance thus far. And Darren Bravo is certainly no stranger to going up close to the umpire and the batsman and just having a bit of an extra word in their ears to always keep them thinking.
Driving is log. And it goes through the fielder into the boundary for 4. Better effort was needed there. And that one goes into the boundary for 4. Look at this. Did strike it well, but the fielder making a poor effort there. That one running away for 4. Was that Kamil Puran?
Yes, the debutant Kamal Puran wouldn't be too happy with that effort as the ball came straight to him. Went down in the long barrier position as expected, but I saw he was gesturing to his captain that it seemed to have just skipped away from him right before. So he'd want to just shake that one off and keep his head up.
There's nothing he can do about it now. It went for 4. Oh, beautiful delivery. Beaten for pace. Look at Bravo.
Bravo asking the question directly to the umpire. Seeing Terrence Hines also trying to signal for a review, if possible. But that's the length we want to see Shannon Gabriel bowling. The first delivery, a bit fuller.
Brute of a delivery. Let's have a look at that again. So Gabriel working up some steam here now. Again, similar delivery, a little closer to the batsman. Played back. This was the delivery we were speaking about. In fact, this was the last delivery. The previous delivery was a brute of a delivery. Just touched down and took off.
Yeah, excellent delivery, just in that corridor of uncertainty. And that's where the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers would want to maintain their line and length at this point in time. Batsmen don't seem to be middling any, as we saw from that last delivery. Even playing that delivery, he wasn't fully balanced and seemed a bit shaky as he came forward, but the pace of Gabriel is always unsettling.
Skipper Darren Bravo just encouraging his fast bowler, his big fast bowler Gabriel. Well, of course, at the Queen's Park Oval, Shane Mosley scored 100 for Barbados. And remember, they are playing the Windward Islands. They are now, Windward's made 237 and Barbados are 166 for 2. Congratulations to Shane Mosley on that century. Lock just flaying the ball at that.
Yeah, each delivery we see Bravo just taking a stroll towards the umpire, having a friendly chat and probably just inquiring where that one passed. It's great to see the support from the patrons as well, on this public holiday in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, they've come out to support the national team. Here's Gabriel. Edged and safely down to third man for 4. Just past third slip.
Yeah, again that delivery just taking the outside edge. Batsman not playing it confidently through the middle. And as we see, when he played the shot, falling off balance at that point in time. So even though that one sped away to the boundary, Gabriel would be happy at the fact that the batsman is not playing him convincingly. And the bowlers would definitely want to take this in their stride as Philip would come back into his second over here and look to repeat the first one in getting a wicket. I'm sure they're just giving T and Webster a bit of a rest, as well as Terrence Hines, the main wicket takers in the first innings, and they'll come back soon enough with this new ball to use that movement and to take the ball away from the batsman further. Philip doing a good job of taking the ball away and moving it into the batsman, so just having them on their feet.
Philip has been brilliant, hasn't he?
He is really excellent, and also with that first inning score coming not out, 63 off 109 deliveries, 7 fours and 2 sixes.
That would have given him a lot of confidence. What about that massive score of 10 by Shannon Gabriel?
That was certainly something to witness.
Yes. Gabriel will tell you that he was only 90 short of a century. It's going to be Anderson Phillip from the far end to continue. Here he is. Leans forward. Very rhythmical approach. Again, this one coming back in, making some height. And Blackwood, the new batsman.
Yeah, I think if they can get Blackwood early, that would certainly be one of the greatest achievements at this point in time, given the fact that Jamaica hasn't really showed much batting capabilities throughout the season. And Blackwood certainly would be a prize scalp, knowing his aggressive nature. And once he gets in, it's hard to get him out. So, interesting battle here between Phillip and Blackwood.
Blackwood be hoping to hit some form here. Hasn't been in the pink of form.
Yeah, note after that last test series against South Africa, he had an interview where he basically stated that the batsmen need to step up a bit more, including himself. So always want to take accountability and responsibility. It's always nice to see him when he's free-flowing, you know, when he plays his innings, and very good to watch a batsman who takes everything confidently, but sometimes that confidence can go a bit overboard and lead to his demise.
Stifle appeal.
That one again hitting him on the pads. Seemed to have been straying down leg side because the bowler just put his hands up initially, but didn't seem too interested in the appeal as in the last over.
Philip turning from the far end. 3 slips of gully waiting. It's bowling to the West Indian Blackwood. Keeps him quiet.
As you see the sun coming out here, brilliant sunshine on this evening.
It's been brilliant sunshine for the entire cricket season, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has been good weather. Sometimes, unfortunately, the Sahara dust has impacted the conditions, but the players have persisted throughout, and really good to see them getting this weather. Single taken easily there. A bit of hesitancy as the ball was played uppishly off the bat, but Blackwood wanted that single and got it in the end. So tight over by Phillip again at the end of 4 overs, 17 for 1.
Yeah, Philip keeping it tight here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He has already taken the first wicket out of Gilzine, and he will dearly want to remove any one of these two here so Trinidad could work further into the batting lineup.
thing nasty. That's middle. Right arm over.
Blackwood facing up to Gabriel, familiar foes and friends when they play together for the West Indies Test team, so I'm sure both batsman and bowler would be aware of their strengths and weaknesses and look to exploit either or in this situation. Gabriel, knowing that Blackwood is very aggressive and loves to play those drives, would want to keep that ball just short of a length and see if he can probably get an outside edge or get one to nip back in and get him on a stump, so hit him on the pads. So on foolish length and expansive drive from Blackwood, taking the bottom edge of the bat and runs away for 4.
French cut.
Just as we noted, Gabriel probably wouldn't want to pitch up too full. Blackwood, yes, it's early in his innings, but he's certainly never shy to play those expansive drives through the offside.
Thanks a lot to Joel Phillip. This is a timely coffee that he has brought for us. It's going to be Gabriel to continue here. 21 for 1. Remember, TNT 302. Jamaica bowled out earlier on today for 125. And that gave them a lead of 177. They've already taken a second wicket. Well, a first wicket in the second innings. They're 21 for 1. A lot depending on this man, Blackwood. Here is Gabriel. That one making some height.
Again, fending it easily on that leg side. No real pressure, as we were noting earlier about lack of a forward short leg being in place. I think with Gabriel's style of bowling especially, they might probably just want to introduce that. Not allow them to play any short deliveries comfortably off the body.
Leg stump. Front. Front.
Still no pressure. Still no pressure at forward short leg.
See a fielder being placed on the leg side, not forward short leg, but just in front of square. So it seems like Gabriel will probably be looking at some shorter deliveries here towards Leroy Lugg. That one short and directed towards the body, but a bit wayward going down the leg side. Good stop by the keeper, Daniel Williams. Taking over the wicket-keeping duties from Joshua De Silva, unfortunately suffering an injury to his finger. So Williams coming in as a replacement to assist with the wicket-keeping for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
One hopes it's not a bad situation there for Josh De Silva.
Yes, of course, we'd want him to be ready to play. We've seen injuries plague the Trinidad and Tobago as well as the West Indies team over the season thus far. So want to wish all the players speedy recoveries and their respective journeys.
Driving. Beautiful shot down the ground for 4. Over pitch delivery there by Gabriel, and Lugg needs no second invitation.
Yeah, again, Shannon just over pitching there. Very inviting for a batsman to play that, especially early on with that new ball. Once you get it past that infield on this lovely surface we have at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's guaranteed 4 runs. Gabriel just needs to maintain a bit more consistency in his line and length. Varying between fuller deliveries and shorter deliveries, but some a bit down the leg side, some too wide outside off. So you don't want to repeat that pitch of a delivery he had in the last over where he beat the outside edge of the batsman.
Yeah, that was a brilliant delivery. You don't get that every day. Lugg is looking for 2 here. Pushes the first one quickly. All he's going to get is 1 though.
Batsmen scoring relatively quickly at this point as well. Leroy Log 14 off 12, Blackwood 6 from 8. So none of runs would be the immediate concern for Trinidad and Tobago, but at the same point in time, they wouldn't want to let that pressure ease. They wouldn't want these batsmen to just chip away at that total and get closer to a position of strength.
Over.
On the leg side, end of the over. And the latest score here at the Brown Ark Cricket Academy. Jamaica sent in to follow on against TNT Red Force. They're 27 for 1. We're going to have a double change in the commentary position. Coming in will be Kadir Mohammed and Andrew Chan.
Sip on anyone today. Pull it. Sip on anyone today. Too full. Leg. Umpi. Leg. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. So 27 for 1 after 5 overs. The Jamaica Scorpions following on. TNT Red Force with a reinvigorated bowling effort this morning. And the Jamaica Scorpions, though, they would definitely be hoping for a better performance with the bat. Leroy Log and Jermaine Blackwood, the captain, definitely be hoping to put on a decent partnership and just try to chop down at this deficit. Still 150 runs they trail by. So runs on the board for the TNT Red Force. Anderson Phillip has been quite good. He's been tight since he started. Not giving away too much. Another good delivery from Phillip. And we saw Tion Webster with the new ball this morning. And what a brilliant performance that was from him, picking up 5 wickets. And he bowled a splendid spell. Swung the ball both ways. Five for 36 his returns this morning, and Blackwood cuts this one away. Just a single in it though. Puran does the fielding. As I welcome back Keshav. Keshav, interesting from the TNT Red Force. A very good bowling effort this morning, restricting the Jamaica Scorpions to just 125 in their first innings and asking them to follow on. So a very good effort from the TNT Red Force bowlers, and they would be looking for more of the same in this Jamaica second innings.
Yeah, excellent effort in that first innings indeed, and as you were stating previously, we'd want to see them just keep that grip and keep that pressure on, you know, ensure that they can get some more early wickets at this point in time and not let Jamaica run away with the total. So we'd want to see Trinidad and Tobago trying to get some more early wickets, as the score already 29 for 1, chipping away at that target.
Yeah, scoring pretty quickly.
Right on, boy.
Again, Phillip on the line of the off stump. Well watched by Log. So the 3 slips, a gully, cover, man out on the backward point boundary, mid off, mid on, and a fine leg in Shannon Gabriel. This one is flat batted down the ground. Log is going to pick up 4 here. Dismissive shot by Leroy Log. Takes the Jamaica's total up to 33 for 1 after 6 overs. Andrew Chan alongside. Andrew, what are your thoughts so far?
Well, good afternoon, viewers, and good afternoon, Kadir. Welcome back to the cricket here. And certainly I believe that maybe Darren Bravo, considering the lead he had, he could have put his young fellows into bat again. Let Vikash Mohan and Camille Puran get another chance at opening and batting and get some more runs on the board. So far, the Jamaicans have equipped themselves well, 29 for 1. Shannon Gabriel, a little bit expensive. He really hasn't hit his straps there, despite the thoughts of Anil Lakan that he's fit and raring to go. He really doesn't seem to have that rhythm that makes him so dangerous. None for 21 off 3. That's very expensive returns, especially considering Anderson Phillip on the other end 1 for 7 of the exact same 3 overs.
Yeah, he's not found his line and his length, Gabriel. He's been a bit all over the shop. So definitely be hoping to land some good hit some good areas and cause some problems for Blackwood and Log. This one is full and Blackwood is driving. Can't get it past Bravo at mid-off.
In some news off the cricket field, the Cricket West Indies board has published their annual report for the 2021-2022 financial year, and this was following their 24th annual general meeting, which was held on Saturday, the 25th of March 2023. The document, of course, reports on Cricket West Indies' objectives and programs which have been implemented as the world emerges from the challenges of COVID-19. And there's also a plan for the Coolidge Cricket Ground Master Plan, which involves a redevelopment, and that concept includes a virtual tour of the proposed main facilities of the West Indies High Performance Centre. So, of course, you can go on to the Cricket West Indies website at windiescricket.com to get more information on that. Tucked up here is Jermaine Blackwood by Shannon Gabriel, but he's able to push it off to mid-on for a single. And that annual report also features specific reports on cricket, fan engagement, commercial development, as well as the Coolidge Cricket Ground Master Plan. And that was presented last week in Antigua. So certainly big things are going on for the Cricket West Indies, especially with a new president. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Dr. Kishore Shallow, and Mr. Azim Basarat, the vice president.
Certainly best wishes to those two in their new roles as president and vice president respectively.
Good delivery by Shannon Gabriel here. That's a good one for Leroy Lugg to just look at closely.
Yeah. Considering Tion Webster's opening burst this morning, would have you given him the new ball?
That was a conundrum I had in my head as well. I don't know if he maybe needs a little bit of a rest. Shannon Gabriel and Anderson Phillip would be fairly fresh, and with Shannon Gabriel's test experience, you really would expect him to do a little bit better than he is doing here. Not to say that he's doing badly. But certainly I think Darren Bravo would have liked a couple more wickets, especially having enforced the follow-on. Jamaicans still decently behind at 143.
Yeah, Log is nicely behind this one. Can't get a single. But yeah, Gabriel has just not hit those areas, Andrew. And it's unlike Shannon, coming off that tour of South Africa where he played one test match. So we would have thought that he would have come here and certainly be raring to go. But it's been a mixed bag from him. Someone of his experience.
Yeah, definitely, especially considering the likes of Terrence Hines, Anderson Phillips, and Mr. Golden Arm, Tian Webby Webster doing so much better here. But I certainly suspect that we will see Tion Webster at some point very, very soon. I can't ascertain if he's on the field at the moment. He may be having a little bit of a rest off the field. We never know.
He's in second slip. He's in second slip. Brian Charles is at third. There's a whitish gully in Imran Khan. Jason Mohammed at backward point. Cover in Kamil Puran. Captain Darren Bravo is at mid-off. Terrence Hines at mid-on. And Anderson Phillip at fine leg.
That's up in the air, and that's over, Darren Bravo. Just has enough bounces, just enough to dribble into the long off boundary. Boulder shot there by Leroy Lugg, and it pays the dividends. He has a runner ball 19 at this stage.
Yeah, hit on the up from Leroy Lugg, using the elevation nicely to get it over the head of Bravo, and it dribbles into the long off boundary for 4. So this partnership profitable so far, 30 from 30 deliveries. The score goes up to 38 for 1 after 7 overs. Very healthy run rate of 5.5 runs per over. And just as we were saying, Andrew, it looks as though we just might be seeing Tion Webster being introduced from the southern end, the end in which he achieved all of his success early on in the day.
Yeah. Slightly unfortunate for Anderson Phillip, who's bowled quite well from that end as well. I should give you a roundup of the scores around the region. Barbados versus Windward Islands, live in Port of Spain. Barbados 180 for 3 in reply to the Windward Islands, 237 all out. A 112 for Shane Mosley, good knock from him. Jonathan Drakes and Kevin Wickham in at the wicket. And in the Guyana versus Leewards game, the Leewards tail continues to wag. They're 234 for 7. The big man Raheem Jimbo Cornwall is out there, 20 or 51. And they're replying to Guyana being bowled out for 122 on their home turf.
So some interesting scores going around the region. Definitely the one in Providence, Guyana. Leeward Islands taking first innings points over there. And have ramped up a lead also. So Webster, fresh off his 5-wicket haul earlier in the day, picks up the attack.
In terms of Darren Bravo's decision, I mean, you really could have gone either way with it. I mean, you could have enforced the follow, and as he chose to, or he could have chose to bat again. Will be interesting to see if Tion Webster could take up 10 wickets in a day. That delivery is turned down the leg side, and that will run away to the fine leg boundary. Shannon Gabriel will not get around there. Fortuitous for there. Leroy Lugg taking advantage of that one straight down leg side.
Jimmy Blackwood actually strain Tion Webster getting a bit too straight and just picked off by Blackwood. And Gabriel could not get around, so Blackwood picks up another boundary. 42 for 1 now. Blackwood goes on to 12. Lug is 23. So they continue to score quickly. The Scorpions. Certainly a much better effort so far from the Scorpions batsmen.
It was interesting to note that their first innings, it barely lasted 30 overs. It was 29.4 overs, and their run rate was still creeping up to 4.3, I believe. So the Jamaicans are intent on scoring quickly. Maybe they tried to score too quickly and force their hand against Tion Webster. So maybe in this second innings they'll be able to regroup now and really force this game into 4 days. See what they're capable of.
Yeah. But I do think though that the plan in the main at this stage would be to get to tea time, which is not too far away according to my watch. It's just about 30 minutes or so, 25 minutes. till tea. So they would be wanting to get through this period without any further loss and then reassess in that final session of the day's play.
Highly unlikely, of course, any of them will be drinking tea or partaking in tea. It's one of the weird little idiosyncrasies of this wonderful game. Have a tea break at 2:40. Certainly no tea will be involved. Maybe iced tea.
Maybe some coffee.
Caffeine perk to get through the third and final session here.
Maybe some cold beverages.
Yeah, definitely. Blue Water is, of course, readily available to all and sundry as one of the sponsors of Cricket West Indies and support from around the region. But you've commentated at both the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and, of course, at the Queen's Park Oval for this series so far, Kadir Mohammed. What do you think of the pitches here as this over ends and the Jamaicans are 42 for 1 after 8?
Yeah, firstly, I just did the games at Brian Lara. But I do think, though, that the surface at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is excellent. It held up nicely for the entirety of the 2 previous games. It was not breaking up, it was not mashing up. There were no real footmarks to speak of. And it was just a good cricket wicket. And like we see, once the bowlers put the ball in the right areas, put some effort behind it, they're going to get rewards. And the batsman also, once you apply yourself, you get through the tough periods. Run scoring can become easy. But unfortunately, in some instances, the batting has just been, it's not been of the highest caliber. But in saying that, I think the wicket in general at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has been fantastic. And credit to the ground staff for, ensuring that we have such a good wicket.
Yeah, most definitely. It's the spinners are still ruling the roost in the regional championships, but it's good to see that this year some fast bowlers have come to the fore. Tion Webster, Akeem Jordan, Marquino Mindley continuing to do well. Jair McAllister as well from Barbados. Jamar Joseph taking a 5-wicket haul earlier in the season as well for Guyana. So it's good to see that pace has been encouraged again in the West Indies as Gabriel continues into his 5th over. I suspect he will be swapped out very shortly for Mr. Terence Hine. Well, I would try Anderson Phillip from this end because Anderson Phillip is a fellow, he still has that strength. He's had the control. He's bowled quite well. Mightn't like the switch of the ends, but try something different to maybe try another end.
I'm not sure, though, if it's just that he's now returning from injury and not trying to push him too hard, just bowling him in short spells at this stage. So we're going to see him at some stage later on.
That, and of course, it's a very still heat here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Wonderful conditions for cricket.
Yeah, and Bravo has just pushed himself slightly deeper at mid-off. This one is down the leg side, and Williams.
Half stopped.
Yeah, half stopped by Daniel Williams. Had to go a long way across. Just couldn't haul it in. But he too has been excellent in his deputizing duties for the injured Joshua De Silva. And he must be quite happy with his performance thus far.
Yeah, close to 5 catches behind the stumps, just 4 unfortunately. So Tion Webster. And it was interesting that last wicket to fall was O.J. Shields, and he skied it up in the air for Tion Webster to take a caught-on bowl. And Daniel Williams was almost running in like he wanted to take it as well. Eventually he had to stop and let Webster claim the glory for that one. But it would have been nice, a nice, just even out, 5 wickets with Tion Webster, 5 catches for Daniel Williams.
Punched into the offside. Quick single. Puran picking up and firing at the striker's end. But Lug was home safely.
It is good to see, however, that Darren Bravo has the confidence in his team's fitness to enforce that follow on. He knows his bowlers are strong and strapping and ready for this. Admittedly, yes, the Jamaican innings was very short, just 30 overs. But 30 overs in some sweltering heat is would feel like 50, 60, I would assume.
I think that would have aided in his decision in enforcing the follow on. The fact that they bowled just the 29.4 overs. So they would have been, even though taking into consideration there was some heat on offer, they would have been relatively fresh in terms of bowling those spells. No one would have bowled a long spell. So collectively as a group, you would have felt like they could have enforced the follow on and still be fit and raring to go. Another good take by Daniel Williams down the leg side.
Certainly would be interesting to get the team management's think tank's perspective at the end of the day's play in terms of enforcing the follow on. It's a sizable lead still trailed by 133 Jamaica. And of course the Red Force really have to thank Terence Hines and Anderson Phillip for putting them in such a strong position. They were 41 for 4 on the first day and managed to get to 302 thanks to 94 from Terence Hines and 63 unbeaten from Phillip. Lovely Yorker there by Gabriel, ably played by Mr. Leroy Lugg.
Yeah, it was an excellent partnership by Phillip and Hines. Phillip getting to a career best 63 not out. And he had all the qualities of a real top order batsman in the way he played, the manner in which he went about scoring his runs.
Yeah, he certainly put his hand up for a man of the match contender as well with 94, 3 wickets in the first innings. We'll see how he goes again in Jamaica's second innings. He has yet to bowl. He's there feeling at mid-on. Field spread a little far and wide here. Drifting into the leg stump. Halfway running up the pitch is Leroy Lugg. Shannon Gabriel half-heartedly throws at the stump, decides not to. And that will end the 9th over 44 for 1. Yeah, I think Darren Bravo needs to maybe just force the batters a little bit here again. They seem to have a little bit more freedom in terms of being able to score. There's just 2 slips in place. Fielder spread far and wide, mid-off and mid-on very deep. Well, maybe he just needs to just to push a little bit harder at the Jamaica batters.
Yeah, I'd like to see him attack a little bit more. That lead still 133. So runs on the board, runs to play with, if you like. So I just like him to see be a little bit more attacking in terms of get some catches in close. Just the 2 slips and a gully for Tion Webster. He's in a sort of a shortish cover. And there's also extra cover mid-off, mid-on. And the Gabriel is now trotting down to fine leg.
A bit more of his sedate start for the Jamaica Scorpions captain, 13 of 20. He was 11 of 10, and he was actually LBW to Tion Webster earlier today. So I think Blackwood has the mindset now of, okay, I'm leading the Scorpions and I need to lead them out of this hole that we're in.
He certainly needs to put his hand up with the captain. A lot would be dependent on him. Nice away movement from Webster. Maybe just put in another slip, the 3rd slip. Webster is getting that ball to swing away nicely from the right-handers.
And of course, it won't be a concern just yet for Darren Bravo, but there will be a slight nagging thought at the back of his mind that the Red Force will not want to bat on the 4th day. So if Jamaica Scorpions do consolidate and are able to bat deep into the 3rd day tomorrow, And anything can happen.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that would be a concern.
Next. Thank you.
Blackwood going down to have more words with Leroy Lugg, probably just to tell him, hey, it's just 15 minutes until the tea break. And you can go in and have your juice and your water, or probably some Gatorade. That's a lovely flowing drive. Leroy Lugg decides not to listen to Jermaine Blackwood, although that was a beautiful straight drive. Creamed past mid-off all along the ground. A lovely crack off the bat, picked up by our stump mics as well.
Yeah, lovely shot from Log. Creamed, as you mentioned, back past the bowler. And Jamaica Scorpions continue to score quickly. 49 for 1 it is now. They've been asked to follow on by the TNT Red Force.
This partnership already worth 41. Oh, good response there by Tion Webster. Just back of a length, moving away slightly. Had Lugg fishing for that one. Glad he didn't catch an edge.
Yeah, it's an excellent response. Pitch on left, Lug. Luckily for him, didn't touch the edge.
Oh, well bowled Yorker by Tion Webster. Just about jammed down on that one, Leroy Lugg. A good response from Webster after being smoked for 4 down the ground.
Yeah, still just the 2 slips. Gully. Man out on the backward point boundary. Extra cover. Cover mid off. Mid on. And fine leg.
We haven't seen the spinners yet for this bowl at all here. As Lugg turns this one into the leg side, and on the last delivery, they will get 2 to get 51 without loss here after 10. The Jamaicans, in response, they're following on, but they're fighting on.
Yeah, 51 for 1 after 10 overs. Healthy run rate continues. 5.1. Log and Blackwood doing a lovely repair job so far. Log a runner ball 29. Blackwood 14 from 22. Philip just the 3 overs, 1 for 7. Shannon Gabriel 5 overs, none for 27.
We keep going, boys. We almost 3 overs down, fellas. We almost 3 overs down, right? Bowling change, right arm over.
The Jamaican slow bowlers did bowl a fair amount of overs in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force first innings. Jervo Royal sending down 26 overs. Jermaine Blackwood 3 overs, Abijay Mansing 8, and Brad Barnes 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have Brian Charles and Imran Khan in their lineup. They haven't used them as yet. I would like to see the introduction of some spin as the ball is a little bit new. The Jamaicans might not avail themselves of the spin bowling, but certainly just to try something different. But Darren Bravo will take up the action from the northern end of the ground.
Yeah. Just to change up things a bit, Skipper Bravo introduced himself into the attack. Taking over from Shannon Gabriel. Does swing the ball. Bravo.
Oh, beautiful swing there. He's appealing for the LBW. That's gone past everybody. And all the umpire has to do is say leg by for 4. Darren Bravo is not happy as well. But that beat everyone.
Yeah, he was confident that that one was definitely crashing into the stumps.
Everything.
Umpire
Everything.
Leslie Reefer had other ideas, saying that one just did a little bit too much.
Yeah, ball bouncing there.
Yeah, lovely swing.
That back nice. Well
And
ball.
beat everyone, including the dive of Mohan. Loud appeals though. 4-leg buys the signal from umpire Reefer.
The only thing I could think was that was struck just outside the line, I'd have to say. Just outside the line, because that looked plumb to me. Maybe Blackwood just getting his foot across just enough and just outside the line. But that's some devious swing there from Darren Bravo.
Yeah.
Because it swung as it was going in, and then as it touched down, it swung away.
Yeah, again.
Some movement in the air, Darren Bravo.
Yeah, prodigious swing on offer. Of course, ball just 10 overs old. Fairly new ball. This is actually not a bad move from Bravo, just to introduce himself. Just to change up things and get that ball swinging.
Yeah, of course, these medium pacers are commonly referred to as, it's again a swinging delivery, as dibbly-dobblies, but I don't think you could, it's a very degrading term, especially if you think about somebody of the likes of Kyle Mayers, who gets swing, who gets movement, and with his strong shoulders, he gets that, a little bit of extra zip as well. And Darren Bravo, very smooth run up here, starts fairly wide at the crease as well, and then comes in, an arcing run, more conventional delivery that Blackwood is able to turn into the mid-wicket region and trot two.
Yeah, Blackwood just getting outside the line and playing with the swing. This sort of movement that Bravo is getting. This now we're seeing a field change. We're seeing Imran Khan maybe going into a mid-wicket. I was just about to say that with that swing that he's getting. Just to have a man in close on the leg side.
Bravo shouldn't mind too much though, because in a sense Blackwood was almost playing across the line and he's stepping across far. It was similar to that delivery that Bravo begged for that LBW. It was very, very similar. Maybe a little bit not as full, which is why Blackwood was able to get across to that one and get that away for two.
Just the two slips now, a bit staggered first. And what about a third slip? Another good delivery from Bravo, touching the outside off stump and arcing back in. The end of a good over. At the end of 11, it's 57 for 1.
That run rate still sparkling here by the Jamaica Scorpions.
Everything outside. Right.
Over 5 runs and over. Just over 5 runs and over.
Yeah.
Outside off. Yeah.
They're showing good intent. You know, once that ball is there to score, they're gonna take the opportunity to do so. And I think we're gonna see some spin in the form of Brian Charles now from the southern end. Something that he was calling for. Chan?
Yeah, most definitely. And that southern end of the ground seems to be the magical end for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well. Most of the wickets have come from that end. So you see what Brian Charles will do. And of course, the mind games, the batters will probably be a little bit happier to just get too happy with pace off the ball now and say, hey, I can cash in on this. So it'll be interesting to see the field that Bravo selects here. Still has some protection out there for Brian Charles at the long on region. Seems to be the only field outside the 30-yard circle. But I think the fielder is going under the helmet in the short leg position.
Yeah, so just one slip, a backward point, cover, mid off, long on.
There you go, boy.
short,
Next base. There you go,
shortish
base.
mid
On the money early, boy.
mid wicket, regulation mid wicket, and a fine leg.
And get to hear Daniel Williams behind the stumps as well.
Hey, boy. Sweet Charlo.
Yeah, this is the first test for Williams standing up. So we'll see how he goes on this trial run.
Dancing up the pitch is Lug and smacks that pass long off. Got to the pitch of that one. That will give him the world of confidence against the spinners. He looks quite comfortable here and races on to 33 or 31.
Yeah, continues to play his shots, Leroy Log, and doing it quite effectively thus far. Not taking much of a risk. He's just pouncing on those slightly loose deliveries. And the 50 partnership brought up in the process 53 or 56 deliveries.
61 for 2. 61 for 2, yeah, boy.
61 for 1 after 11.2 overs. So chipping away ever so slightly at that lead. 116 it is now. They trail by.
Comes up again, gets the inside edge. Goes down to corner.
Back up.
Fielder coming around.
Sweet.
Here Daniel Williams saying
Working,
back
lads,
up.
working, lads.
Imran Khan. No need for it, just a single. See how Jermaine Blackwood faces this, because we know he's not a gentleman of half-hearted
Working,
measures.
lads, working, lads.
Yeah, they've taken the positive approach so far. Much better effort with the bat in this second innings. Blackwood is driving, gets a tick outside edge, and it's going to run into the third man boundary for 4. Cannot catch up with it. And Blackwood gets another boundary. He moves on to 20. Second one in the over.
Yeah, the Jamaica Scorpions, as you mentioned, chipping away at this total here.
Working, Charlo,
So
working, Charlo.
I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will still feel very, very comfortable. But if these two are still together at the end of the day, it really will set up the Jamaica Scorpions for a good total. Trailed by a Nelson now 111. Certainly be a moral victory when they get it to less than 100 runs.
Hey, yo!
Beating Orleans up there is Blackwood. Played back to one. He should have been maybe forward too.
Yeah. And just holding its line. Sliding past the edge.
Oh, Charlo, bravo, boy.
He's not the tallest batter in the world, is Jermaine Blackwood. As the Jamaicans end the 12th over at 66 for 1. Time coming up to just about 2:37. It might have time for one more over before that afternoon break. Darren Bravo will continue. Barbados 190 for 5 at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. 2 wickets for Larry Edward, 2 for 23, and Preston McSween, 2 for 32. 1 wicket for Sherman Lewis for the Windward Islands. Shane Dowrish is in the wicket there. Kevin Wickham is the man who has just fallen. Yorker length by Darren Bravo. Appeal again. He does have something about him, Darren Bravo. Sort of picking up where Tion Webster left off from the first innings.
Yeah, I think umpire lets the refer just saying that it is doing too much. But he can be quite a handful with this amount of swing that he's getting.
And it seems to be very unpredictable swing as well. Unfortunately, it seems to be the case with Darren Bravo. The ball is just doing a little bit too much.
Yeah. Uncontrollable swing.
But he has a similar run up to the late Malcolm Marshall, who had a very curved run up and almost seemed to run from mid off. And Darren Bravo has a very similar situation
Again,
with a
this-
curve, but again drifting down leg side again.
So usually at the Brown Lar Cricket Academy, day 2 and day 3 are supposedly be the best days for batting. So at this stage, surface might be just a bit getting a bit easier for batting, but again, it's just a matter of getting through this tough period mentally, and of course with a solid defense. Once you're able to get through, you will find that run scoring would become easier, and these two are doing just that.
Yeah, Jermaine Blackwood is certainly looking like he's setting himself up for big innings, and his team definitely needs it here. Following on, 110 runs behind. With a good partnership here, 59 of just 65 here. Leroy Lugg doing the heavy lugging.
Yeah, enterprising partnership,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Oh, beautiful delivery from Darren Bravo.
Jaffa.
Movement in the air.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant delivery. Pitch started to come back in, and at the last second, it just looked like it. Yeah, the last moment, it just looked like if it was just going away from the bat. So a very good end to the over. And at the end of that over, it's going to be tea time on day 2 of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championships. The Jamaica Scorpions following on 67 for 1 at tea. Their first innings, they were all out for 125. And it's been a much better effort in the second innings. Andrew, take into consideration what has happened with them in the first innings.
Yeah, definitely. Credit to the Jamaica Scorpions batters in the wicket there, Jermaine Blackwood, captain, and Leroy Lugg, for having the mental fortitude after having been bowled out to 125 to come out again on the same day and bat and get to 67 to 1. Again, they still trail by 110 runs. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force certainly in the ascendancy here. We'll take a short break and we will be back in about 20 minutes time to see how the Jamaica Scorpions get on in the third and final session on the second day.
Good afternoon to all viewers and patrons as we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as we resume the final session of Day 2 with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on the Jamaica Scorpions. As we note, Jamaica Scorpions following on from Trinidad and Tobago's first innings target of 302 all out. Jamaica were bowled out initially for 125 and now they are batting 67 for 1 after 13 overs, trailing by 110 runs. As I welcome back Mr. Vinod Mamchan alongside me.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Keshav. Leroy Logg leading something of a revival. He's on 34. With him, of course, the experienced Jermaine Blackwood, who is on 20. And Brian Charles into the attack from the southern end. You know, when Brian Charles starts, he normally has an extended spell. Logg is down the ground, crashing it over Charles's head for 4. Good shot, good use of the feet.
We saw a similar shot from Logg in the previous over from Charles, using his feet and driving it straight back behind the bowler's head. One of the safest places to play that shot. And that one sped all around the boundary. Feeder having to pick it up from the side screen, in fact. So Logg certainly not wasting any time here after tea.
Yeah, so he logged that one into the scorer's book. And he goes on out to 38. Charles, a prolific wicket taker for the Red Force in regional cricket. And he will want to get that breakthrough. 4 short leg is in place. So there's pressure on Logg. There's a lone slip as well in Jid Gully. And on the offside, you have a fielder at point, squarish cover, and long off. On the onside, long on, there's a straightish mid-on as Bravo himself is there, just waiting for that uppish on drive. There's a deep backward square on the boundary, and mid-wicket, who is 3/4 of the way to the boundary as well. Here is Charles. He's in, Logg is down the track again, in the air, over long on for 6. So Bravo had the right idea. He knows that Logg hits it in the air when he chips down the track to play the on drive. And of course, he was hoping that he would have hit it a bit lower. He went well over Bravo's head. The mere fact that he was chipping down the track allowed him to do that, Keshav.
Yes, indeed. And that one played directly over the fielder at that position on the widest long on boundary. But as we saw from the replay, comfortably over the ropes and fielder having to actually go into the stands to retrieve it. So good use of the feet by Logg and good strength and power as well. I mean, he has to be confident knowing the field that Bravo has placed here with fielders all along the boundary rope from that long off region to long on and going along to cow corner as well as backwards. So interesting to see if Charles would vary his length, maybe bowl up slower delivery in terms of the flight. Just hang one in the air a bit and get Logg to sky one up.
Back this time, forcing off the back foot. Khan is in the way. So flatter delivery. Shorter.
Come on.
Obviously, Logg is very comfortable in using his feet to the off spinner.
Charles with his delivery here, that one. Better line, good length and Logg, just playing it a bit defensively. So 10 runs in that first over after the tea break. Jamaica continuing in the form that they were previously as they are scoring very healthily at this point in time, 77 for 1 after 14 overs.
Well, Leroy Logg continues to lead the charge. But I don't think that Darren Bravo will have an issue with the way Logg is playing. You would think that with Logg playing like that, there's always an opportunity to get him out.
Indeed.
Logg probably telling himself, you have to play positive cricket. You just can't go into your shell facing a deficit of 177.
Yes, and after seeing now the opening bowlers, who were primarily taking a lot of wickets and deceiving the batsman majority of yesterday and today, you know, they'll be confident after getting that start as Blackwood drives this one to the leg side.
And swinger there from Bravo, pitched up.
Yeah, they'll be certainly taking that confidence and going forward with it, knowing fully well that if they can bat long to the end of this day, if these two batsmen can remain unbeaten, Jamaica would certainly take that in stride as they go forward to the third day tomorrow and probably see if they can set a daunting target for Trinidad and Tobago to come and bat and have to follow that in order to get a victory.
So Bravo from an angled approach. Getting that delivery to tail in.
Yeah, certainly one that swings the ball a lot, Bravo, as we've seen over the last few rounds where he has bowled more overs than I think he has bowled over the last few seasons. So using that movement to his advantage, has picked up some key wickets previously, so he'd like to strike again here. It's this one again, swinging in a bit too much down to the leg side, so easy for Lug to just flick that and get a single, bringing Blackwood back on strike.
Easy pickings, too straight there from Bravo. So, TNT Red Force looking for that breakthrough. Partnership of 71 that got the early wicket. This partnership has added 71 down the leg side, clipped away nicely. Philip.
Blackwood looking for the second, but unable to come back. Good throw by Philip there. I think I'd like to see the introduction of Imran Khan soon as well, given that we have two right-handed batsmen at the crease, and with his leg spin and all of his trickery, especially with Lug in the aggressive mood that he is at this point in time, and Blackwood no stranger to that aggression, so it'd be very interesting to see that battle at some point. Fuller delivery and swinging there, nicely played in to the offside by Lug. Picks up 1 and 2 comfortably. Lug moving on nicely to 47. We'll be anticipating bringing up that 50 very soon. I'm knowing him probably in style, maybe with a boundary.
He's a fearless batsman, Log. Well, that's well bowled by Darren Bravo. Just pulling it back a few inches. End of the over. Let's see if he continues with Brad Charles. Or will he heed to the call of Keshav and bring in Imran Khan?
And I'm seeing Shaki just walking very slowly into his next fielding position, so I think probably reserving him for a bit, maybe until the ball gets slightly older. Just 15 overs bowled, in fact. And Brian Charles, we know he can use that newish ball and get a lot of drift and movement away from the batsman, even though he's primarily an off spinner.
Come on, let's
He uses
get
a lot of guys and a lot of deceit in his moving, whether it be against the crease or whether it be just in terms of his trajectory. Can probably angle one across these right-handed batsmen, probably explaining the reason why he's coming around the wicket to them.
So Charles around the wicket to Blackwood, who has been quiet.
Hey, boy, Chalo.
Looking at it very closely.
Sweet Chalo.
And not very often you see Blackwood being in a batting partnership where he's the more quiet of the two.
Well, having said that, he goes back, pulls this, not really getting the room to play the shot. Gets one though to mid-wicket.
I'm gonna give, so I'm gonna give,
I
so I'm
think
gonna
from what we've
give,
seen,
boys.
he
I'm
hasn't
gonna
middled
give,
it
boys.
as he would have liked to since he started the innings, in fact, you know, playing some nice drives, but
I got you up here, boy.
many
I
of
got
them
you up
hitting the
inside
bottom
here,
edge or
boys.
inside of the bat, so just taking his time. Will be good to get his eye in and probably cut some form here, Blackwood.
Simon goes and goes big time. That's 6, and you called it, Keshav. You said that he would want to bring up the milestone with a big hit. Leroy Log reaches his half century of 46 deliveries with a massive 6.
What a lovely shot there from Leroy Lug. Again, third time we've seen the use of feet against Brian Charles and playing confidently into that leg side region. Again, clearing the ropes with some ease, in fact, you know, not really troubling any of the fielders there as everyone looked in anticipation to see whether the ball would just fall into their hands. But well played by Leroy Lug. Excellent to see him bring up his half-century in style.
8 falls and a 6 in that half century.
Strike rate of 115, so primarily a one-day type innings here. So on a short and wide on the leg side.
Yeah, that he missed out there.
Yeah, you want to capitalize on anything he gets at this point in time because he's taking good deliveries and turning them into run-scoring opportunities. So anything that's slightly too short or too wide. Lug will be looking to play as he tickles this one down the leg side.
One down,
Pushes
one.
hard for the first one. Comes back for the second. No, he doesn't. Decides against it as Gabriel
Okay.
throws in the ball, not as quickly as he would have liked, but safely to the keeper.
I say good afternoon to the former England
Well,
middle order
keep working
batsman
boys,
Roland
keep working
Butcher,
boys.
who is now a selector
Working
at
for
Cricket
one, working
West
for one,
Indies.
boys.
Has had 3 long weeks in Trinidad. One hopes that he has enjoyed himself.
Wait, pass. Light change, boys.
That's the end of the 16th over there. Jamaica Scorpions 90 for 1, trailing by 87 runs. As we just take a quick glimpse at the scorecard. Jamaica going very nicely at this point in time. Just chipping away at that target. Best approach at this point in time is to set those small goals. Even though the target might seem daunting initially, you know, chip away 50 runs at each point in time, try to not lose a wicket, go to the next string break without losing another wicket. All of these different small goals that the batsman can set. Likewise, the fielding team would want to get some wickets and probably get 2 or 3 before the close of play.
So we're now seeing just the 4th over after tea. It's going to be bowled by Bravo from the Gasparillo Road end. Worked away nicely. One more.
He's batting very comfortably at this point in time, look. He's mixing the singles with the boundaries as well.
I would like to see Imran Khan bowl to Locke. Right arm leg spinner to the right hander.
Yeah, I think that's the change we need to see coming up soon, hopefully. Let's add that bit of a challenge to the batsman. Give him something new to think about. Better line there from Bravo, play defensively by Blackwood. Lug, strangely enough, when he started his innings, we noted that he wasn't middling the ball either. You know, a couple of those deliveries struck him closer to the bottom edge of the bat, or either the top edge, some of them actually going through the subcordon as well. So it's good to see that he has overcome that. This one pitched up by Bravo, angling down leg side, and easily tucked away by Blackwood for a single.
Bravo should consider taking himself out of the attack now, looking to bring the spinner.
Yeah, I think he's the type of bowler that's either he's spot on or he can easily allow the runs to score off him. You know, if he's getting the ball to move in or out of the batsman and he's getting to beat them, then sure, by all means continue. If they are picking you off easily, as we see another single taken in the leg side there, might be time to explore another option and try to assert that pressure, given that it has eased a bit from the Jamaica batting perspective.
Yeah, no problem. Just don't let it waste time. You ain't gonna waste the time.
And that one is edge and it flies through the subcordon. Bravo not happy at all with the fielder as he stands with his hand on his hips there.
But that's German Blackwood. They don't want to drop him. Blackwood giving catching practice to the slip cordon.
I wonder if the fielder was just a bit too wide there, maybe 2 steps too wide. But then again, could be where the skipper wanted in place. And that one, a very loose shot, in fact, from Blackwood. Bravo hanging that one outside the off stump. No need to play at that at all at this point in time. And just hanging the bat away from his body there, getting that outside edge. Nice acrobatic attempt by the fielder, but however, not getting close to it and running away for 4 runs. So Bravo might be encouraged by that loose shot there. See if he can draw another one as the fielder steps just a bit to his left and closer. If he was there previously, it certainly would have gone straight to him. So let's see how this delivery unfolds. This one is into Blackwood and driven lovely down the ground, all along the carpet for 4 runs. So not letting that loose shot phase him there, you know.
Definitely not. And that's the way he plays. He's one of those batsmen who forgets the last ball, which could be a good thing. It doesn't play on his mind. Sometimes it leads to his downfall as well. But I think more often than not it works out. Just to bring you up to date here with what's happening. 302 Trinidad and Tobago, 125 Jamaica, and following on 101.41. And pretty soon we're going to skip across to the Queen's Park Oval, where Barbados, they are playing the Windward Islands. Barbados got to 207 for 5, and 207 for 5. Barbados now in response to the Windward's 237. And congratulations to Shane Mosley. It's scoring 100.
Barbados just trailing Windwards by 30 runs there, so we'll be hoping to pass that first innings target as we see Brian Charles resuming on the southern end. Again, use of the feet by Lug, chips up and hits that one for another 6 on the leg side. So taking a liking to Brian Charles here this evening.
Yeah, I think Lug has his number. No big turn of the ball is Brian Charles.
Especially with the ball being so new as well. It's really just setting up nicely for him to hit.
Go Red Force. Come on, Red Force. I keep working, boys.
Seen some discussions here between the bowler, some of the fielders and the captain as well. Probably looking at a possible field change, but not sure if the field change is going to help too much if the ball keeps going over the rope. Seems to be clearing the rope by some distance as well, so
taking some time to get back in.
Needs to look at a different ploy here. We see Carrie Pear, substitute fielder, just giving some tips to Brian Charles. If Carrie Pear had the opportunity, I'm sure he would have relished this chance. Left arm slow bowler against 2 right-handed batsmen, as well as T20 experience as well.
Edged, is it? No. What's going along? Quick work there by Williams, the nephew of David Williams.
Much better delivery from Charles here. Just hanging that one in the air a little bit longer as we see in the replay and beating the outside edge. I think that's what he needs to focus on a bit more. Flighting the ball and tempting the batsman. That one is straight into the pads and is flicked on the leg side for a single. Bravo picks up and returns to Williams.
Working, boys.
And once he can find the right spot in the pitch just before the batsman stretches forward and allow the ball to deceive the outside edge, he'll be certainly in business here, Brian Charles. Slight change in the field. That fielder from Cow Corner comes into the 30-yard circle, as well as the long off comes into the 30-yard for Jermaine Blackwood. So trying to put some pressure on him here. Blackwood comes forward and plays out defensively. No run.
Sweet Brian. Come on, lad. Let's get behind him here, man. Let's get behind him here. Too flat, boys. Hey, boy, Chalo.
Lovely flight again, and Blackwood coming forward, playing it defensively. So Charles finding a bit of rhythm here after Lug has taken advantage of him previously. This 4th over and 34 runs already conceded. Just missing his run up there, so he'd have to bowl that one again.
Working, boys.
Sweet, left alone outside the off stump as he finishes his 4th over. And we note the 100 partnership being brought up for Jamaica as well, of 95 deliveries.
Yeah, they fought back really well, these two.
Yeah, I think they'll have in the back of their minds how their first innings performance went as well, and want to make the most of this opportunity to score runs, with Lug just getting 6 in the first innings and Blackwood getting 11. Take a look across to Guyana as well, where we have the scorecard at Providence. Guyana 122 in their first innings, and then Leeward Islands closing their first innings on 247. Jamal Hamilton not out on 58, and also a good contribution from Kofi James with 42. Kieran Powell with 39. Guyana resuming in their second innings, currently batting 6 without loss. Opening pair of Tejan Chandapal and Matthew Nando at the crease. So Guyana leading the table, and they certainly want to win this game as best as they can after losing first innings points to Leeward Islands. Healthy total as well, Leeward Islands setting a lead of 125, so Guyana presently trailing by 119 in that clash.
Right arm over.
We see a bowling change from the media center end as Anderson Phillip replaces Darren Bravo. So no sight of Imran Khan as yet, but Anderson Phillip bowling very well in the first innings as well as starting the second innings, getting the only wicket thus far. So he'd want to definitely resume with that confidence and see if he can prize a scalp here. Phillip charges in here. It was left alone by Lug, just dying a bit before it reaches the keeper. Delivery wide outside the off stump, so you want to encourage the batsman to play at it, target those deliveries more towards him rather than away. Anything too wide, we know Lug is not afraid to throw his hands at it.
Anything too wide or too full. You know, I like the approach of Log. He has really played positive cricket. Makes no sense just defending and then all of a sudden a ball will have your name on it. Anderson. Log has to be careful playing across the line there.
Yeah, we've seen that positive approach have a psychological impact on the Red Force as well. You know, the fielders not as chirpy as they were before. And previously we noted in that first innings, a lot of conversations, a lot of talk from Aaron Bravo, Jason Mohammed, and just anyone around the batsman, just giving them a bit of extra encouragement, you know, not to stay out there too long, but seems to have quieted down a bit with the performance of Log here and Blackwood. That one is a bit short and Log pulls it away to the leg side confidently. The ball running into the boundary ropes now for 4 runs. So as you rightfully said, Vino, anything too short or too full, he'll capitalize on.
He's going to continue to play in that mode. He's one of those players who take the fight to the opposition. And with Jamaica already down on the canvas this morning, he is standing like a lone beacon.
Certainly setting the tone here. As you see many of the players with hands on their hips, not looking to encourage at this point in time. Log taking advantage of anything that is on offer, even converting good deliveries into run scoring opportunities.
That's a big swing and it's gone. Caught. Log playing across the line, and as so often the case, he rehearses the proper shot. Now, let's have a look at this.
A wild swing there, Vino. Really no need to play that shot at this point in time. Just scoring a boundary. And that one wide outside the off stump from Anderson Phillip. Just hanging it out there, as we saw previously in the over from Bravo to Blackwood, when Blackwood got an edge. He's very upset with himself after that excellent performance to bring up his half century, and now throwing it all away with that wild shot there. So Leroy Lugg having to depart for 66 or 56 deliveries. Well played at that point in time, but ending the innings in a manner that would certainly be very disappointing for him and for his teammates. New batsman entering, Carlos Brown.
Here you go, boys.
As you see his stats there.
Jay. Don't help them out. Trust and believe. They really don't be hanging on.
Anderson Phillip again, the breakthrough bowler for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, picking up the second win in his innings.
All right, boys, let me get on with it. Good. Sorry, Brownie. That's middle stuff, man.
So well bowled by Anderson Phillip there. Seems to have just set up log, knowing that he was going with his full aggression and biting the outside edge. As I welcome back Kadir Mohammed with me in the commentary booth.
Yeah, good afternoon, Keshav. Good afternoon, viewers. And Anderson Phillip reintroduced into the attack and back among the wickets. Picked up the 2 wickets to fall thus far. However, Leroy Logg with an enterprising knock, 66 rather of 57 deliveries. And they really took some momentum with that wicket. Definitely Anderson Phillip though using some of his smarts. And the Log though, you have to say, a bit careless in the situation. Run scoring was very easy at that point in time, and I just didn't see the need to play that big shot.
I think he honestly threw his wicket away there at that point in time. I mean, really unfortunate to see him go in that manner. Again, playing with the same aggression. So it's a very fine line, Kadir, where you have a batsman who's playing aggressively and out in that same manner, playing a shot that normally you'd say you shouldn't have done it. But at the same point in time, if that shot went for 4 or 6, you know, you would have commended him in terms of his approach. So again, it's just to manage that confidence and not to take it over the line or do too much when everything is going well for you.
Yeah.
The mental strength to just judge the ball, play each ball on its merit is most important for these batsmen to maintain in their innings.
Yeah, the end of a successful over from Anderson Phillip at the end of 19. It's 112 for 2. So the Jamaica Scorpions have brought down that lead to just 65 now. I make that just 65. So continue to take this aggressive approach. Very healthy run rate continues. 5.89 it is.
Working it, boy. That's it, Brian.
And Charles will be rearing for a wicket at this point in time after Log certainly took a liking to his bowling previously. So he'll be relishing this chance to bowl to Blackwood, who has not really taken to his usual form. Scoring runs still relatively comfortably, but doesn't seem to be middling the ball as easily as he would like. So with Log in the dugout at this point in time and a new batsman in the crease, Carlos Brown, Brian Charles will be looking to see if he can get another wicket here and maybe cause a downward slide in that batting lineup for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, definitely the Red Force would feel like they've got one and they could get another one. On the attack is the Red Force. Just the one slip, backward point, cover, mid-off. Long on, a short mid-on in Darren Bravo. Mid-wicket, and a square leg, a forward short leg in Cameron Purat as well. Newman Carlos John.
We're on top here, boys.
Didn't get much in the first innings. So another opportunity for young man.
Good energy. We time now, boys.
Carlos Brown on debut, so understandably would have some nerves and not getting any runs to note in that first inning. So he'd want to just take his time and settle in here. Of course, having the experience of Blackwood on the other end would certainly be a great asset to him. You know, just being able to share some tips and encourage the fellow batsman as he's at the crease. One angle down the leg side, flicked away. Seemed eager for a single to get off the strike. That fabled curse of being on 0, Kadir. We know it all too well.
Yeah. No single in it at that time. To the end of another over after 20. It's 113 for 2. Imran Khan though, I'd have liked to see Imran Khan just to get that ball going away from the bat. 2 right-handers in.
Likewise, yes, I think we were actually calling for that since Log was at the crease, you know, with his aggression. And as we saw, Brian Charles, we know he's a very smart bowler, but at the same point in time, sometimes if the ducks are all not in your row, you have to look for the other opportunity. And Imran Khan, right-hand leg spinner against 2 right-handed batsmen, it seems to be the logical fit, but trusting his captain's instincts here as Phillip runs in again. Good delivery angle into the stumps and just tucked away into the leg side.
Yeah. So Blackwood continues to soldier on. 34 he is. And really looking to play a captain's knock is Jermaine Blackwood.
Already survived a couple of chances as well in terms of that delivery, so taking the outside edge and going into the sub corner as well as a couple of LBW appeals. So you'd want to just focus on building. Getting to his 50 first of all would be a nice landmark to achieve, and maybe even look at 100 after, as Jamaica has to score a sizable total here to have a chance of setting a good target for Trinidad and Tobago to chase for victory.
And that means, though, that TNT Red Force will be batting last on this track. Good drive from Brown. Push back pass Philip. Just a single in it. So Brown gets off the mark. Yeah, and I wonder how that is going to be playing on the mind of the TNT Red Force. Just the fact that they have to bat last on this track. Whatever the Scorpions do get still means that they're going to have to bat last.
Yes, indeed, Kadir. And in fact, I think there was an interesting point mentioned earlier as in whether Trinidad and Tobago should have sent back in Jamaica Scorpions to battle, whether they should have taken that opportunity to score some more runs and set a total that would have been so huge that, you know, the psychological fact of just noting, let's say, 300 or 400 runs to score with 1 or 2 days remaining and knowing that the pitch would deteriorate. I think it would have been interesting to see whether, if Trinidad did choose to bat, how they would have fared, because as we go into the 3rd and 4th days approaching, the pitch can go any sort of way. And at this point in time, it's still good for batting. So, you know, Jamaica would have seen their demise in that first innings and take the lessons, learn from them, and come out here to prove a point that they can score runs if needed to.
Yeah. Well, just 29.4 overs they lasted in their first innings. So I'm sure that would have aided in the decision by Bravo and the think tank to insert the Jamaica Scorpions and had them follow on. But take nothing away from the Scorpions. It's been a very good fight back, you have to say. 115 for 2. And just 10 runs short of the entire score that they got in the first innings. So it just goes to show that they've applied themselves better in the second innings. And as you mentioned, learn from their mistakes, the way the batsmen got out. You see no more. They're still attacking though, but Log, he just really took apart the Red Force bowling in that time that he spent at the crease.
Another wild drive there from Blackwood again. Philip just dangling that one wide outside the off stump. Almost similar to the length where he got the wicket of Log. And, you know, sometimes I really ask myself, what is going through the mind of the batsman at that point in time? You know, you already are going so well. You know the delivery has no harm to your stumps. There's nothing affecting you if you leave it alone. Yet you still go for the shot with the risk of a dismissal. After losing your partner just in the last over, you know, I think the captain should be a bit more mindful.
I think they just sees it as an opportunity to score. At the end of Anderson's Phillips' 5th over, it's 115 for 2. As I welcome back Andrew Chan alongside. After he had some lustily tea, he's back with us.
Yeah, good afternoon once again, viewers. And the Jamaica Scorpions really putting up a fight here. They trail by just 62 runs now.
It's been an excellent fight back by the Scorpions batters.
Yeah, unfortunate that Leroy Lugg sort of threw away his hand there. A lovely innings of 66 or 57 with 9 fours and 3 sixes. Really took a liking to Brian Charles, deposited him over the mid-wicket region a couple of times. Some maximums. Jermaine Blackwood is still there. Carlos Brown, as we mentioned, making his debut.
Yeah, so a leg slip now employed by the Red Force. And this one is tickled in between the leg slip and the first slip. And it's going all the way to the boundary for 4. Leg by is the signal from umpire Brathwaite.
Carlos Brown would prefer that those 4 runs added to his total, but 4 runs nevertheless for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Walk in, boys. Right in front him, doggy.
Yeah, just getting a bit too straight, Brian Charles.
And Daniel Williams taking catch number 5 early on. Number 5 in the match as he caught Leroy Lugg off the bowling of Anderson Phillip. Anderson Phillip has been impressive thus far.
Walk in,
You look at his figures here. 5 overs, 2 for 13, very economical and taking those wickets as well. So he has stood up so far in this innings for the Red Force.
Yeah, he certainly put his hand up.
Sweet, shallow, brav.
Picking up those 2 wickets to fall.
Walk in, boys.
Certainly is strange to not see Imran Khan yet coming into the bowling. Blackwood turns this one behind square. Will jog a single. Contemplating the second, but Shannon Gabriel, his long figure, striding off the boundary edge.
The weather continues to be glorious at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Sun out in all its glory. Strong westerly breeze.
Another delivery down the leg side again. Brian Charles will not be happy with what he's offering here. And Jermaine Blackwood was so confident he could run backwards for the second.
Well ball. Come on, boys.
No signal from the umpire, so a bit of bat involved in that shot.
Yeah. Sweet. Come on, boy. Let move.
And that will be the end of the 22nd over for the Jamaica Scorpions. 123 for 2. Their run rate continues to be magnificent. They're really doing a good job of getting the runs. And summary of the game so far here. Doing well, following on from 125 all out. A really good performance here by the Jamaicans. And as you mentioned, I think you mentioned earlier, Kadir, that the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the batting is really the best on day 2 and day 3. So the Jamaicans, having struggled early on this morning, are really reaping the benefits of batting on a flat pitch. And as I mentioned, of course, in our last stint, that concern that Darren Bravo would have batting last on the 4th day is a concern as Anderson Phillip continues. And our cameraman Joel Phillip claims Anderson Phillip is his cousin or his family or some long relation of his. I don't know what he would say if Anderson Phillip wasn't bowling well today. He might say something else. I'm not related to that particular Mr. Phillip. Well, I'm not sure if Anderson Phillip will acknowledge Joel Phillip as his family member. Especially if you have to buy Joel Phillip lunch or dinner. Has a healthy appetite, our cameraman Joel Phillip. Brought a whole coconut bacon cheese, Kadir Mohammed. Had to borrow your knife to cut that cheese this morning. Yet I didn't get any of that coconut bake. Quick single here, run, and Shannon Gabriel under pressure. He fumbled there. And Blackwood, we know, is a rabbit between the wickets. I've really enjoyed this inning so far from Jermaine Blackwood. We know him as a biffer and a hit of the ball. And again, in his first innings, it was a breezy 11 off 10. But he set himself up here for a long game. 36 off 60, not a bad strike rate at all. Just above 50, which of course is acceptable in the longer formats of the game. Pushed up in the air, bouncing just short of mid-off there. Maybe Gabriel was caught napping a little bit here. And there's a haze across the ground. Our cameraman getting a shot of that. A bit smoky at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is the bushfire season after all.
Yeah. Sean Gabriel is relatively deep at mid-off and pushed in the air. I think Gabriel had no chance of getting to it. Philip continues to toil, continues to bowl well. Running in with some purpose is Anderson Phillip.
One left? Yeah, one.
We've not seen Terrence Hines in the second innings just yet. So to Imran Khan.
I suspect we will see him very soon because Brian Charles has been given 6 over and has been very expensive here. Anderson Phillip, on the other hand, has been very, very economical. 2 for 14 or 5.5. Really runs in with energy. And it's good to see his performance because, of course, he's coming back from injury, Anderson Phillip. So I think Darren Bravo has been very careful, and Anil Lakan, of course, mentioned that they would be managing his workload coming back into the Red Force squad.
Yeah. Yeah, at this stage, he would not want to push himself too much. I guess that's why we're seeing him operate in short spells. A slight pause in play. I think it's just that smoke that's blowing across.
And Gabriel has wandered to the boundaries edge and will get a drink of water. Earlier, Jermaine Blackwood was miming something. It looked like he was doing the breaststroke. I'm not exactly sure what he was concerned about. Do you have any superstitions as a batter, Kadir Mohammed? I know cricketers have their little superstitions and nuances.
Funny enough, I don't have any, but it's something that batsmen do have. It's something that it's practiced. I was speaking to Marlon Barkley, former Trinidad and Tobago player, and he was telling me that he's very big on superstitions, and he would pack his bag the day before his game, so that he doesn't have to look. He could whatever he needs to get in his gear bag. He doesn't even have to look, and he pads up everything left first. So he puts on his left side pad first, his glove, his left hand first, and it's something that I know a lot of players have the tendencies to do. Well left.
Wonderful, beautiful delivery from Anderson, cousin of Joel Phillip, to finish off that over. That one came back in and shaved that off stump. Came so close. Let's have a look at the replay of this one, Kadir.
You have to say good judgment from Carlos Brown. It came back big. Yeah, it came back appreciably from Anderson Phillip. Heads in hands moment.
Jamaica 124 for 2 after 23 overs. They still trail by 53. Brian Charles will continue from the southern end of the ground.
Still no Imran Khan yet.
Let's stay in our mind frame. Let's stay in our
And a look at games going around in this regional championship. The Bajans are 215 for 7 in reply to the win was 213, 237. Shane Dowridge not out on 11. Just Jair McAllister and Jumel Warrican to come. 4 wickets for Larry Edward, 4 for 39.
Big ball on the go.
And in the Guyana versus Leeward's game at the Providence Stadium, Guyana 28 for 1. They're batting in their second innings. Matthew Nandu, unfortunately, had a bright start to this tournament, a century on debut. Hasn't really done much since. Guyana 28 for 1. They trailed the Leeward Islands by 97 after the Leeward Islands posted 247 all out. Jamar Hamilton not out on 58.
Hey, Chalo!
The smoke is a little bit thicker across the ground here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Hey, boy! Walking, lads! No.
Cut into the point region there, and no run. And that is the end of the Brian Charles over. It's not a bad over at all. Jamaicans still at 124 for 2 after 24 overs.
Yeah, so still 35 overs remain in this play. Still a long way to go for the Scorpions, and the Red Force would feel as though if they can prize out another wicket or two, they feel like they're right back in this game. Not that they're out of it by any means, but it's just that the Scorpions have done well up to this point.
Anderson Phillip to continue from the northern end of the ground. Good rising delivery that Carlos Brown leaves alone.
The 7th over now, Anderson Phillip, 2 for 14. Very economical.
I think the body language of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is just starting to look a little bit despondent. They're not as chirpy as they were earlier this morning.
Pitched up delivery, pushed back up to Gabriel at mid-off. Yeah, would you be just a little bit more attacking at this stage, Andrew, with the Jamaica Scorpions still in deficit?
Well, this is why I feel like Imran Khan should be the right foil for Anderson Phillip at one end, at the other end, because Phillip is holding on this end quite well. Lovely bouncing delivery outside the line of the off stump. Charles, unfortunately, really hasn't done that well today. 7 overs for 39 runs. And Leroy Lugg quite enjoyed batting against him. But I just feel like Imran Khan would be a little faster through the air. And offer something a little bit different here. Good bowling by Phillip.
Yeah, definitely would like to see Khan at some stage.
3 slips in place as well as a gully in the form of Mr. Imran Khan. There's a field at point as well. Shannon Gabriel at mid-off. Keon Webster at mid-on. Field at deep backward square leg as well. Darren Bravo with a short extra cover position. And coming in slightly, pushed back by the batsman Carlos Brown. And did you know Brown is the most popular last name in Jamaica?
Wasn't aware.
And I'm sure you would know what's the most popular last name in Trinidad. I'll give you a hint. It might be yours.
I was just about to say that, but
Oh, beautiful delivery by Anderson Phillip. 2 for 14. He finishes it off with a maiden as well. So that's 2 back-to-back maidens here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trying to tighten up the screws a little bit here. They'll be happy with what Anderson Phillip has provided. 124 for 2, the Jamaicans, after 25 overs. Ramadan Mubarak to all our Muslim brothers and sisters who are fasting Qadir Muhammad. I'm not sure if Imran Khan is observing it out there in the middle.
that's interesting though. I'm not sure if he is in fact observing the fasting period. Be interesting to know though.
We certainly have to ask him after the day's play today.
Yeah, and since the departure of Leroy Lugg, Brian Charles have been a little bit more consistent. Just starting to apply some pressure. Lugg was really taking a liking to him.
You mean?
Yeah, just now started found his lines and his lengths.
From the Scorpions' perspective, Jermaine Blackwood will not want to go into his shell. Because, of course, like I mentioned numerous times, he's playing that long innings for his team. But he really doesn't want to get bogged down and then do something silly and throw away his hand. But this is good cricket from him. He gets a single here and just ticks the strike over. Finally breaks that deadlock of 16 balls without a run.
Slight change in the field as Brown comes on strike. Leg slip goes in place. Tion Webster. And Mohan comes into regulation first slip. Kamal Puran is at short leg. At the end of 26 overs, it's 124 for 2.
Coming back to that gentleman known as Mr. Imran Khan. 112 first-class matches, 446 wickets, a bowling average of 23. He's played first-class cricket from since 2005. Really good figures in first-class cricket. 446 wickets, a best of 7 for 47, best in a match of 11 for 122. Economy rate of 3.06. Anderson Phillip to continue from the northern end. And I mean, if he was fasting for and observing the Ramadan period, it must be very difficult in that time, because of course the cricket finishes early, and then you'll still have some fasting to do for sundown.
Yeah.
That will be a specific challenge for him as well.
Yeah, it's quite a challenge, but it does play its part. And it'd be interesting to see when the drinks come on, if he's partaking in the drinks.
I credit to Imran Khan, the consummate professional as well, because he was the Red Force captain last season. Replaced by Darren Bravo, yet still a member of the side. Has taken a bit of a backseat role in this season. You have to see. in terms of the bowling so far in the championship. He has played all 4 games, only taken 9 wickets. 4 games thus far. 4 for 80, his best figures in a match, in a game. 5 for 108 in a match. Really hasn't been the best returns. With 9 for 274 overall. Just 2 slips now for Anderson Phillip. This field spread a little bit wider. Ball delivery down the leg side. They're appealing. Daniel Williams is convinced the umpire is not. Those innocuous leg side deliveries can be dangerous here. Kadir Mohammed, what do you think?
Yeah. So May just brushed the pad on the way through. Good take again from Daniel Williams, skipping down the leg side.
The 2 slips and a gully in place. Darren Bravo at short extra cover, and then there's a fielder at a conventional extra cover position as well. Deep backward square leg has gone out.
Short delivery, and Blackwood just guides this one past the vacant slip and the gully position, and it goes into the 3rd man boundary for 4.
Just riding that one, Jermaine Blackwood. He's not a tall fellow, but he's just able to get some bat on that one. The pace of Anderson Phillip screaming it down to the 3rd man boundary.
Yeah, safe shot, you'd have to say. Kept it down, was in control all the way through. So he goes on to 41 now. 41 from 76 deliveries. Spent quite some time in the middle for Jermaine Blackwood.
Might be trying to free his arms a little bit here. In all fairness, that delivery from Phillip was wide enough that he could get something on it. Phillip responds with tucking him up, and Blackwood screams a single. Lovely little toss in there by Tion Webster from mid-on. For Blackwood, we know he's fast between the wickets, and he's able to get the single. And the Jamaicans are 134-2 after 27 overs.
Yeah, Blackwood continues to play well. Carlos Brown, 4 so far. Debutant, 4 from 19 deliveries. Brian Charles to continue from the southern end. So they've done away with that leg slip. But in fact, Jermaine Blackwood is on strike. Pitched a single off the final delivery of the previous over. Just the 1 slip. Forward short leg. Short mid-on in Darren Bravo.
Hey. Working, Charlo, working, Charlo. Every ball, lads. Behind every ball. Working. Come on me for the break. Come on me for the break.
Yeah, even though Charles has settled into his work nicely after being dispatched by Leroy Lugg earlier in his bowling spell, he isn't troubling the batsman as much as Darren Bravo would like. Which is why I think it's time to try Imran Khan and see what he can do.
Yeah, he's not getting that much turn, much purchase of the surface. So just using a bit of a drift.
Work it, Brian.
But he has this lovely up and down in his delivery. Up and down so quickly. Gives it some air, and then before you know it, it's down on you, sort of dipping.
Yeah, he does have a lovely smooth action. Exhibiting decent control here in the later half, in the second half of his bowling spell. Going to try a little bit of a round the wicket here for Carlos Brown.
Stop it!
And Brown is able to push that down to long on for a single.
Working, boys, working.
Trailed by 43 here, the Jamaicans.
I go, boys.
And you'd be thinking, of course, they want to get at least 300 on the board. Make sure the Trinidadians have to chase about 200 at least. Back and cut.
And in the gap, 4 runs for Blackwood. Cut forward of point and into the boundary. So Blackwood sort of releasing the pressure. He's 47 now. Just a bit too short and wide from Charles.
And that actually is the end of the over as the Jamaicans are 138 for 2. Their captain leading the charge here, Jermaine Blackwood, 47. See the summary of the game here. And despite the fact that the Jamaica Scorpions are falling on, I'd have to say honors are just about even at this stage, maybe. With Trinidad and Tobago Red Force slightly ahead simply by the fact that they have a lead. But the way the Jamaicans are batting here, and if these two are there at the end of the day, then day 3 tomorrow will be certainly very pivotal here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah. Well, again, a lot is dependent on Jermaine Blackwood and how deep he bats. So the Red Force would know that he's the key man.
Phillip continues. Carlos Brown gets a delivery on the leg side and turns it down to the backward square leg for a single.
You run like this, you run on the pitch, so you just hold the offside. Just run for the offside, and you covered. Everything you run from there, come down here, run straight. Sorry about it. Just letting you know.
Yeah, it's at this point you want to see Darren Bravo trying some things, maybe a field in an odd position just to throw off the batter, something like that. Brian Charles has already bowled 9 overs for 49 runs. Phillip has done well in his spell. Cutting that one, almost getting a bottom edge onto the stumps there.
Yeah. A good delivery again from Anderson Phillip. Hard lengths. And Blackwood looking to punch. This came off the inner half of the bat. This is good from Anderson Phillip into his 9th over. Bit of an extended spell for him. 2 for 20. Drinks break. It'll be coming up probably after this over.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Late swing from Anderson Phillip. Well judged by Jermaine Blackwood, you'd have to say. It was a delivery just on about 4th stump, and it swung so much. Daniel Williams took that past the leg stump behind the stumps. That stumped quite a lot there in a short space of time.
Yeah. 139 for 2 represents a good fight back from the Jamaica Scorpions, and it must be pleasing for their management and coaching staff to see some sort of fight back from them. Good delivery again from Phillip.
Shannon Gabriel trying the fancy football footwork to no avail.
Halfway. No, 2 left. Get that? 2.
Getting into the cooler part of the afternoon now. Some cloud cover, but there's certainly no chance of rain, I would say, Kareem Mohammed.
Definitely good conditions. Punched by Blackwood. Takes off a quick single. Puran was a bit deep and came through quite comfortably in the end.
Lads, sometimes you running on it there, right? Yeah. If you just hold your line, you're going to be good, but because you come across, sometimes you're getting funny.
partnership with 28. And with the
Bowling
fourth,
by Anderson Phillip, 2 for 21, last delivery in his 9th over. And he's been operating with a spin on the other end, so not much rest between overs. Showing his worth and his value and his fitness here, and ends with a wonderful delivery for his 9th, Jamaicans 29th, and they 140 for 2, trailed by 37 runs.
Spain like it coming. Washroom?
But given the state of the situation and the game now, Kadir Mohammed, do you think Darren Bravo is maybe starting to regret putting the Jamaicans bat into bat and enforcing the follow-on?
well, definitely at this stage you would have wanted more wickets. But take nothing away from the way the Jamaicans played the situation expertly well up to this point. And we see Imran Khan back into the attack for the first time in this innings.
Carey Pears also on the field. I
boy,
think
boy.
he's come on possibly for Anderson Phillip.
Brian Charles left the field.
Straight into the slip position. Healthy competition within the Red Force squad, you have to say, if Carey Pear doesn't get a chance. I've always rated him as especially as a left-arm bowler. He's very tall and has long fingers as well. Bit of a loosener there from Imran Khan, and despairing dive from the field at wide mid-off, and it just trickles into the boundary there.
Yeah, tossed up delivery, inviting the drive. Blackwood obliged. And the spear and dive from Mohan. Couldn't haul it in. So Blackwood gets another boundary.
And that's actually his 5th day as well.
Yeah, 52 years now.
Yep, 52. Captain's knock here by the Scorpions captain.
Yeah, exactly what was required from them.
Mr. Samaru is in our commentary position again. You probably against Darren Bravo enforcing the follow on. Your thoughts, sir? Nods sagely. He would have batted again.
Let's stay with him.
Quite so, Mr. Samaru.
Hey, boy, Shaki!
And give Vikash Mohan and Kamil Puran another chance on a nice flat pitch to get their eye in.
Gonna start a 10, Shaki. Hey, boy!
Beautiful delivery there by Imran Khan after that loosener first up. Now he's starting to hit his line and length.
Sweet shock.
Yeah, still not much turn on offer. Slight drift in the air. Another flight to delivery, driven up to long on. So Blackwood continues to play responsibly. He's not his usual free flow himself, but he's not getting bogged down. He keeps taking the strike over, the odd boundaries. Exactly what you would want from your captain, especially just returning from the test series.
Yeah, good that he's showing his maturity.
Hey, boy, Shaki!
At the end of Imran Khan's first over, the Jamaicans are 145 for 2. Jermaine Blackwood really is an interesting case because he's certainly the sort of player that you thought the West Indies would want in white ball cricket, but he hasn't played white ball in a very, very long time. And he's the vice captain of the West Indies red ball team.
Yeah.
Maybe not has done as well as he would have liked. He's had some very good innings in the past, really stood up when his team needed it the most. But this sort of innings, this is the sort of innings you would expect and you'd want to see him put out at the West Indies level. Terence Hines will replace Mr. Anderson, cousin of Joel Phillip, from the northern end of the ground.
Terrence Hines for the first time in this innings as well. So double change from the Red Force. Just the two slips. Gully, backward point on the boundary. Short cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, fine leg. Gabriel is hanging back at mid off.
On the money immediately, Terrence Hines. The Blackwood looks comfortable enough here. My one criticism of Blackwood's general batting is that he sometimes goes with too hard hands as opposed to playing the ball soft, and he certainly has the skill to maneuver the ball into the gaps. Just like that, just turn it off your hips, get it down to the backward square leg for a single.
It's something that we want to see more from our batsmen. The fact that they can rotate the strike a bit more, just to play the ball a bit later, just to hit the gaps, and just to keep that scoreboard ticking over. It's always annoying for bowlers too. Sort of makes them change up their lines of attack. For the delivery, appeal is going up. And nothing doing from umpire Leslie Reefer.
Bit of a casual forward defensive shot there by Carlos Brown. Maybe a bit of an inside edge. A very good appeal by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. I'm not sure that there was any bat at all involved in that. I actually think Carlos Brown was beating all ends up. But the appeal was very half-hearted, you have to say. That it wasn't a long appeal or anything. It was a sort of a polite question as opposed to an appeal.
Yeah, sit on the back leg.
Good point. Plays this one, Carlos Brown, and gets the quick single. Gets off strike. With that delivery from Hines, seemed to come in a little bit more than Brown expected. He thought he had it covered and then just jagged back in ever so slightly. A little bit more to miss the bat, I think, in my opinion.
Come on. Two dance. Two.
Taking a look at the Jamaican batting card so far, Leroy Lugg caught by Daniel Williams off the bowling of Anderson Phillip for 66 off 57. Tevin Gilzine, LBW to Anderson Phillip. That was the second time Anderson has gotten him in this match. Second time, not today. He was out late last night. Jermaine Blackwood not out on 54 of 90. Carlos Brown, 9 off 29. And as we take a short drinks break right now, and we'll be back with the action in just a few minutes. And welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the continued action on day 2 here between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. Andrew Chan in your company alongside Mr. Keshav Bahadur Singh, who's giving me some legal advice off here.
Indeed, Mr. Chan, at all points in time, feel free. There's definitely no harm in consulting your friendly neighborhood attorney.
Share the knowledge, sir. Share the knowledge.
Of course, of course. It's certainly a pleasure to be witnessing this game here at this point in time where it looks like Jamaica Scorpions are kind of taking it away from Trinidad and Tobago. It seems like the momentum has certainly shifted in favor of the Scorpions as they are on 147 for 2. Just 30 runs trailing by, and Blackwood, very confident on 54, seems to be going well.
Imran Khan continue from the southern end. And that's a lovely little push there by Carlos Brown, straight down the ground. Long on comes around. And there's the fielding. That looks like Jason Mohammed isolated all the way down there on the southern end of the ground. Underneath the watchful eyes of our cameraman, Kevin Maharaj, who's perched on the VIP section. Kevin Maharaj, he's a VIP man there.
Yeah, I think right now it's VVIP because it seems to be him alone at that point in time. So, very, very important is there, Mr. Mirage.
Yeah. And so you have to say Darren Bravo might be questioning this enforcing the follow on here, Keshav.
Agreed.
And, from your learned point of view, what advice would you have given him as a council member?
Well, in terms of the advice, first I'd ask him to make sure the retainer is properly completed. Because without the retainer, we can't give any advice. But apart from that, in this context, I think, the decision to send them back into bat could have certainly been followed on with the same aggression they had when they were bowling in the first innings. So I think they dropped the ball a bit there in terms of how they approached the second innings, and they allowed Jamaica to score a bit too easily, and they didn't keep that stronghold in place. So at this point in time, it seems like, they might be ruining that decision having not batted in this innings here, because we note that the second day at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is certainly one of the best days for batting.
Credit to the Jamaicans, they have approached their second innings a lot better. They've already bypassed the amount of overs they batted in their first innings. They only faced 29.4 overs. They're up to 32 now. 149 for 2. Jermaine Blackwood has been really, really good so far. So Leroy Lugg, he had the impetus early on, 66 or 57, really set that platform. But Jermaine Blackwood, this is the sort of knock, the mature knock that you would expect from him. It was a breezy 11 off 10 in the first innings. This time he's 55 off 95, and he's really set himself up. We know he likes the bat. We know he can beat the ball, but it's good to see him playing the long innings here.
Yeah, it's really a very good innings from Blackwood indeed, as Lugg gave him that capability to just take his time and settle in. Usually Blackwood is the more aggressive of the two in a batting partnership, and Lugg hitting the ball to all parts of the ground earlier, and he would have certainly assisted in that scoring rate, getting to that target of the follow-on, and getting to that position where they can now pass Trinidad and Tobago's first innings target. So Blackwood, initially he had some risky shots, admittedly, played some outside the off stump he should have left alone. Couple chances biting the outside edge, some of them bottom edges, run into the leg side, but apart from that, he has certainly settled in very nicely, and everything seems to be middling properly at this point in time.
Terrence Hines continues the action. 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, deep backward square leg. Camille Puran, it looks like, at that extra cover position. Darren Bravo has moved onto the square leg region, just forward of square, I should say, short mid wicket. Carry pairs pretty deep at mid on as well. So yeah, you're quite right in terms of the point that you made, that they're not keeping the pressure on the Jamaicans. As I mentioned to Kadir Mohammed, it seems like they're a little less chirpy, despite the fact that there's a little bit of cloud cover, so it should be a little bit easier in the field for them. But they're really, really not that verve, that pressure that was on in the Jamaican first inning just doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, you can see the body language on the field from all of the players. Certainly a bit, I would say, dejected or demoralized at this point in time. You know, previously they were going about their business very happily and very quick to their marks and so on. Now just some probably tired legs and having labored out there for majority of the day. In fact, seeing that they were bowling from morning, sent Jamaica back into bat and have been bowling for the entirety of this evening. So even from the first over, I think, you know, we would have liked to seen a forward short leg in place, you know. Many of the shots batsmen have just been angling to that leg side and getting an easy single in that period. So from the onset, the mindset could have probably been a bit more attacking from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Darren Bravo needs to lead by example here, because in that first innings, he was always in the bowler's ears. He was giving them advice after almost every single delivery. And he's very quiet. He's very sedate now, almost just sitting back and watching, which is not what you want to see from a captain and somebody with his vast experience as well.
Yes, and his personality also is somebody that can get the team roused if he needs to. That one's full of length delivery, playing into the onside but no single. And as you rightfully noted, you saw the difference his involvement made in that first innings. Just almost every ball going up to the bowlers, every over talking to the next bowler, going from end to end, ensuring that he escorted them and guided them. Because apart from his batting prowess, and you know, we've seen his bowling recently, he has been in the game for so long. He has played at the highest level, the international level, and you know, he would certainly be able to impart his knowledge to these players, so their confidence would grow knowing that he is just there ushering them along.
Yeah, if you've scored a century in India at the test level, that's nothing to be scoffed at all. But I just wonder, I mean, of course, it was a very hot day, and despite the fact that the Jamaicans only played 30 overs at the end of this over, batted 30 overs, maybe that heat did get to them, and the energy has really been sapped a little bit. So towards the end of the day now, they're just going through the motions, which is not good to see, with a little bit over half an hour left to play in the day.
Yeah, I think that's the risk in terms of when you send the opposition back into bat, knowing that you have a lead, it can easily go the opposite direction, which we have seen right now, in terms of the opposition taking the ascendancy and scoring easily, so that they are now in a strong position to go forward and set a target for Trinidad and Tobago. I think apart from Darren Bravo, Shannon Gabriel should also set, you know, a stronger example for these fast bowlers, because he, leading from the front in the first innings as well as the second, really hasn't shown much in terms of to offer. So he has shown that in the first innings, 6 overs, none for 36, economy of 6 runs per over, and I mean, Jamaica weren't really scoring that freely. So it just shows the fact that, you know, he needs to improve.
Imran Khan drawing the edge here. Sprawling dive, the short third man fielder will run around and get that one. Imran Khan certainly offering a little bit more than Brian Charles, you have to say.
Like this, I like this stuff.
Yeah, we were calling for Imran Khan from the earlies, even when Leroy Lugg was there. And his attacking nature, seeing that he hit Brian Charles, unfortunately, all over the ground. The ball having to be retrieved from the stands and from the side screen. So, Khan, with all of his experience and his guile, his form as well in the national club circuit, where he has been taking a lot of wickets for his club every weekend in and out.
446 first-class wickets for Imran Khan. That's nothing to be scoffed at all.
Hey, boy, Shaki!
Really a veteran at this point in time.
Straight.
We're even seeing Virasamy Purmal, who has the most first-class wickets, in fact, doing the same job for Guyana year in, year out.
Push down there to mid-off. The fielder is deep. The throw comes in. It's a little bit wild, and they will get an overthrow here. Runs very, very close to the boundary. They're coming back for the second overthrow. That's good running by the Jamaicans.
Imran Khan not too pleased with that attempt in the field there. Hands on his hips for a bit, just looking around in dismay. Should have really just been a single, in fact none at all, because that ball just pushed to the fielder, and the fielder a bit slow to come off his mark there at that wide-ish mid-off position. I think the wide angle allowed them to get that single as they played it straight.
Just to give you an update of what else is going on in the regional championships. Well, at the Queen's Park Oval, it's a really tight game here between the Barbados and Windward Islands. The Bajans have progressed to 227 for 9 in response to the Windward Islands' first innings total of 237. It's actually the end of innings for the second day's play up there at the Queen's Park Oval. And switching across to Guyana versus Leewards. The situation is there. Guyana are 48 for 1. They trail the Leewards by 77. As the Jamaicans end the 34th over at 153 for 2. Jermaine Blackwood, 58 off 106. You really think that he is a linchpin here for the Jamaicans. But the Red Force will be hoping to prize him out as soon as possible.
The danger at Blackwood is once he gets set, it's very difficult to get him out. And yes, we know that most of the times he's dismissed as playing an attacking shot. We have seen that he has shown a lot of maturity in this innings where he has been playing the ball on its merit. Initially, I think he got it out of his system. He played a couple loose shots and got away with it. But similarly, that delivery there, Blackwood could have easily driven it straight back. Or, you know, he has that very expansive drive. He loves to play very free-flowing. And that one, just checking it a bit because he knows Terrence Hines has the ability to get the ball to move off the seam when it pitches. So that is a perfect example of the maturity. 58 from 106 is almost unheard of from Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, Jermaine Blackwood has been blessed with two of the gifts that you associate with good batsmen. Great eyes and fast hands.
It's really a joy to watch when he's free-flowing.
Yeah.
Any format of the game.
This one he gets some width there and cuts that quite well. Just get that down for a single. Good fielding running around there. That's Jason Mohammed. Sprightly at 34, you have to say, Keshav Bahadur Singh.
Yes, Jason probably a bit bored in the field at this point in time, not getting the opportunity to try his part-time off-spin. You know, sometimes even those can be a game changers when you bring on a bowler who you have as a part-time spinner can get wickets. When in the mind of the batsman, they might just ease a little bit in terms of their relaxation and their concentration levels.
I was mentioning to Kadir as well, it's strange that Jermaine Blackwood is purely used as a red ball player for the West Indies because we know how good he is at biffing the ball, but he hasn't been used at all by the West Indies in the white ball game. He has shown that maturity to be the vice captain for the red ball team, maybe not performing as well and contributing in terms of runs as he would like, as much as he would have liked, although he does have those special innings that really help him out. Just, for example, that 90-something he had against England during that COVID test series.
Yeah, I think the problem with Blackwood is that even when he has played in the regional T20 format on 50 overs, he hasn't really scored a lot of runs. And it's very strange because a batsman with his attacking nature, you would think, would do very well in those circumstances. But I know from a couple interviews that he did over the last 2 or 3 years, he has really emphasized how much he loves the longer format of the game, and he really thrives on the competition and the challenge imposed by 4-day and 5-day test match cricket, because he says that essentially it keeps your mental game going all at that point in time. And you know, with the shorter format, it does require mental strength, but not as much concentration as it takes over that 5-day period.
One thing I've appreciated in this innings that we've seen so far from him today is that he's capable of playing with soft hands as well. Normally he goes at the ball very, very hard indeed. A little bit of an in-swing there, but that's beautifully played by Carlos Brown. Just forward of square on the leg side, and that will run into the boundary for 4. Lovely little shot there by Carlos Brown. That will give him a world of confidence there.
Really nice timing as we see in the replay. Not much effort. Honestly, the ball straying down the paths, down to the leg side, and no real harm in playing that shot as there's no risk of LBW. So using the pace of the ball and timing it superbly to the boundary for 4 runs.
Interesting, we've yet to see Mr. Tion Webster. He took 5 wickets earlier today in Jamaica's first innings, 5 for 36. Probably getting a little bit of well-deserved rest.
Yeah, I was wondering that same thing as well, but that being said, they really and truly only bowled about 29 overs in the first inning, so I'm not sure if rest is the main factor unless he probably has a slight potential injury, just, you know, nursing and to avoid any serious injuries.
Hopefully that's not the case as the Jamaicans end the 35th over at 158 for 2.
So what do you think is the best strategy for the Red Force to adopt as we approach this last half hour of play?
Well, I think Darren Bravo needs to try something a little different. Imran Khan is bowling well on one end,
Okay,
so
boys,
he's
okay, boys.
he's just settling into his groove. But it looks like he's going to be replaced by Brian Charles once again. As Brian Charles is giving his hat to the umpire. But I really would like to see him try something a little different. Maybe just put a field in a weird position, a short mid off, something like that. Let's encourage a little bit of maybe a bit of silliness. Maybe even try Jason Mohammed as a part-time bowler. Jason Mohammed part-time. They might say, okay, I can get some runs late in the day here. And then you never know. Jason Mohammed might just get on a pedestal and and spin the team to victory.
I think we've actually seen it over his regional career thus far. You know, many times he's come in and gotten a couple of key wickets when he has flighted the ball more than a usual spinner. You know, it just hangs in the air that little bit more and encourages the batsman to play a loose shot. So let's see how Brian Charles would fare here in another spell.
Jason Mohammed's action is a very is a very strange one because he has a natural pause before he delivers. It will have the batsman second guessing. Imran Khan, I'm disappointed that Imran Khan didn't bowl longer. It seemed to me like he's just settling into his book here. 3 overs, just 3 overs for 11 runs.
I wonder if it might possibly be a switch of ends. I'm hoping it's that, in fact, because as you rightfully said, you know, he's going really well, and your premier leg spinner against 2 right-handed batsmen, there's no better matchup you'd want unless you have the left-arm orthodox in your lineup, Kari Peer, who's unfortunately not playing. So I think Imran Khan would be the best bet to try and get these wickets at this point in time, because apart from that, the batsmen seem to be going through the motions. Not much deliveries are phasing them or causing any deference in terms of their natural style of play at this point in time.
Yeah, I think the advantage with Imran Khan is of course at the back of the hand. There's that doubt in the batter's mind, and then he has so much control over his bowling that he can zip it through. And of course, this pitch has that little bit of pace, that little bit of bounce that he can extract. I don't think Brian Charles is more of a gentle. He's looking for a little bit of a drift, and he's definitely not getting spin at all.
Yeah, agreed. And when he doesn't get spin, sometimes he tends to dart in the ball a bit quicker, which essentially it might be good for keeping down the run scoring, but at the same point in time, you're trying to get wickets in this form of the game. You know, the runs will flow once the batsman gets their time in the crease. So
around the wicket to Blackwood, and he's able to crouch down the Jamaica batter and push that into Blackwood point region for a single.
in terms of the part-time bowlers as well, I note that Vikash Mohan, in fact, previously when he played youth cricket, he was actually a premier leg spinner. And he used to bat lower down the order, and now changing that, similar to Steve Smith, who started as a leg spinner, is now one of the best batsmen in the world. So, I mean, there are options available. Jason Mohammed with a part-time off spin, Vikash Mohan with some part-time leg spin, Bravo himself with the gentle medium pace. But again, if you have your premier bowler, Imran Khan, who we see taking his runner from the other end, thankfully, as we suggested, he looks like he's going to resume the attack from this media end here.
Well, certainly some sound advice from the legal counsel, and so said, so done, my learned friend.
Indeed, counsel, indeed. Really want to see an exciting end of play session as we approach the close of day 2 here. Good contest thus far for Jamaica to come back at this point in time, trailing by just 16 now, you know, ebbing away at that target piece by piece and just getting it down. Soon enough, they will be setting a lead, and we'll have to see how that goes when they reach that stage, whether they are minded to attack or whether they are minded to just play their natural game and just see if they can set a total of about 300 to 400 between today and tomorrow.
I'm slightly disappointed in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling response. I mean, you dismissed Jamaica early on in the day for 125. Well done, team effort. Tion Webster leading from the front. You come back again, and okay, the pitch is a little bit flatter. The pitch is a little bit easier for batting. Anderson Phillips set a good tune, but the other bowlers simply did not follow. Imran Khan is trying to do that now. Shannon Gabriel really hasn't been what you expect Shannon Gabriel to be. Lovely stuff here from Imran Khan to start.
Yeah, I agree. I think the bowlers just seem to have loosened the grip on the game a little bit when they came back, because from the start of Jamaica's second innings, we saw that the batsmen were a bit shaky early up, and to me that was the time to strike. When you saw that they were playing and not middling anything, they weren't able to move their feet as freely, there should have been a bit more pressure there. That same forward shot like we've seen in place now, I think should have been there from the first over, because a couple of deliveries, in fact, they fended off a bit aerially to that part of the field. So things to look at here as Imran Khan bowls again. Nice flight in that delivery, throwing the batsman flower. And we know he has a googly as well if he needs to just change it up a little bit. So
Yeah.
Blackwood will be very mindful of that. Good play of spin though is Blackwood.
Yeah. Decent enough, Jermaine Blackwood. Good push there. And that field is fairly deep there. I think that's Tion Webster.
I think he probably heard your comment about decent enough and didn't want the commentators' curse to befall him there as he got off strike very quickly.
Yeah, but it's good to see that that he's helping. He will certainly help Carlos Brown, who's making his debut. Didn't have the best of starts, Carlos Brown. He had 5 in the first innings. And now can feel a little bit more comfortable as that popped up. And that's out. Imran Khan strikes. Unfortunately, Carlos Brown throws his bat to the ground in disgust. My apologies, Mr. Brown. I did not mean to call that on you at all. But the Jamaicans lose their 3rd wicket. Imran Khan strikes.
Just as we call for it there, as we see the delivery, the googly getting some turn and bounce. In fact, was that the flipper? And a great one-handed catch there by Kamil Puran, the debutant. What an excellent dismissal of a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Getting Carlos Brown. 16 from 38, a very watchful innings comes to an end. And just as you said that, the 50 partnership came up between those two that over with that single by Blackwood. So it's really an unfortunate time there for Brown to be dismissed. And Blackwood, as you could see from the dismissal, he was very upset. You know, he turned around, he just shook his head because they were going so well. And the goal would have been bat to the end of the day. No more wickets. And now at this point in time, we can see a nice change in the flow.
And Carlos Brown continues to trudge off completely slowly. He knows he did a lot of hard work. 16 off 38. Unfortunately, couldn't push on. Brad Barnes replaces him. Be disappointed here. Let's have a look at this one again. There was so much bounce here from Imran Khan.
Yes, in all fairness to the batsman, that's a very, very difficult delivery to play at. I mean, I think that ball, in fact, bounced as high as one of the pacers who were running in. So for Imran Khan to get that sort of purchase in that delivery, again, coming back to his experience and his ability to deceive the batsman at all points in time, you know, it's really an excellent showing here from Imran Khan.
The enthusiasm of Daniel Williams was also lovely. He almost ran into Kamil Puran before he even took the catch. Lovely awareness there from a young fellow at that short leg position as well. One-handed, diving forward.
Yes, really happy to see that effort. I also heard his family and friends screaming from the crowd as I noticed his parents were in attendance from this morning and yesterday as well. So good to see that support for our young cricketers. Nice first delivery there from Imran Khan. Flighted and the batsman comes forward. Successful over for Trinidad and Tobago there.
162 for 3 the Jamaicans after 37 overs. Imran Khan strikes to get rid of Carlos Brown. Jermaine Blackwood is still there. And he will have to nurture yet another young batter to stay with him. Brad Barnes, talented player, talented young player.
Yeah, again, Blackwood having to call on all of his experience here, being a senior cricketer in the regional and international setup. Certainly leading by example with his own innings. And it's just to encourage these other batsmen. We know this being the last game of the round. I'm sure they would have made some changes to allow everybody to get an opportunity. Try and get a knock and make some runs out here. A lovely catch by Puran in that last over. I must note, being a former player of Crico Prisal myself, I used to play with Brian Charles, Kamil Puran in the same team at that point in time. So, you know, to see both players on the international and the regional circuit here playing for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is definitely refreshing.
People caught behind. Nothing doing. They're begging for that one. Your former teammate Brian Charles got the better of Jermaine Blackwood here. Kaisha Bahadur Singh. Take a look at this one.
Lovely flight from Charles. That one just drifted away from the bat. Looks extremely close there, Chan. I'm not too sure whether there was any touch on it or not. Of course, we don't have the benefit of the snicko, but umpire Brathwaite, being one of the most experienced umpires in the world at this point in time, you know, we trust his judgment.
Nothing, eh? Well done, boy.
Good response here
Yeah,
by
keep
Blackwood, and lovely fielding there in the cover region. No chance of a run. Sprawling dive there by that field. I think that's Vikash Mohan,
boys. Things
and
happening
that's
here, boys.
appreciated all round.
You can see the difference in the field in terms of how everyone is approaching the ball now. They're looking to stop all the singles, looking to keep that intensity, and it's really amazing what one wicket can do.
Oh, boy. Okay, Chalo, boy.
I think the nature of how Camille Puran took the wicket as well. It's a short leg catch. It popped up. The young fellow diving forward really raised the morale of the Red Force team out there in the middle.
Yeah, certainly.
Cut nicely by Blackwood. And just trot a single there.
I'm really surprised that I haven't seen Blackwood try to take the attack to Brian Charles as yet. Again, respected his maturity and admiring the way he has approached this innings. But, you know, I love to see when he uses his feet and plays through the offside as well. They, in fact, tempting him because they're leaving that area open with the fielder being in the 30-yard circle. So just resisting that temptation.
Let's see how Barnes approaches this now. Forward nicely. Plays it comfortably. Daniel Williams does the fielding. But of course, earlier the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here, Anil Lakan, was in the commentary position, and I expressed him that the Red Force had a disappointing season because, of course, it's a bottom of the table clash. But he immediately shut me down and said, "No, it's not a disappointing season. The Red Force are just building for the future, and we see the likes of Vikash Mohan, Kamil Puran coming into the side, as well as the younger fellows like Tion Webster, Terrence Hines, also making their debuts and stuff this season. So they're really building for the future Red Force, according to Anil Lakan."
I think in fairness, I can understand the rebuilding point, but the reputation that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has had over the last few decades in regional cricket, and I mean even since before our times, you know, certainly they would be disappointed by finishing where they are, because regardless of that position, I mean, there are cricketers who, albeit they are young, they have been playing for some time. Brian Charles, for example, just around 26 or 27 years of age, but he has been playing regional cricket for at least 3 to 4 years. Similarly with Terrence Hines, Webster, as you noted. We have the debutant Kamil Puran, Vikash Mohan with his first season, and also we have other players in the circuit who have just not been performing or not given a chance to come and perform. We note young Isaiah Raja, who's doing very well for his club, usually within the Red Force setup, not seeing him around at this point in time. So, you know, lots of factors to consider in terms of how the team has approached, and of course injuries have been a major factor as well, injuries to key personnel.
Yeah, it's been there have been moments of brilliance, most notably Darren Bravo being immortal in regional cricket with twin hundreds in one game. But there has not been that consistency. Someone like Amir Jangu, for example, has been disappointing for me. Keon Otley as well, getting a chance this season, not really taking it. Amir Jangu is somebody I rate quite highly, and I think is capable of doing quite well. Maybe he hasn't. Maybe he's not built for the opening, as Anil Lakan said. He's better off in the middle order. But I think as a wicketkeeper, he should be a class batsman, and he does have that class about him.
Yeah, he certainly is a good batsman. You can see the difference in his game when he steps out there. You know, shows lovely technique, good timing of the ball. So hits it very strong as well, as we can see his versatility when he plays in the Dream 11 T10 Blast. I believe he captained one of the sides as well to victory, or at least to the finals in that tournament. So Jangu, when he played for the Leeward Islands for several years, he did bat in that middle order position and scored a few 50s. So it could very well be a matter of position. But again, taking nothing away from your point, as a wicketkeeper, batting has to be up there. Your batting has to be up to a certain standard of class, and no matter where you're called upon to place yourself, whether it be at the top of the order, the middle, even lower down, you have to play an innings in accordance with your skill.
But the fact of the matter is that it was an opportunity. It was a golden opportunity that he didn't quite grasp with both hands, which is why towards the tail end of the season now, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have to reinvent themselves and say, hey, let's bring in Vikash Mohan and let's bring in Kamil Puran. Yeah. Which is another trick I think that Darren Bravo missed. In letting
lads,
Vikash
working,
Mohan and
lads,
Kamil
boy.
Puran bat on this flat surface, second day surface, with runs behind them. They'll feel a lot more comfortable. This one gets an edge here, Brian Charles. That will run past down to the third man region. It won't get to the boundary.
Yeah, I agree
And
with that
Brad
point.
Barnes is off the mark.
The thing is, you would want to get a victory in this game, obviously, for morale and for points and so on. But realistically, a victory won't put you in any position in the table as in first or second. So if the aim of this game is to give the players the experience and allow them to get that opportunity out in the middle, they could have capitalized on that chance to allow the young opening batsmen to bat with no real sort of pressure behind them.
Hey, boy,
The other
Charlo.
point of consideration is, and I really all credit to the Cricket West Indies for extending the season by having that three-team tournament, Team Headley, Team Weeks, and West Indies Players Academy, which Cricket 360 will be producing on behalf of Cricket West
Working,
Indies.
bravo, that's it,
And
bravo.
I really don't think that any
Okay,
Trinidad and
okay.
Tobago Red Force player has put their name up for contention for one of those places.
Hey, boy, Charlo.
I mean, in an effort to make up numbers, they might pull in Darren Bravo, for example, or
Okay,
maybe
boy.
even Anderson Phillip, because he's bowled quite well in the chances that he's been given. Maybe Tion Webster as well, but it's beautiful bowling.
Excellent delivery there, just
Hey,
passing the
Charlo,
outside edge
boy.
of the bat. Again, anytime Charles flights the ball a bit more and just hangs it in the air extra, he beats the outside edge of the batsman. So I think he needs to just focus on that a bit more and not try to push the ball too quickly onto the batsman. Let the spin do the work. We've seen Nathan Lyon, one of the best off spinners, in fact, the best off spinner right now in international test cricket. You know, he just shows his right each game. Never lets the flight fail him. Always constantly goes to his plan. Players can hit him for 6-4, it doesn't matter. Continues with that same game plan and gets his batsman eventually.
End of the over there, the Jamaicans after 40 overs, 165 for 3. Jermaine Blackwood 63, Brad Barnes just on 2. And they still trail by 12. But the Jamaicans slowly working their way into something of an ascendancy.
So I got a 39 minutes. 19 overs, whichever come first.
So just about 9 minutes remaining in the day's play, and we know that there are about 19 overs remaining. So interesting to see whether the umpires will call time around 5 or whether they'll go that bit extra to get more overs in.
Imran Khan to continue, 1 for 12 or 5. Jermaine Blackwood doing the mature thing and just batting out whatever overs are left there. Certainly not going to chance his arm unless maybe a really horrible delivery comes down his way. But you're definitely not going to get that from Mr. Imran Khan.
Of course, and in terms of the Red Force perspective, what would you think about putting another fielder close in on the offside? Just to add that pressure as you come to the close of play, because you know, in the batsman's mind, he would best be thinking, get to the end of this day, don't give away my wicket, play defensively, just keep the ball down. If you put that extra pressure in there, he'd have to ensure the ball is played on the ground. No chance of any aerial delivery at all.
Yeah, have to create that lapse in concentration. Lovely little flick there. Shannon Gabriel sprawls at that one. A sort of half-hearted dive by the big man, and Blackwood able to whip that through the mid-wicket region for 4.
Good attempt there from Shannon Gabriel in the field. Not often we see him diving. And I know I did feel a bit of a shake in the commentary booth there. Very strong guy, Shannon Gabriel, as we see him there throwing his body to the ground, but unfortunately not able to get a hand onto that one.
A for effort, Mr. Gabriel.
Of course. Candice making a slight change in the field. Pulling his long on a bit straighter. See that similar delivery again. Going into the batsman and rising. Blackwood very mindful of it. Good use of his feet, being able to rock back and forth against the spinners.
Well bowled, Imran Khan. Fantastic bowling here.
That's the pressure we wanted to see from earlier.
169 for 3 after 41 overs.
Hello, hello.
And it really is good to see that the Red Force are trying to reinvent themselves, because it always seems to me that that some players are lingering and they don't give the younger players a chance. I mean, I would have said Imran Khan, but he still showed that he has that value with the ball. Jason Mohammed is one, I think, you know, with all this experience, he really hasn't done that much at all throughout this tournament. And yes, he's getting up in age. Yes, he's still fit, and yes, he's still playing. But is he holding back a young person from getting blooded in regional cricket? Beaten all ends up by that one is Brad Barnes. And of course, the issue with the red ball cricket is you sometimes get too defensive and you get in your shell.
See the replay on that one again, using that flight, the ball just holding up in the air. That one a bit quicker and the batsman able to come forward to it. So Charles has to realize here where he's deceiving the batsman and focus on that. Obviously you would want to bowl the same delivery each time, but it has clearly worked. So why not repeat that delivery and just keep the batsman thinking.
He's coming around the wicket as well, which will just change his trajectory a little bit.
Yes, angling across the right-handed batsman. So 2 slips in place. He'll be trying to see if he can get an edge here.
Nothing, Brad, stop it! Oh, good on.
Pleasant drive there by Barnes. Certainly one of the bright spots for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is Daniel Williams making his not full debut, a sort of debut, a debut with an asterisk next to it, but he's really done well. 5 catches, I believe, behind the stumps today, 4 in the first innings.
He did really well to come in and replace Joshua De Silva. Of course, we hope there's nothing too serious with De Silva. We'll be looking forward to hearing news of his good health very soon.
I think. Okay, there, Brian.
And
Work it
we'll
up.
have to see if he's capable of batting as well, because I get the feeling that the Red Force will need him, as the Jamaicans trail by just 7 at this stage.
I think as far as we were informed earlier, he should be able to bat. It's just the wicket keeping would have been a bit difficult based on the injury they sustained. So awaiting confirmation of that, but he'd certainly be very pivotal to Trinidad and Tobago's second innings. We saw in the games that he has come back in for them. He has already scored runs and showed his worth in helping them to reach their respectable total despite losing the games. We also note the absence of Yannick Karaya, Akil Hussain due to West Indies duty and due to playing limited overs version of the game as well. So Trinidad and Tobago not at their full strength, but at the same point in time you can say the same for the other countries in the region. So it's not that it should really be an excuse for them to say that they are rebuilding when every season you would have the same difficulty. If your players perform extremely well, you have to understand that they might go up to West Indies and they would have to be playing tours at different times throughout the year, which might be during your regional season as well. So, you know, it's to have that constant flow, as we see Imran Khan go into another over here.
They get through his overs very quickly, these spinners, trying to squeeze in as much as possible, I think before 5 o'clock cut-off time. But certainly after the explosion of this morning, oh well, a rush of blood there by Mr. Brad Barnes. Trying for that hoik, maybe a little bit shorter, dragged down a little bit there by Khan. With Barnes' eyes lit up.
Yeah, his captain Jimmy just tell him, keep going, Brady. Wants Brady to ensure to stay there with him to the end of this day. 170 for 3. Jamaica, and certainly they'll be looking to start tomorrow with just 3 wickets gone as well. That mental advantage would be a great asset for them, trailing by 7 runs if they can even achieve those 7 runs.
Inside edge.
Risky business there.
Too low for Karamil Puran and too quickly past him at a short leg position. Battle evenly poised as the shadows lengthen on day 2.
So it's driven nicely down the ground. Terrence Hines comes off the long off boundary and just gets it back to the bowler slowly.
Question is, will they squeeze in another over after this last Imran Khan delivery? Should be his last legal delivery. 1 for 18 or 6.5. Well played there by Brad Barnes. Imran Khan was hoping for a bit of an inside edge.
I think you might see another over here quickly from Brian Charles as keeper is sprinting to the other end. I needed to try to at least see how much overs they can get in here quickly as possible to not let that remaining overs go into the next day.
It's one of the wonderful intricacies of the 4-day game. You could face 98 deliveries, 99 deliveries, 150 deliveries, 135 deliveries for Jimmy Blackwood, and then you just get one, and that's the end of you.
Working, boys.
It really is a mind game here, cricket, more than anything else.
Nothing, Bravi.
Yes, the power of the mental strength and concentration certainly is not to be forsaken in this game. I remember a lot of coaches telling me from small cricket is 90% mental and 10% talent. The physical fitness is understood. To be a sportsman, you have to be physically fit, but in terms of just those two components, 90% mental, 10% talent. You can have all the talent in the world, and if you don't use it in the right way, you will never succeed.
Keshav, it's always blown my mind because even for a 24-minute show on YouTube or something, I'm still looking at my phone. Yeah, these guys have to concentrate for 6 hours. You know, and your breaks are very short. And it's not to say that cricket is played in the... That's a big edge.
Oh, and he's got him here. Brian Charles gets the wicket of Blackwood. What an important breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time. He has been probing outside that off-stump, Brian Charles, coming around the wicket and getting that ball to just deceive the batsman as it goes across the line. And finally, that one a bit more bounce on it. Blackwood stepping back to cut as we see in the replay here. Lovely drift again. Bit of extra bounce. Blackwood trying to cut that one and gets the caught behind by Williams. Excellent catch by the keeper as well. Trinidad and Tobago getting a very important breakthrough there.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden the momentum has shifted completely to the Trinidad and Tobago squad. A wonderful innings by Jermaine Blackwood, 68 of 38, a really, really good captain's knock here. But he would have wanted to bat it at least till the end of the day, at least, and continue into tomorrow and get into a high triple-figure score. But Brian Charles strikes after going for so many runs and being beaten by Leroy Lugg. He lost the early battle. But Brian Charles is winning the war for the Red Force.
Of course, and certainly a cricketer who, as I noted before, is very strong in that mental strength department. So he's not one to let those early runs phase him. He knows he has a job to do for his team. He will come back and do it. He has come back. He has continued to bowl that line and length. And in fact, that ploy, I believe, was set up for Blackwood some overs before because he had that fielder out on the point boundary, just waiting for him to square cut. He allowed him a lot of singles. A lot of cut shots were played in that region comfortably by Blackwood. And this delivery, getting that extra bounce, being his demise. So all credit to Blackwood. He was playing the shot before and did it very easily. This one just seemed to have deceived them with that bit of assistance from the pitch. And excellent work here by Brian Charles to get that wicket. So he'd be really pleased with that to finish this day on a high.
I also think it might have been a little bit closer to Blackwood than he had anticipated. He was probably playing for that drift, but instead of the drift, he got pounced instead. Because there were a couple instances where he did try to cut deliveries that were very, very close to him, got an inside edge. Oh, and almost again. That one seems to have fallen just short there. You'll have to have a look at the replay on this one. Keshav, your former teammate, doing the business here late in the day.
I was very impressed to see it here. And that one played. Seems to have just covered it to the ground before, not really getting the full outside edge, but
Credit to Manning playing that one with soft hand, and that one as well. Ken Webster frozen in position there.
6 and Charlo, boy.
A lot of noise here from the fielders as well. Again, seeing the difference that wickets make. Everyone's chirpy again. Just having that extra bit of word to the batsman. And Brian Charles, I must say, since he began bowling spin, he was trained by the great Boya Sahadio from Central Trinidad, who was a former national player as well. And then Brisal having all of those legendary spinners, Ranji Nana and Inchanali. You know, he came from good stock, as we see Joshua deliver in the back of our screen there, next to Jaden Seals and Carrie Pear. Having a chat with Leroy Lugg.
Yeah, good to see that camaraderie here. Carrie Pear also checking the phone of somebody next to him as well.
I actually believe they're looking at the live stream. So it's good to see.
Push there,
those
lovely
players
push there
around.
by Brad Barnes. That will run into the boundary for 4. Bit of a loosener there by Imran Khan. The umpires are continuing play here. It's already past the 5 o'clock mark. Trail by just 1 now, the Scorpions.
Yeah, that was a lovely drive for 4 runs. Again, not wanting to give it away too easily, but we can live with that boundary at this point in time, Trinidad and Tobago. If the batsmen are playing shots at this stage of the game, easy to get wickets as well.
The concern is that even when the Jamaicans go into the lead, it'll just be effectively 4 for 1, or 1 for 4, I should say. And they have 2 fairly brand new batters at the crease here. Duval Green showed that he is capable of batting in the first innings, a well-played 39. But between Brian Barnes, Aldane Thomas, Abijay Mansing, and Duval Green, they have a lot of work to do here. And it's pushed there by Barnes, but there's no run.
Yeah, agreed. That's why I think those 2 wickets were so vital for Jamaica's innings in terms of Jermaine Blackwood and Carlos Brown. Because Carlos Brown did a very good job of keeping Blackwood company and making the bowlers work hard. You know, he wasn't scoring too freely, but at the same point in time, he was occupying time at the crease while Blackwood was taking the lead. And after his wicket, Blackwood certainly seemed to be going in his usual manner. And as we noted in that last over, a peach of a delivery to get his wicket. Really had to be something special produced by Brian Charles there.
Yeah, one of the lessons cast in stone in the longer formats of the game is you don't bat balls, you bat time. And once you're there in the middle, then you can make a difference. Imran Khan ends that over. 176 for the Jamaicans after 45 overs. And the action will continue here, trying to get in as much overs as possible.
I work, lads. I work, lads.
Mr. Charles to continue.
Okay, boys. Okay, boys.
As Brian having good support in the crowd as well from his dad, who attends almost every, if not all, of his games. And, you know, condolences to their family. He lost his mom just a few weeks ago, so certainly he'd be bowling in her memory here and certainly trying to do his best as always.
Good throw back in, excellent fielding there by Vikash Mohan. Very, very aware. Risky single here.
If you
And scores a level now. But the Jamaicans have to think long term. The Jamaicans have to think long term. They need to bat for the majority of the day tomorrow. Of course, need to get through this day. But if they can bat most of the day tomorrow and get a score of 250, that would really, really put the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force under some pressure here.
Yes, that would be the aim. It's really just to see where that partnership would come from, given that these batsmen didn't perform in the first innings and throughout the entire regional series. You know, they haven't been doing as they would have liked. So they'd really have to call on their strengths here at this point in time and have these batsmen dig deep to make some runs for their team.
Shy at the keeper's and it's a direct hit. And the umpire says nothing doing. Abijay Mansingh probably just about making his ground. Wonderful piece of fielding there by that fielder there. It looks like Anderson Phillip.
See the replay here.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Throw comes in.
Have a look too.
Abijay Mansingh going wide and wide of the crease.
Yeah,
The ball
sure,
passes
well,
in,
give
maybe shaved his backside there. And he just about makes it in.
Lovely running, man. Nice and risky.
Yeah, so you just hear the keeper commenting, lovely running, nice and risky. So he's encouraging the batsman to keep pushing for these quick singles. As they want to get something happening here. A lot of excitement. That one flighted and driven nicely through the covers, in fact. Good timing, and it seems to be running away from the fielder, but Terrence Hines is quick. Would he get there? He doesn't. And it speeds away for 4. So lovely timing there from the batsman.
Keep walking, keep walking.
I've just been informed that close off is 5:30. So we'll have to occupy our creases here, Keshav Bahadur Singh, for another 22 minutes.
Yes, definitely. Looking
Bat in
forward.
your crease, Mr. Bahadur Singh, as they like to say.
Of course, of course. It's always essential for both batsmen on and off the field to remain in their crease at all points in time.
Advice to live by from my learned counsel.
Walking, Brian.
Charles to continue.
Hey!
That really was a
Hey, bubble, hey,
a
bubble,
very
hey, bubble,
pleasant,
hey, boy.
effortless cover drive from Abijay Mansingh. Just crouched down, opened the face, flowed with the bat. Terrence Hines, viable chase, but in the end the ball won.
Yeah, of course, really a testament to the surface here as well at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Outfield over splendid condition. You know, the ball just seems to run along that carpet each time it's played with the right amount of time. And didn't even put much effort into that shot. Not much power, just placement, timing, and got the right result.
Mansingh has had, I believe, a couple scores of 50. He has at least a 50 so far in the tournament for this season, and I think a 40 as well. So he's capable with the bat. The Jamaicans have a lead now. They're essentially 5 for 4. Make that 6 for 4. He scored 62, 350 so far. So he's done really, really well. Abijay Mansingh. Excellent bowler as well. He's done really, really well bowling.
And his bowling 5 first-class matches so far, 12 wickets, average 26.5, economy rate of 2.86. Not too bad at all in his first start. That's one is flighted. Not too sure where that ball went there, this Mansingh. He played a forward defensive, expecting to see it in front of the bat, but it trickled behind him to that leg side region.
You go, Brav. You owe me some overs, Brav. Let me go. You owe me some overs. Let me go. Let me go.
And the umpire, Les Reefer, just reminding the captain Bravo that he owes him some overs here, which would explain why we're going to that 5:30 point.
No.
And Bravo, as a junior associate, would have to take advice from some senior council members. Oh, bowling Imran Khan. Is that one drifting down the leg side? He's beaten all ends up, is Abijay Mansingh.
And from first glance, it seems to be angling down the leg side, but we'll take a look at the replay here, so we get a better idea of where it was pitching. Yeah, just going down that leg side region. Googly.
Bowling again, Imran Khan. Just squirting that down into the square leg region is Abijay Mansingh. Happy to get off the strike.
Brings his partner Brad Barnes on strike. Barnes in his first class match as well.
Still early in his first class career, Mr. Barnes.
Over.
Yeah, good
One
youngster.
match.
Trying to get you here.
That is the end of the 47th over. The Jamaicans won 84 for 4, effectively 7 for 4. They lead by 7 after being asked to follow on, being bowled out earlier today for 125. Tian Webster taking 5 wickets. Brian Charles will continue from the northern and the southern end of the ground.
Okay, Brian Charles, boy.
As you note quickly there across in the Queen's Park Oval, a flurry of wickets where Windward Islands are currently 10 for 4. after they bowled out Barbados for 227, 10 runs shy of Windward's first innings target. So Barbados come back very strongly here in Windward Island's second innings. Pick off the bowlers thus far. Akeem Jordan 1 for 4 in his 3 overs. McAllister 1 for 6 and Jamel Warrican 2 wickets in a
Barnes
wicket.
get
lead.
this one down to backward point. They'll run for 2. They're coming back for the third, or the second, I should say. And that was actually Abhijay Mansingh who was able to open the face on that one. Come back for 3.
Right behind here, Charlo. Right behind here,
And Jamel
Charlo.
Warrican picking up a double wicket maiden in that game there. So Windward's in a bit of trouble at 14 for 4. Lead of just 24 runs.
Good duck, boy.
And he got the big wicket of Alec Athanase as well, as this one is turned down into the leg side for 4. Good sweep there by Brad Barnes, getting on top of that one.
Missed the problems, you know.
First time we've actually seen the sweep against the spinners.
No reason.
Alec Athanase, who's on the fringes of the West Indies team, got a call up to South Africa, didn't play in any of the test matches, but he's certainly been a player that has stood out this tournament. Athanase, he's scored a good couple centuries, led the Windwards quite well because he's also a young captain, and the Windwards are currently second in position in that first innings. He top scored with 59 as well. And this one,
Okay,
Barnes.
Brian Charles. Okay, Brian Charles.
Just play that one into the leg side there for no run. And I totally agree with that statement about young Alec Athanase. Last week I witnessed him make a magnificent century. That one is edge on his quarter slip there. Excellent catch by Tia Webster. And Brian Charles strikes again for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here. What a wicket for Brian Charles. Persisting with that line and link. Again, as I said earlier, not letting that boundary phase him at all, because he knows that's where he wants his batsman. Flighting that delivery, getting that drift across, taking that outside edge, very healthy edge, and a great catch by Tian Webster, just picking it up before it bonks. Lovely team effort there by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Your thoughts on that, Chan?
Excellent grab by Tian Webster. That looked to be very, very close to the ground. Barnes looked questioningly at the umpire. The umpire nodded his head, yes, yes, you're out, before eventually raising the finger. Barnes still sort of thinking about that one. He's saying, well, did that one carry cleanly? But the umpire would have had a very, very good view of that one. Excellent work by Brian Charles. And that you talked about his mental fortitude, and this shows his mental fortitude. He was tonked earlier on by Leroy Lugg, and he's come back here to take 2 very, very important wickets.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Dwayne Brian Charles personally, apart from just objectively looking at him on a cricket field, he's certainly a very intelligent person, an intelligent cricketer as well. So he's always thinking each point of the game, whether he's on the field, even if he doesn't have the ball in his hand. I know he's thinking about that next over, what he's going to do to the batsman, how he's going to line his deliveries. If he doesn't get it right, he's the most upset with himself. And I know it's that sort of standards that we want to see maintained across all of our players in the region. That sort of accountability for your own actions, knowing that you are professional, you have a job to do. As he runs in again here.
Alden Thomas, the wicketkeeper batsman, is out now. And the Jamaicans are essentially 14 for 5 at this stage. They lead by 14. They're 191 for 5 after 48 overs. And of course, it's interesting to note that that Brian Charles shares 2 names with possibly the greatest player to ever come out of Trinidad and Tobago, Brian Charles Lara. But thankfully he's going into spin as opposed to batting, because that would have been a very, very heavy weight to put around a young fellow's neck.
Of course, but even since youth cricket days, he always had that expectation with the name Brian Charles that everyone just assumed he's going to be our next national cricketer. And, he certainly lived up to that expectation there.
Yeah, as a Trinidadian, as a cricket fan, whenever you say Brian Charles, you just quietly say Lara in the back of your head, don't you? You have to catch yourself not to say that.
As we see even in the rafters here, we have BC Lara, BC being Brian Charles. So it's so significant that, some persons don't even know Lara's first 2 names, but us Trinidadians would know it like the Bible at this point in time, the Prince of Port of Spain, as they also affectionately call him.
Yeah. And of course, it's good to see that Cricket West Indies have drafted the legend in to assist with our test batters. Drifting down the leg side there. Daniel Williams is the only one who appealed. Imran Khan, the consummate professional, Not interested in his exuberant young keeper behind the stumps.
Kind of very businesslike here. He just walks back to his mark and gets ready for the next delivery. Knows that he has a role to play, and the thing is, he's bowling extremely well in tandem with Brian Charles because he's keeping it so tight that the batsmen think that they can probably score freely off Charles when he flies the delivery a bit more. But twice we have seen that lead to their downfall because Khan is keeping the pressure on at this end, not allowing them to get any easy shots or with any loose deliveries, and Charles flighting that ball going across the batsman, getting him. Imagine previously before that wicket he was swept for 4 and then the next ball was a wicket. So
Bowling there by Imran Khan, beaten all ends up by that one is Abhijay Mansingh to end a fantastic over there again from Imran Khan. I think that was a maiden as well, 1 for 24 of 10. Beautiful bowling as Jamaicans end the 49th over 191 for 5. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have 2 pseudo legends bowling because Imran Khan, of course, sharing a name with the great Imran Khan, and Brian Charles sharing 2 names with the great Brian Charles Lara.
yeah, it's only right that these bowlers would come in at this point in time and take the game into the ascendancy with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as they look to get back on top there with that momentum shifting previously at the start of this innings in favor of Jamaica Scorpions, and now Trinidad and Tobago just striking back with some key wickets in these last few overs.
Pulling out the slip there is Abhijay Mansingh. That's actually Aldane Thomas. We're only getting it to Shannon Gabriel at the backward square leg position.
Very agile there, Gabriel, picking up the ball and ensuring that there's no single in his hands.
Bravo a little bit more animated there at short mid-on. Staring down the batters.
Down here, branches. Battery pass down here, branches. Okay, boy.
So just 11 minutes for this pair to survive to end the day's play. And that's what they'd be looking at for at the moment.
I stay in motion. I stay pick one. I pick one again. Nothing. Sweet boy, sweet boy.
Good opportunity here for Aldane Thomas to stake his claim. Again, another new blood coming into the Jamaica Scorpion side.
Chalo bravo boy, chalo bravo boy.
Yeah, these players getting their chance in a game that is admittedly difficult for them. I mean, even though it's a bottom of the table clash, nobody wants to lose. And Trinidad and Tobago are certainly playing like they want to win in this game. So they are not resting on their laurels, as you would say, and allowing Jamaica and their debutants to just, get a knock, take it easy, and make a name for themselves. They're making it as hard as they can because players on the Red Force team as well are trying to impress. So it's really a battle on both sides here, as players from either team are trying to do their best in order to show the selectors that they are worthy of a call-up.
It's really been in an interesting contest of a day here. Red Force in the ascendancy, then losing their grip somewhat and slightly gaining advantage as it comes down to the end of the day's play.
That lead of 14 runs at this point in time, essentially 14 for 5. Although the score is 191 for 5, we know that follow-on target that Jamaica had earlier was flighted a bit extra by Khan, driven by Mansingh, but straight to the bowler for no run.
I still feel in the dying embers of the day that Bravo could push a little bit harder here, get another field in on a short leg on the onside, on the offside, or something like that. Just try something a little bit different. Yes, he's at a short extra cover position, but we've already seen that Imran Khan with that googly can't get that ball to jump and spit at the batters. And again, if the batters go into that defensive shell, that's a chance that you can get something out of them. They may be playing a little too carefully,
I totally agree with that, because easily they can just come forward and play that ball into the offside with no real sort of pressure in terms of where the ball ends up. Once you put another fielder inside there, it changes the game totally. I mean, we've seen in test matches around the world, when you come down to those last few hours of the day, sometimes 6, 7 players are around the bat.
Yeah, I agree. And it's clear that these batters aren't going to try anything too extravagant. And even if they do, and it's not that big of a loss at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I really don't think you need all of those players in the outfield, because containing runs at this point in time is not the mainstay. The main focus should be get those remaining wickets, bowl them out as cheaply as you can, and then you'll get those runs when you need to. Because trying to contain with a lead of just 14 runs and having already taken 5 wickets, it really is defeating the point. You know, you want to get those remaining wickets, regardless of if they hit a couple boundaries or not. Get them to play their shots and get them to also make mistakes.
Yeah. Essentially, the Jamaicans are 14 for 5. So that's the mindset that the Red Force has to look at this here. They're 14 for 5. They're 2 wickets away from getting into the tail, the pure tail.
Again, can easily just play that one into the offside there.
Yeah, if there was a second slip there, they'd have been a little bit more cautious if there was that fielder just in front of the wicket there. And I think that second slip is coming in now. It's good to see that, that our commentary is so crystal clear that the fielders out there in the middle can hear us.
Indeed, it's certainly reaching where it needs to.
That's good bowling there. Very watchful, Alden Thomas.
Still leaving that fielder 3/4 way off the boundary at long on.
Hey, boy,
Not too sure why he hasn't there at this stage either, because, I mean, even if the batsman wants to go over the top, feel free to let them take the chance.
Yeah. Might spoon it up in the air.
Sweet, there, boy. Let's get one out of here again, there, boys. Hey, boy, Charlie Brown.
And of course, the other thing is too, the spinners will get through the over so quickly. When you think you just have, oh, this might be the last over, there's still 6 minutes. The spinners can get through an over in 2 minutes. You might still have 3 overs left. A good feeling there by Brian Charles. That could have pushed off to long on, and Alden Thomas could have sneaked a single. 11 deliveries, 12 deliveries without scoring. He's under a bit of pressure here.
Hey, boy.
All the more reason not to give him that easy single. But it's a good over by Brian Charles. That's a maiden. 191 for 5, the Jamaicans.
Seen a quick turnover again as Imran Khan is coming back to this end. So good work by the spinners in this last period of play to definitely push through. As you rightly said, we can easily see about 3 more overs still here. You know that 7 is remaining technically in your day's play, but we are going up until 5:30. So we'd see if the spinners can squeeze in 1 or 2 more overs here. Ideally maidens for their sake. I think at this point, if we get another wicket, that might be probably it until the close of play.
But I was just going to say the Red Force players aren't moving swiftly into position. They're ambling. You should be trying to get as much overs in as you possibly can. Oh, beautiful by Imran Khan. That one touchdown and left Abhijay Mansingh. But yeah, at the end of every over, you should be running into position. Like, let's get another over in. Imran Khan should be running back to his bowling position. Let's get these deliveries in. And I think the second slip is coming in, and there's a leg slip as well. So that's really good stuff there. This is what you wanted to see 2 overs ago.
Indeed. In fact, since I think the last half hour of play from 5 o'clock, we'd have liked to see this pressure being put on from both ends when Brian Charles is bowling as well as in Imran Khan. One
nice.
Flight and then driven through the offside there. Single taken.
But that's okay. He has a man with no runs coming up to face. So this will be really good. This will be a challenge here for Alden Thomas. And Imran Khan will be wanting to hit his mark right now. He goes big. He goes high. He goes straight. And it just crosses the rope for 6. So Alden Thomas gets off the mark imperiously with a towering straight 6 off Imran Khan. But that's nothing to worry about for the Red Force at this stage of the match.
Not at all. I mean, glorious shot from Thomas, I must say. Lovely straight back drive. Headed towards us there. For a minute I thought it was going to reach us closer, but died down just before it reached to the commentary booth. And again, as we were saying, no real harm at this point in time. We see an immediate field change in the field at long on, at mid on, sorry. Pushing back to long on the boundary. So just to remind Alden Thomas that someone is there in case you miss Q1 in that region.
I think that's too much of a knee-jerk reaction from Darren Bravo.
Agreed. Very immediate instead of allowing it some time.
Trying to cut there, Alden Thomas. Tried to force that one. That one was very close to him. Drifting back in a little bit, just a little bit.
I think I would have probably left the fielder in and continued to fly the ball and get the batsman to try and drive one and just nick a edge. Because he has beaten the bat more often than not. That one bit down the leg side and just tickled to the square leg region for a single. Cash Mohan picking it up and sending to the keeper Williams.
Mansingh definitely looks very comfortable, very sedate. Like I said, 3 half centuries is nothing to scoff at in your debut season, especially as a low order batsman. And of course, he would have been brought in primarily as a spinner. It's good to see that his batting has come to the fore at the end of the over. It's 199 for 5, and that might be the end of the day's play as the Jamaicans finish at 199 for 5 or 53 overs after being bowled out for 125 earlier today, just batting 29 overs. They will be happy with this response, but as we mentioned, they're essentially 22 for 5 as they only lead by 22. And I will ask my co-commentator Keshav Bahadur Singh to sum up the day's play, and please don't give us a low-load summary which can go on for multiple pages.
Of course not. I think very briefly we can state that Trinidad and Tobago started the day on top of the game, getting Jamaica bowled out for 125, enforcing the follow-on and sending them back into bat. Jamaica then took to their strengths and they pushed back against Trinidad and Tobago's bowling. They started very nicely. They were batting very well with the opening pair, taking some time, and Leroy Lugg get into a half century in quick time, 64 of just 55 deliveries. And then we saw important wickets taken at key points in time for Trinidad and Tobago. Anderson Phillip with a breakthrough in his first spell, and also the second spell getting a breakthrough. At that point in time, there was some rebuilding by Jermaine Blackwood, who also played a very good innings in terms of the context of the game. Some might look at it and just say, you know, it would have been probably a bit slow by his standard in terms of the runs to balls ratio. However, based on how we have seen this game play out, Blackwood did what he had to do at that point in time, up until he was out from a excellent delivery from Brian Charles, getting a bit of assistance from the pitcher as well, and that ball just spinning a bit extra and just getting that bounce to deceive Blackwood. So, I mean, credit to both batsmen and bowlers today. You know, they have shown that at certain points in the game they would have either missed their mark or, you know, missed their shots in terms of their selections, but they would have battled and fought hard to come out well. And I think at this point in time, Trinidad and Tobago would certainly be the happier of both teams, with Jamaica Scorpions 199 for 5, a lead of just 22. So going into the third day tomorrow, they would essentially want to get those 5 wickets as early as possible, I would say, by lunch if they can, and look to get rid of those runs and achieve that target before the end of the day's play tomorrow.
Thank you very much for that lovely sum up, my learned counsel, Keshav Bahadur Singh, and that will do for us here on day 2 of the regional championship, the final round, 5th and final round of day 2 in this match between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. On behalf of the production team, Joel Cameraman Philip, Kevin Cameraman Maharaj, our director Jason Passad, and of course the commentary team of Kadir Mohammed, Mr. Vinud Mamchan, Mr. Keshav Bahadur Singh, and yours truly, Andrew Chan, signing off from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for Cricket 360 on behalf of Cricket West Indies. Come back for action tomorrow.